Welcome you all to a new story in a world of magic and monsters. This is the version of the Saitama wooden stick that knocks to death. A young man who had just entered a virtual reality game was tricked into killing him by a prostitute. With the goal of enhancing equipment to a high level but failing until only briefs remained. When he was about to take off his briefs to enhance it, he suddenly remembered that he still had a beginner wooden stick. I don't know what kind of bad luck caused this young man to enhance this wooden stick to the maximum level of 99. So from then on, his path to kill gods and demons began. Hot, beautiful girls. Twisted love stories. Feud with the girl who humiliated and killed him. And countless monsters are waiting for us. Please follow this series. Be careful not to watch after you have just had an appendectomy. Carefully remove the sutures. A magical world with countless beautiful, interesting, and mysterious lands. This is where romance reigns with dear friends. Are endless adventures that satisfy the desire to explore and discover in every person. With strange powers, a completely different reality, and this is the best virtual reality phantom game. Welcome everyone to Boruto Lie. The scene opens with the image of a guy in iron armor raising his finger and cursing with a shocked and unbelievable face. Opposite the boy was a girl in a magician outfit, smiling and saying, "Our hunting team does not accept amateurs, sorry." That's right, your equipment is all trash. Upgrade all your equipment to 11 plus strength and then count ha. Because the equipment level was too low, this guy was constantly refused to team up with hunting guilds and had to be alone in the middle of the neighborhood. The boy's lips pressed tightly together with anger and repression, then got angry and scolded. Damn real. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man looked up at the blue sky of the city, where white birds were flying around, and then immediately shouted. Why is this fucking trash game? Having failed the damn game, staring at the sword in his hand, he couldn't hold back the misery in his heart and burst into tears. The boy's strange actions quickly attracted the attention of the people around him, making them talk. But everyone could guess that it was probably because he couldn't join the hunting team that he was like that ha. Despite the judgmental eyes, he still stood there raising his sword to the sky and crying, "Do you blind-eyed bastards know how good this weapon is? Do you know how much money I put into this sword?" Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl with pink hair appeared and she called out to the boy. Hey something. The sweet call made the boy turn to look, and in front of him was a pair of big, round, innocent eyes with a sparkling, touching appearance. In her hand, she held an extremely adorable heart-shaped magic scepter and a sparkling dress that made her look like a little princess in a fairy tale. Looking at the beautiful girl to the point of blushing, the young man asked in shock, "Why did you call me? Who are you?" Hearing that, she smiled so sweetly that her big round eyes curved into crescent moon shapes and said, "I wonder if the two of us can go hunting together." A sudden offer from a stranger made the boy who was originally rejected cry and be stunned into silence for a few seconds. Until he regained consciousness, his eyes sparkled with a foolish smile and said to himself, "Oh my God, what a beauty in the world of Boruto." In the dense forest next to the city with sparkling rays of sunlight shining through the trees onto the ground. The two of them talked while walking and didn't know what the guy said that made the girl burst out in praise, "Oh my God, you're really cool, huh? It's no big deal. Actually, I just received these coins yesterday and I spent most of them on this game." As he spoke, he didn't forget to look cool with what he thought was the best appearance. The girl next to her always looked at the guy with a sparkling admiring face. How much money did he spend? So the other guy acted mysterious with a smug smile. "Let's see, don't be too surprised." "You definitely shouldn't be too surprised, huh? Speaking of which, the knight sword I'm holding is also in that package." The knight sword in the boy's hand is a simple silver sword that has been upgraded to +3. "Oh my gosh, you're so cool, you're like those legendary warriors." The beautiful girl's sweet smile and compliments made the boy stand still as if struck by lightning. With just that smile, he fondly imagined the two of them dating each other in the future. Then the scene of the first kiss covered with crimson rose petals also appeared. A romantic proposal on the banks of a sparkling river under the golden afternoon light. Then they will get married together in sweet blessings. Followed by family life with cute, warm children. What should we name our daughter after all? While he was fantasizing about a beautiful future, suddenly the girl walking next to him stopped walking and smiled and said, "We've finally arrived." According to what she said, the other boy began to look around and realized that they had gone deep into the jungle where few people passed through and everything around seemed quiet and normal. "We've arrived, why is this just the middle of the forest?" Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, the girl's staff pierced the boy's body, shocking him to the extreme. Tick-tick, the energy bar symbolizes that blood is constantly shortening and is about to hit bottom. Waiting until the girl pulled out the staff, the boy was helpless and weak, lying on the ground. His face was full of unbelievable horror at being attacked again without being able to guard against it. Even though this is a virtual reality game, every feeling is quite real with its bright red blood and strong fishy smell. Hesitantly let out a questioning voice in front of that girl who had become cold. "Who are you and why did you suddenly do that? How odd do you think you want to take my weapon?" Hearing these words, a scornful smile appeared on her plump hair like peach blossom petals. "I don't care about this trash, Sim." On her face was still the same sweet smile as before, but her words and tone had completely changed 180 degrees, instantly turning him to stone. "My original intention was to lure you here and then work hard on you because very few people come to this forest." The young man eagerly hugged his wound, then sat up and asked, "What's wrong with asking me to go hunting?" "Haha, of course it's just a lie, so why would I want to team up with idiots like you? A pathetic, ignorant and godlike guy." From a beautiful mouth with lips like peach blossom petals, words of contempt and contempt were uttered, making the innocent and quiet guy feel like he was falling into an unknown void. Looking at this grumpy, mischievous appearance of the person in front of her, she was even more disgusted and scolded her, "So that means you're like that in real life too? If in real life, you won't be able to talk to me for a long time, huh? When you have some money, try to enhance your equipment, even if you don't know how to use it, you should at least have a nice-looking weapon, you poor thing." Each word that entered his hands made the silent boy let out a soft groan, then someone's echoing voice appeared in his head, looking at him screaming at his room like it was stupid news. "Why do your parents have a stupid child like you?" Reality in the past, the words spoken by different people but somehow strangely similar all carry terrifyingly damaging power. Still remaining silent with his face lowered, he slowly stood up and then coldly spoke. "Stop barking and be quiet. You've gone beyond my tolerance, bitch." His red eyes stared at the girl in front of him with extreme anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl's staff swung out again and this time it severed his body. Looking at each stream of blood gushing out, the cold and scary girl asked, "What are you barking at, dog?" Of course, the words just said cannot be said again when the body is severed. He stuffed it like a torn sack and then threw it straight to the ground miserably. At this moment, her announcement rang out and her hair began to sway in the wind, beeping the conditions were met, starting the hierarchy process to switch to the hidden profession. At that moment, her hair seemed to have come to life, becoming longer and starting to change color. Gradually black patches appeared to replace the original pink hair color. The girl's outfit and staff were also covered by a magical light. The blinding light makes it difficult for others to clearly see what happened, but it must be a miracle and quite good. In a split second, she completed her transformation with a new outfit, a new staff, and a new hairstyle. The wind started to blow and suddenly from her back a pair of bird wings with beautiful feathers appeared, making her look like an angel. In the middle of the aristocratic necklace is a bright red round gem along with a set of precious jewelry. When the light disappeared, she stood still and closed her eyes, feeling the change in her body and the completion of the job change. Now she had transformed into the life goddess Job. Listening to the system notification, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Finally killed 1,000 people, ha. Holding the scepter with the red gem and 2 wings, she excitedly raised it into the sky and shouted. It's unimaginable that such an innocent, beautiful face would kill 1,000 people in this game with the goal of completing some mission. While she was happy, her feet still did not forget to step directly on the body of the person who had just been killed and then coldly left. I'm sick, now I only have the last mission left, let's complete it. On this side in the middle of the dense forest, the guy's severed body still retained some consciousness and whispered to himself. Today I learned one thing, a truth in this game. Learn the so-called big fish swallow small fish. The city is noisy and bustling with countless passers-by wearing different costumes. In a deserted corner with no one in sight, the system notification suddenly sounds, "You have lost a certain amount of experience and will respawn in a safe area." In the blink of an eye, the boy who was murdered a moment ago was now revived in this deserted corner of the city. His character has been revived. He stood there silently, but his mind was still distracted by the girl's previous words. Those were scolding and contemptuous words because he didn't have much money to enhance equipment. The boy's lips pursed tightly and remembered the things he had experienced in this game. Not just once, but many times, I was rejected and looked down upon simply because of my poor equipment. This is a world where only strength can speak and strength is expressed through equipment. Therefore, a person with no money or power will be miserably bullied even if it's just in a game. Thinking of that, the young man couldn't help but scream wildly and cry bitterly. Angry and indignant, he quickly rummaged through his bag looking for something. Then he took out a wooden hammer, and this was the enhancement hammer, which is a device that can enhance the stats of a weapon. Holding the wooden hammer in his hand, the young man pulled out his knight's sword with a +3 index. In madness, with the hammer in his hand, the young man used all his strength to hit the knight's sword +3. The golden light flashed with energy ripples radiating around. His teeth clenched as he stared at the sword at his feet because the fastest way to become powerful was to enhance this item. But reality is not like a dream. When the system notification beep sounds, you have failed to enhance the item and the item has been destroyed. Hearing this announcement, the rational thread in the boy's head snapped and he opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the broken sword. Can't just stop like that. The next item to be enhanced will be sharp gloves, with the current enhancement index being +5. His eyes were red and crazy as he slammed down hard on his sharp glove. Still fails with notification that the item has been destroyed and cannot be restored. That's right, because enhancing equipment can make it stronger, but if the enhancement fails, the equipment will also be destroyed. The sound of hammers continuously rang out in the small alley, but as time passed, all the items on his person, from clothes to weapons, were destroyed when the enhancement failed. A stiff smile appeared on the boy's lips along with an empty look in his eyes. All the equipment had been destroyed and now he had nothing left. Let it go, this trash game has nothing left to lose. While he was in despair because he only had a pair of underwear on his body, out of nowhere a wooden branch fell, attracting his attention. This is a wooden stick that is a basic weapon for compliance with the characteristic of being very weak. The incomprehensible story made the young man raise his eyes to look at the person standing in front of him. Standing in front of him was a character with a goofy face and crew cut, waving stiffly with a silly smile. What is this character's expression shaking? It seems like this is its appearance, so I have to stop looking at it so stupidly. Looking at the character jumping up and down, the boy looked down at the wooden stick in front of him and gradually realized something. Could it be that his action means giving me this wooden stick? As if understanding the young man's thoughts, the character gave a thumbs up to indicate that he was right. Realizing this truth, the young man became even more depressed. Oh my gosh, because the equipment was broken, all I had left was my underwear, and even that character felt pitiful? After giving the basket stick to the child, the other character also said goodbye and left, leaving the boy alone with his underwear. Sat absent-minded for a moment, then turned his eyes to look at the wooden stick next to him. I don't know why he used his enhanced hammer to hit the wooden stick very hard. Immediately the system's happy notification rang out, successfully enhancing the wooden stick that had been enhanced to +1/+1 extra damage. Don't stop, continue with another strengthening attack. Successfully equipped wooden stick that has been enhanced to +2/+2 bonus damage. 2 consecutive successful enhancements made his face become even more stiff and lifeless. Life is truly impermanent, so how could he succeed with these trash items? After a moment of exclamation, the loud banging sound continued continuously and continuously. The system also continuously announces that the equipment enhancement is successful, the equipment enhancement is successful, the equipment enhancement is successful. I don't know how much time will pass. The current wooden stick has been enhanced to +bad and the bonus damage has increased to +64. Note that the bonus damage is here to calculate exponentially. Up to this point, the enhancement was still successful, making the boy feel strangely wondering, what is going to happen? The higher the enhancement level, the higher the chance of failure. With the attitude of expecting failure, he just sat there and continuously used the hammer to strengthen the wooden stick as hard as possible. From the time it was still morning until the sun was about to set behind the rows of houses, in the small alley the sound of banging sledgehammers still rang out continuously. At this time, his hand was stiff because of too much exercise and extreme surprise. His naked body trembled, not knowing whether it was from surprise or fatigue. His lips pursed tightly as if making a decision with drops of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Without a moment's notice, the wooden stick slammed down again, causing a dazzling ray of enhanced light. Successfully enhancing the equipment, congratulations, the familiar system notification sound appeared and the boy now felt that he was dreaming a truly fantastic dream and never realized it. Because the wooden stick in front of him has been enhanced to the maximum and currently its enhancement level is wooden stick plus 99. Slowly picking up the wooden stick, those trembling hands still could not calm down. Looking at the wooden stick, 1,000 questions appeared in his mind and he could only remain speechless. What the hell was that enhanced to the point of adding 99 stars? Oh my god, it's hard to believe that after enhancing it more than 10 times, isn't the next chance of success less than 5%? Why is it still possible to enhance it to the maximum level? Sitting there in confusion for a while without finding an answer and while he was careless, the wooden stick in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. The boy panicked and raised his hands to grab the wooden stick, but his clumsy appearance looked so funny. His hand finally grabbed the wooden stick and made it stand still. But coincidentally, the tip of the wooden stick also touched the hard tiled ground at the same time. Suddenly, a terrible earthquake occurred and the boy had no time to react to the point that he died standing there. When he regained consciousness, he only saw that the light touch of the wooden stick had created a terrible source of energy that shot straight forward, destroying a series of houses in the city, and it didn't stop there. The destructive energy stream easily swept across continents and oceans, creating an extremely horrifying scene as if someone had just cut the planet in half. This scene is even more horrifying when looking from the outside of the planet below. Not only that, the destructive energy also shot straight into space, creating terrible shocks that illuminated several light years. Then, when everything had calmed down again, he bewilderedly maintained that position and stared at his masterpiece in front of him. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a few chicken eggs when he saw a series of buildings being flattened and the screams and noise of people continuously echoed in his ears. Everything became so chaotic as if the end of the world had just come. What's going on? Help, help, help. It's a dragon that breathes fire. How can you save someone first? He's already dead. What's so chaotic? Is it a game event? But I didn't receive any notification. Everyone was panicking and he was still sitting there like a statue. Waiting until he could clearly see the consequences he had caused and listen to everyone's screams, his eyes opened even wider, helpless and terrified. It's crazy, look, the continent has been split in two, a majestic scene of desolation and death as the places where the energy flow passed were destroyed without a blade of grass remaining. The chaotic screams around him naturally no longer attracted and kept his attention because his mind was completely taken over by something else. And today a Guinness record has been recorded in the history of this virtual reality game, an unprecedented record and difficult for anyone to overthrow. At this moment, sitting silently, his mind was completely filled with system notifications that were about to explode. Another player had been killed by your attack and your notoriety had increased. In that moment, the number of players dying was overwhelming and the number of players logging in was also overwhelming. Continuously the message rang in his head and it was the same content as your reputation has been increased. A total of 850,617 players died in the earthquake just now, and as a result, this guy's reputation continuously increased to a terrifying level. Everything happened so suddenly and so chaotically, but this didn't make him depressed for too long as he slowly stood up with a dangerous smile on his face. The image of a poisonous snake with an innocent appearance accompanied by a cheerful and contemptuous scolding appeared again. Everything made him smile savagely with his sharp teeth. Today he learned a valuable lesson with his life. A cruel truth in this seemingly benign game. The so-called big thing swallows the small fish, the strong gain the weak and lose the things next to heaven. Only the strong have the right to speak up, while the weak will forever be despised and killed at will. Under the dusk of the sunset, a naked guy wearing only underwear holding a wooden stick sat on a street corner like a beggar. Strangely enough, there was a creepy smile on his face as he held the wooden stick plus 99. Now it's time for me to teach you bastards. In reality, this guy is just a guy with nothing special, whether his appearance or height are both ordinary. Studying is terrible, sports are also bad and nothing stands out. If you compare his life with his level in the game, he's probably a jerk. That's also the reason why he entered the virtual world in this game in the hope of experiencing a different life, but the harsh reality left him helpless. Whether in real life or in the game, it seems the same and nothing changes for this ordinary fate. Putting on a thin cloak to temporarily cover his naked body, he held a wooden stick in his hand and wandered through the streets. His innocent eyes were hidden behind thick hair, making it impossible for others to see his expression. At this moment, perhaps because he was engrossed in thought, he accidentally bumped into a tall, strong man on the street. He immediately turned around to reveal his face full of scars and roared angrily, blankly, "What are you doing?" His giant muscular hands grabbed the boy's robe tightly and pulled him back. "Do you want to die? This newbie bastard can't see where he's going." The beautiful girl walking next to the man is smiling and trying to stop him, but he's scared. The tall man pulled his shirt back, but the boy still didn't reveal the slightest expression on his strangely calm face. Maybe before and in real life he would have been an ordinary and insipid person, but in this place, this and now are different. That guy thought so he immediately opened his mouth and cursed the big guy for being a pig. The tall bald man who was scolded for being stupid suddenly froze and then asked angrily, "What did you just say, bastard?" Before he could finish his question, the wooden stick in the guy's hand hit him in the head. Once again surprised by the actions of the newbie in front of him, the bald head glanced at the wooden stick and his anger reached its peak. "What did you just hit me with? What's the use of this wooden stick, you bastard?" As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden stick emitted a blinding light carrying terrifying energy. In that split second, that tall, strong man was swallowed by the destructive power and his girlfriend could not close her surprised mouth. The destructive power of the wooden stick was still as terrible as the first time it appeared, creating bright energy that lit up the entire neighborhood. Waiting until the light dissipated, there was no longer the man's silhouette and he had turned into ash. Amidst the smoke and dust, one could only see the novice boy and the wooden stick still standing there. An ordinary wooden stick, but why does it contain such terrible power? That's right, from now on I will be the strongest in this world. No one else right now, here I am the main character. A confident smile appeared on his lips and he was ready to welcome a glorious new beginning. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his head, causing him to freeze, warning that the weapon's durability was low. Wooden stick level plus 99 durability is 3 out of 5 and this weapon cannot be repaired. The confident smile on his lips suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an expression that is difficult to describe in words. This feeling was like falling from heaven to hell. Quickly left the city square and found a small, deserted alley. He sat there absent-mindedly, hugging his legs, looking at the wooden stick placed in front of him. He sat there absent-mindedly, hugging his legs, looking at the wooden stick placed in front of him. This expression is truly pitiful and perhaps fate also wants to play with this boy. The level 99 wooden stick is a basic weapon for beginners. Due to its low durability, it will break after just a few hits and its current durability is 3 out of 5. The light screen displaying the parameters of the wooden stick hitting the eye is the clearest proof of this strange thing. So after a while of receiving information, he was helpless and fell to the ground, struggling and screaming in pain. Because it takes 2 hits, the durability goes from 5 to 3, but from now on there are only 3 hits left. Damn it, why is this life so miserable? He wondered as he looked up at the high blue sky. If this keeps up, then I'm done and there's nothing left of the heroic dream. The dream is to be able to deal with the guys who look down on me. And then I have to take revenge on that innocent but cruel girl. How can things be okay now when the wooden stick can only attack 3 times? Each stream of chaotic thoughts appeared one after another, making him tired and then secretly clenching his teeth as if deciding something. Suddenly he regained the disappointed expression on his face and sat up angrily with the wooden stick. Okay, anyway, there are only 3 shots left and this can't be changed. If that's true, then we have to go to one place. I don't know how much time has passed in a dark land filled with scary skulls, and this is the Valley of the Dead, an extremely dangerous place that everyone must avoid in this world. This virtual. A person's naked feet gently stepped on each skull and stepped forward. The human being who came here was none other than that guy. He showed absolutely no fear or anxiety as he walked step by step on the ground made of dry bones. As he walked, his mouth mumbled something that was hard to hear. Suddenly, the surrounding layers of skulls suddenly shook. The tremors grew from small to large and became more and more intense, causing the boy to stop. His face was hidden and he looked quite calm. After a moment of intense commotion in front of this place, the fog slowly dissipated and then growled, bringing with it a fierce storm that appeared from there. Very quickly the fog completely dissipated, revealing a pair of glowing eyes of a giant, terrifying creature. No, it's not a pair of eyes and a head, but this monster is a 2-headed monster with huge wings that easily cover the surrounding space. Discovered the figure of a stranger, an angry 2-headed monster that roared like a threat and announced his great existence. Unfortunately for him, his threats had no effect as the other person still stood there and did not take a step away. The hand of a monster as giant as a small house with sharp claws suddenly swung out, and it was the strongest monster in this Karanto world, the most powerful monster in the world. Its legend and name is the 2-headed dragon Urot. Looking at the small human being in front of him, the monster roared, making a sound that humans could understand. You have crossed the line of death, that stupid, fragile human creature. Oh, weak and foolish person, leave your life here. Oh, you stupid, fragile creature, please educate yourself in this insurmountable despair. It seemed like this was a talkative dragon, but as soon as it finished its 3rd sentence, the destructive light completely covered one of its heads. In that split second, the head of the 2-headed monster was burned and severed, leaving a neck full of fresh blood. Bewildered, not understanding what was going on, the dragon looked at his severed neck with his remaining head, which had a heart-shaped nose, speechless. There was no need to say who caused the source of that destructive light, and after shooting off one of the dragon's heads, making the 2-headed dragon calm down, this young man spoke coldly. Anyway, if there are exactly 3 shots left and I can't use any more, I will. Saying this, his eyes stared at the remaining dragon, making it suddenly startled, and the hair on the back of its neck stood on end. The hammer's durability is now only 2 out of 5, meaning it can only be used 2 more times. Looking here, the young man gently waved the wooden stick and said, "If that's the case, then I'll just capture the strongest monster in this game, nothing more." His eyes widened crazily as he spoke, and he looked at the monster like he was looking at a delicious dish. The 2-headed dragon was looked at in panic and immediately roared, then lowered his voice and stopped. Wait, please wait a moment." Hearing the frightened sound of the dragon in front of him, the angry man asked what was going on. "Yes, I have a few words to say. Please wait a moment, boss." The dragon's voice is both pitiful and pitiful, making people get goosebumps. "Sir, what did you just call me, a fragile creature?" "Hoo-hoo, sir, that's the script they gave me, so I have no other choice, and I don't suck like that. Big brother, don't misunderstand me, I'm the most obedient, holy dragon in this world." "But dear brother, what exactly is your identity?" The guy who was asked had a headache, so he picked up a wooden stick and threatened, "You talk too much, you don't need to pay attention to anything." The dragon immediately lost consciousness and continued to beg for your forgiveness, brother. Faced with its pitiful and pitiful plea, the young man did not say a word but gently knocked down the wooden stick. The destructive light appeared again, causing the sky to shake and the earth to shake. The dragon was covered by a ray of light, but this time the ray of light did not carry much damage, it only paralyzed its whole body and fell over. Suddenly, its giant body helplessly hit the ground, causing the ground to shake, bringing with it clouds of dust and smoke. Although it seemed to cause no damage and its remaining head was still intact, pain covered its whole body, making it unable to move and just lying there trembling and making loud noises. At this time, the other guy standing next to him sighed, looked at his wooden stick and said, There's only one remaining durability and there's only one usable shot left. Why does this happen? If the durability is not a problem, it would be great. The dragon lay still and listened to the boy's complaints when suddenly its bright eyes opened wide with excitement and it quickly screamed. Is it possible that the durability is a problem, boss? If that's the case, I have a solution. Hearing the rooster's roar, the cold boy raised his wooden stick and threatened him. But when he heard the dragon's words clearly, he stopped slightly and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Suddenly, the dragon did not answer, but in front of the boy appeared a red notice board of the game system. The content on the board is the master-servant contract of the two-headed dragon Ur and whether you accept this quest or not. Confusion engulfed the young man and asked the dragon what the hell was this. Uro tried to turn himself over and sit up tremblingly as he answered, "Wait sir, have you ever heard of the ego sword?" "What is that ego sword?" "Click sir. If the explanation is a bit complicated, then just say it simply, yes I'll keep it simple. To explain in an easy-to-understand way, I will enter Big Brother's weapon, this dragon's body will disappear and only the soul will enter. If so, then the Big Brother's weapon will carry the ego, and if it evolves into an ego sword, then that weapon will achieve infinite durability." The U-Drop Casino's words startled the boy so much that he opened his eyes wide and stared at it. "I heard that the ego sword is the highest level weapon in the world of Karanto." The more he heard the dragon explain, the boy couldn't help but have an excited smile on his face. That smile grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the land of dry bones, making the dragon confused and unable to understand anything. He didn't understand anything but still tried his best to smile with his very strange heart-shaped nose. "Sir, are you satisfied with my proposal?" Hearing the dragon ask, the boy still stood there and laughed loudly for a while before thinking to himself, "Oh my god, but if that's the case then the plot will change so I can devote myself to revenge. It's like God helped us again, right hee." Quietly looking at the human scary smile in front of the baby dragon, he was rendered speechless and could only stand there in panic and think, "Mom, please help me. This guy is crazy." On this side, after releasing the excitement in his heart, the young man immediately reached out and clicked on the word accepting the contract with the two-headed dragon in front of him. "Okay then, let's make a contract right away ha." In the blink of an eye, a magical light screen with strange symbols appeared right under his feet, emitting blinding rays of light. The magic circle grew larger and larger, covering the boy and spreading right under the dragon's feet. Under the effect of the contract and the magic circle, the dragon's wings gradually disappeared. Until its entire giant body disintegrated into nothingness, the system notification sound rang out again. The body of the two-headed dragon Urot was destroyed. Next, the energy flow representing the dragon's soul also gradually shrinks and enters the boy's wooden stick. The soul of the two-headed dragon Urot is entering the bridge's weapon. The entire wooden stick seemed to come back to life, carrying life and constantly emitting a mysterious, blinding purple light. Its current level was still level 99, but from a weak beginner's weapon, it had been taught. Become an ego weapon. The remaining durability of the wooden stick is infinity. Just seeing this infinity symbol filled the young man's mind with excitement. At this moment, the boy suddenly raised his face to the sky and looked around when he felt something. Strange noises along with flapping wings as if an army was coming from afar. In just a split second, countless terrifying monsters appeared from all four directions, all at the same time not moving towards the young man. They ran and shouted horribly with a deafening sound, avenging their master. "Let's all rush forward to avenge the day when the two-headed dragon Urod takes revenge." Every word of revenge was like the voice of an unjust soul asking for his life, but the boy still stood there quietly with no intention of avoiding it. In front of the young man are now countless types of monsters with different strange and disgusting shapes gathered into a powerful army, and they are the army of the two-headed dragon Urot. Her tightly pursed lips suddenly showed an amused smile. "Okay, of course I have to do that." The sounds of revenge from the monsters reminded the boy of the image of that girl, and he was also crazy and raised his hand and said, "Must take revenge, must take revenge, must take revenge." Next, a terrifying wave of energy enveloped everything through outer space. I don't know what happened in the Valley of the Dead with the monster army of the two-headed dragon Uros. I know that right now in the cities everyone is very confused when they discover soldiers constantly sticking announcements on the wall. It was a wanted poster with a portrait of a young man. This action of the royal soldiers quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people and they gathered to watch each other. In the news, please note that this is a nationwide arrest warrant with an extremely high level and an unprecedentedly generous reward. In just one day, the guy in this photo murdered over 800,000 people and is the worst criminal in the history of the game. Everyone, please see his appearance clearly through this wanted poster. We distributed wanted posters simultaneously in 12 kingdoms and 3 continents around the world. Speaking of this, the soldier shouted fiercely, surprising everyone. The reward for capturing this criminal is 1 billion gold. As soon as the announcement ended, the surrounding people were completely silent. After a while, they panicked and talked to each other. Is this crazy? 1 billion gold, if it was 1 billion gold, it could be exchanged for 1 billion gold. Billion in cash. As soon as they were attracted by the 1 billion reward, the street next to them appeared a series of eye-catching luxurious armors with synchronized footsteps. A large number of soldiers in armor and yellow cloaks carrying flags containing strange symbols gathered to form an army walking on the streets. The surrounding people saw this scene and were once again surprised because they realized what the pattern on the armor meant. This pattern is the symbolic symbol of the palace guards. I don't know, at this moment someone with sharp eyes shouted to attract everyone's attention, "Look over there, the person walking in front of that parade is the church's master named Sanly. That is a beautiful girl with a gentle face but her body is covered in strong and majestic armor." That's not all, followed by a series of people with extremely prominent red robes, white crosses on red robes. This is the strongest Crusader army consisting of only 10 elite soldiers called the Guild Crusade. And the man with silky blonde hair and a cross-shaped scar above his left eye was Suho, the master of the Crusades. In addition, there is an army in light purple witch costumes with the leader being a girl with mysterious and seductive purple hair and a beautiful staff. She is the master of the Holy Land and the strongest witch in the royal family called Arakataba. Next, another army appeared wearing cloaks and led by a smiling masked man. His name was Hong and he was the master of a band of thieves specializing in chivalrous theft. The surrounding people went from one surprise to another as they witnessed each of the kingdom's mighty armies go into battle, until finally they became even more scared when they saw the sparkling silver light with a completely complete army. Neat and tidy. The soldiers of this army all wore sturdy and shiny silver armor. Their dark flag with white drawings was also fluttering in the morning wind. All the knights in silver armor holding their shining swords stood in 2 rows around them, welcoming a young man who was gradually approaching. In the middle is a beautiful young man with elf ears. This is the Duke of Aidennet. The mass appearance of the masters made everyone realize the seriousness of the incident that was happening. Today here the 5 masters of the guilds in this world have gathered together bringing their armies. They are the Masters Guild, the Cross Guild, the Holy Land Guild, the Thieves Guild and finally the Justice Guild. This is the first alliance of the 5 masters representing the 5 guilds in the world. After everyone had gathered, the Duke of Aidennet, who was also the chairman of the Justice Guild, loudly announced, "As the leader of the World Association of Masters, I give the following orders. We unite the masters of the world to officially declare war on the most cruel criminals ever in history. Soldiers of the guilds, please listen carefully and look closely at his image. Let's all hunt him down all over the world and not allow this cruel criminal to be let go." The powerful declaration echoed through the air, hitting hard in the soul of every soldier, making them enthusiastic. Exhortation to work together to catch criminals. Right now, in a certain corner of a certain city, the criminal in those people's mouths was looking bewildered at the wooden stick in his hand for a long time. Its current level is level 99 with the ego power possessing infinite durability. Quietly looked at the wooden stick for a while, and since leaving the Valley of the Dead, the young man had looked at this wooden stick countless times. Every time he looked at its information, he smiled horribly. Delightful laughter echoed throughout the small alley without anyone noticing. Suddenly, the soul of the 2-headed dragon Udrop escaped from the stick, causing the young man to be startled and speak erratically. Big Brother was in such a happy mood. "What is that thing? That's the head sticking out of the stick. What is this?" The boy widened his eyes and asked in panic. The mini soul of the two-headed dragon smiles and kicks, "It's me, big brother of the two-headed dragon you drop." When I heard him answer, I had to introduce the boy's round mouth, unable to close it because of surprise, and just let out a small sound. Remember the giant and powerful image of the dragon encountered in the Valley of the Dead. Then comparing it with the silly, tiny image of the current dragon's soul made the boy feel speechless. "Big brother, like I said just now, my soul entered into my brother's sword. Should I simply explain that I have become the soul of the sword?" As I said, the dragon's soul jumped out again. Jumped off the wooden stick and flew around. Oh my god, it jumped out. "That's right, big brother, this is a special feature of that ego-level weapon. Only big brother can hear and see me." The young man was listening to the music and excitedly poking my cheek with his finger. Dragon then exclaimed how soft it was. "Well, I roughly understand the situation, but you took the other head and sold it, you two-headed dragon." Hearing the young man's question, the dragon suddenly became dumbfounded and then repeated again, "What does the other head mean?" Then the stupid dragon looked to the side and discovered that his remaining head had disappeared for some time. "Oh, what's going on? Where's your head? I know I'll die right away." While the two masters and servants were standing together, out of nowhere, a piece of paper was blown in front of them by the wind. "What is this?" Slowly bend down and pick up the page. The two of them panicked and they saw the content on the paper, and this was the wanted poster, and the young man on the wanted warrant was none other than this guy. Seeing himself wanted for 1 billion gold coins, he panicked and didn't know what to do now. There's not just one flyer in the sky, but a series of similar wanted notices are being dropped, mother. It wasn't until now that he noticed his surroundings when he saw that wanted posters of himself were plastered everywhere. On the walls around the streets and in front of the shops. Even the pillars or signs and all places that can be posted have been sealed with arrest warrants. Seeing that scene and after understanding the source of the incident, the soul of the two-headed dragon shouted excitedly. "It's true that our big brother killed 800,000 people with just one strike. This level is truly unattainable. Big brother, if that reward is 1 billion gold, then converting it into cash is actually 1 billion gold. This is truly the top of the top." The dragon was flying and babbling while the boy was holding a chicken leg in his hand and walking. Middle of the street. While eating, he answered the dragon, "This guy, a character like you, can use words like actual cash in the game. Using words unrelated to the worldview is a violation of the game's rules." "Then what else?" Hearing that, the dragon took a deep breath and replied, "Oh, why are you so rich? I would have died first anyway." "Oh, I forgot, but now you're so arrogant, aren't you? By the way, now that you've calculated a reward of that size, players around the world will be playing with your life. Or maybe I'll just destroy the human world. Big brother, let the dragon talk crazy and talk crazy, the guy can eat it and be prestigious about it." The arrest warrant clearly states that the culprit killed 800,000 people and probably accidentally dropped the wooden stick. No wonder the atmosphere in the village was more chaotic than usual, everyone seemed to be in a hurry. While walking and eating, I looked at the wanted posters for myself. Suddenly a strange feeling arose in his heart and he didn't even feel too worried. Anyway, it's not that bad, like being a celebrity. Haha, it's true that strength gives people courage and freedom. Either way, it's like that, so I guess I'll just have to hide my job like this. The soul of the URO dragon heard the new words and wondered, "What is that job, Mark, boss? Haven't you heard of having a job that you hide? That's the type of person who pretends to be ignorant but hides himself and pretends to be a waste so that others don't pay attention." After hearing the explanation, I was even more confused. Why did I have to do that? Humans naturally see that the other person is delicious and will immediately look down on them. Haha, so you probably don't know that's why it's interesting, dragon. In this world, I've never seen the hero genre before. Others look down on it, but in fact, the strongest main character is so cool. Such a comfortable fantasy life. Just as he said this, a blue arrow from behind stabbed straight into the boy's back, causing him to fall silent and fall on his face. The soul of the two-headed husband opened his mouth wide in surprise as he looked at this case. That arrow pierced the body, drawing streams of fresh blood. Blood spewed from his mouth and his eyes widened in shock. The attack was so sudden and unguarded that he fell to the ground. Big brother, are you okay? The two-headed dragon stood on one side worriedly while on the other side the owner of the arrows also stepped forward. The blue arrows sparkled like gems along with the beautiful bow. The one who shot the arrow was the boy with spirit hands standing from the roof with his soldiers. He is none other than the commander-in-chief of the Association of Masters called Haotri. Immediately the surrounding soldiers jumped down from the roof and chased him. Hearing these footsteps, there were a lot of people and the target was none other than the unconscious person lying in the middle of the road. Soldiers poured in from all directions and could not take all the paths. In the instant of being defeated, the young man and the two-headed dragon were surrounded as tightly as a wedge of mortar. Haotri immediately raised his voice and ordered, as the commander-in-chief of the Union of our countries, the following orders. All of you, please tie up the evil man who massacred 800,000 people and send him to prison immediately. Under the commander-in-chief's orders, the surrounding soldiers immediately shouted ferociously and rushed forward. This scene made my son-in-law startled and shouted loudly for his master, "Are you okay, big brother? You have to wake up right away, big brother. People standing alone are weak, but when they gather in large numbers like this, it's really causing trouble, boss." Not knowing whether it was the noise of the surrounding soldiers or the screams of the dragon that the boy woke up. Carrying fresh blood, he put his hands on the ground and tried to stand up. This action immediately caused the surrounding soldiers to pull out their swords and arrows, preparing to shoot down. "He's awake, everyone, be careful. The one who strikes immediately must not give him time to breathe." Haotri shouted an order. "Everyone please attack me now." The soul of the two-headed dragon was hanging by a thread, and the two-headed dragon's soul became increasingly worried and kept calling for Big Brother, but the young man remained strangely silent and calm. His teeth were clenched tightly to show the anger in his heart, then he breathed loudly and said, "Please erase what you just said." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled out the arrow stuck in his body. Coldly threw the bloody arrow on the ground. With the other hand, he held his wooden stick tightly and coldly looked at the soldiers in front of him with admiration. "I was planning on obediently living my career in hiding. It's all because of you guys, you bastards." A savage smile and angry eyes bloomed on his face and he also brandished the wooden stick. At that moment, from afar, a blinding light covered the whole city. The surrounding soldiers seemed frozen, unable to move, only their eyes were wide open, expressing the extreme panic in their hearts. A terrible explosion with a mushroom cloud appeared over the continent. By the time things calmed down, the surrounding soldiers had all collapsed and almost all of them had died. The only remaining Haotri Union president who was able to keep his life lay coughing on the ruins. He tried to suppress the pain in his body and then looked around wondering, "What is this?" Suddenly his eyes flashed and he fainted. That question was immediately replaced by a mental shock when Haotri clearly saw the scene before him. The city, the houses, the roads, the vehicles, the people around them all have disappeared, leaving only the soldiers lying everywhere. The capital of the First Kingdom had disappeared and there was nothing left. Haotri sat there in shock, not believing what he was witnessing. At this moment, his cold footsteps made Haotri's body startle. So he quickly turned his head to look in that direction. In front of him now was the wanted criminal with a cloak and a wooden stick in his hand. Trying to suppress his head, Haokov coughed and forced himself to stand up, then put his hand in his pocket to rummage. A moment later he immediately pulled out a summoning gem, and this was a gem that could summon designated objects to appear around the user, and regardless of the quantity, this gem was a precious one-time use item. And its price is 10 million gold. This was not the time to hesitate or regret, so Haotri immediately crushed the summoning gem. In the blink of an eye the magic circle covered him. Not just one circle, but followed by a series of other circles appearing on the surrounding land. Seeing this, Haotri immediately shouted an announcement, asking all members of the Union nationwide to respond to my call. Large-scale teleportation me is activated. One by one, the light curtains appear, followed by armies that are also summoned in the stages. As time passed, almost all of them were present, along with masters of associations around the world. The other boy stood there quietly, looking at the people surrounding him. No one said a word and most of the soldiers were hidden behind thick masks, but their intense murderous aura could be felt. The surrounding empty land that had just been destroyed for mourning was now filled in by a series of soldiers from various guilds. I don't know how many soldiers appeared in total, but looking at the naked eye, I only see endless gold stretching to the horizon in the distance. This majestic and terrifying scene is the power of the army. World Union. And the number of troops that were summoned here has reached nearly 3 million people, an extremely terrible number that almost brings together all the soldiers in this game. The commander of this battle is still Hao Ka as he pointed straight at the wanted criminal in front of him and shouted loudly. All soldiers, all listen to my orders. Attack immediately without hesitation. As soon as the voice ended, a series of soldiers holding weapons rushed towards the dangerous criminal like a moth to a flame. Until this moment, the cold boy let out a frustrated sigh. That sentence is still his familiar action when clutching the wooden stick. Immediately the ray of destruction cut through the army so large that it could not be seen clearly. That power easily swept away the elite soldiers and they were unable to resist. This is indeed just one person, but it can sweep across thousands of troops. This terrifying power of the master has made the soul of the two-headed dragon bewildered. It's not over yet because this time the guy intentionally limited the stick's energy, so the attack still couldn't kill all the soldiers. Maybe he doesn't want to use one move to wipe them all out and instead slowly play with them. So the scene that was both shocking and beautiful kept happening here when a series of soldiers were destroyed. They were almost unable to resist the sheer power of that stick and the two-headed dragon was scared and remembered what he said earlier. Just now he was worried and said that people standing alone are weak, but gathering in such large numbers is really worrying. Yes, that's common sense in the world. Even the strongest U-drop monster cannot fight against thousands of people at the same time, not to mention that the opponent is not an ordinary character but a world association. It's a force that gathers soldiers all over the world. Even if it mobilizes the Uranus army, it will obviously fail miserably. If that's true, then escaping here is a reasonable choice. That's what Yuru imagined, but in reality it seems a bit contrary. The first soldiers were destroyed, followed by the brave army of the cross, which did not attack and did not retreat. Their leader held his beautiful, precious sword and confronted the criminals. They possess incredible speed and extremely powerful weapons that can easily wipe out many enemies. But facing them now is a criminal who is both mysterious and powerful. What will the outcome be? Of course, the criminal did not flinch but even smiled happily. The ray of destruction from that boy easily swept away the army of the cross. Everything is just a tragic word now when the human soldiers are completely weak and cannot cause any damage to that guy. The strongest witch of the royal family presiding over the Holy Land, the girl Arakataba, is also trying to gather magical energy. Their group of people gathered together to form a formation floating in the sky and simultaneously cast magic. The magical energy quickly attracted the attention of the young man on the ground. Until he raised his head to look and discovered that a magic circle had appeared on it from some unknown time. Seizing the opportunity, the witch Arakataba loudly ordered, "Very well, please activate the magic to bring down the ancient magic for me." As he finished speaking, the magic circle above the boy's head began to rotate and glow. This new and beautiful scene made him stare in bewilderment. In an instant, the destructive light of ancient magic shot straight down from the magic circle onto the young man's small body on the ground. A move containing ancient magical energy that light witches banded together to perform. Feeling the dangerous aura gradually approaching, he softly opened his mouth and praised, "This is the name of magic. Then we also have to name our move." While muttering, he casually swung the wooden stick. "Haha, this is the new name of this move, which is slashing." One slash easily destroyed the magic circle above his head. The magic circle possessed a strange energy as if each piece of porcelain was breaking apart, making a cracking sound. Until everything disappeared, the witch Arakataba screamed in horror. "Oh my god, ancient magic already. The royal family's ancient magic is so weak, so why not prepare the next spell?" Immediately, the people around followed the captain's orders and cast magic. While converging their energy, they looked towards the criminal and discovered that he was once again holding a wooden stick. This time it's a downward slashing move. In the blink of an eye, the destructive light slashed straight down, aiming at the witch's army. They were as weak as insects that had been blown away without being able to resist. This was a battle between one man and 3 million great soldiers. The outcome of the battle could not be said to be overwhelming but tragic. The World United Army with 3 million soldiers was completely destroyed. Until this moment, the captain of the World Alliance Team Hauke was almost as dumb as a soulless corpse, sitting still in the middle of the battlefield. Sweat was pouring out of his head like a stream and his mouth was muttering something like a crazy person. No way, no way, no way. Wait until the guy with the wooden stick steps in front of the roasted pig, blocking every ray of sunlight. No way, I didn't kill you, but left you to live. Thanks to you, I adjusted my strength and pretended to ignore it. Listening to the words of the terrible criminal, Hautree was bewildered and opened his mouth. What is that? Why don't you kill me? Why else? I don't know why, so I ask. Because you shot an arrow and hit me just now. The criminal's scary face made Hautree bewildered and turned to stone. And right before he could react, the wooden stick hit him hard in the head again, causing him to spit blood. Obviously, the battle that day became a hot topic for many people. On the battlefield were corpses strewn with swords stuck straight into the ground like a giant grave. Everyone, including players of this Karanto World Gem or Worldwide Gem users. Even people who normally don't care about the game. All tragedies originate from an ordinary wooden stick. The boy stood there quietly looking at his masterpiece, then suddenly the dragon's soul jumped out from the wooden stick and screamed excitedly. So it's over, big brother, it's really great. I was wondering why I didn't see you anywhere, so you went in there? At this moment, someone's footsteps sounded from behind. The boy was slightly surprised because he clearly remembered that he had destroyed everything, so he immediately turned his head to look back. In the back are a girl's legs with her shirt fluttering. The stranger's appearance made him wonder and ask, is there still one guy left? It's really annoying. At this point, his pupils will widen when he can clearly see the figure in front of him. It was a somewhat familiar figure and he probably wouldn't be able to forget it for a long time. Under the sunset of a beautiful afternoon and surrounded by corpses, the two of them met. Standing in front of him now was none other than the bastard who killed him the other day in the forest. The hated enemy suddenly appeared in front of him at this strange time, making the boy a bit surprised and unable to react. His eyes tried to open wide to confirm that he wasn't looking at the wrong person. That's right, their lips were still there like cherry blossom petals. She smiled sweetly and spoke first. It's been a long time since I've seen this bad guy. A lot of people were interested in the terrible battle, but absolutely no one knew about the meeting between these two people. The sun had fallen on the vast plain, countless swords and spears were lying on the ground along with 3 million corpses. And a drop-dead beautiful woman. She smiled with a sweet smile like the first time we met. Long time no see, hello mister. Met her again, and the guy himself was quite surprised to see her in this situation. He found this quite dramatic and at the same time quite strange. His eyes closed slightly, remembering that moment in the past. When she killed him because of her stupidity and lack of precautions. A shame he had carried for so long and a hatred that made the young man's hands clench. Maybe that's why, contrary to his current feelings, he was even more excited to see her again because. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on my lips. Saw them standing silently looking at each other in the middle of a vast battlefield until she opened her mouth with that beautiful smile. Stupid guy, are you okay? What a coincidence, haha, I didn't expect we would meet in a place like this, it looks so romantic. The young man chuckled softly and shook his head. It was just such nonsense that just by looking at it, I knew that she had come here to find me on purpose. Hearing that, the girl opposite also smiled slightly and said, is it like coming here to find you and me? Seeing that smile again, the boy felt slightly uncomfortable, then closed his eyes and answered. I want to smash your head right away, but you keep talking nonsense. You changed your hair color, didn't you just dye your hair? She was a bit taken aback, then suddenly put her hand over her mouth and laughed. Oh my god, it was so funny, but he also noticed it, huh? After I killed you, I changed your hair color just because of this hidden life goddess job. To unlock the hidden job of the goddess of life, she must kill 1,000 people. Coincidentally, this guy was the last person she killed to complete the mission. After that, my hair changed to this color. Do you think it's beautiful? The cold guy stood there watching me act. After that, he couldn't control himself anymore and let out a sigh. Then immediately swung his level 99 wooden stick forward and pointed it straight at that girl's face. Her job that changed after killing 1,000 people. Was she the goddess of life? I thought she was the goddess of death. A rose with thorns carries a terrifying obsession. She smiled and nodded. That's interesting, right? Yes, it's very interesting, you bastard. After saying something, the wood immediately hit the ground, creating a stream of energy that shot straight towards her, but she promptly jumped up and dodged. Bitch, I've heard all the interesting stories, so now you should get spanked. She looked innocently surprised and then panicked and said, oh my god, isn't everything already over? In the distance, the battlefield that had just been quiet for a while was once again covered by streams of destructive energy. Continuously using a wooden stick to attack, making a violent explosion sound, the guy still stood quietly on his face. Looking at his uncomfortable face, he probably hasn't been able to do anything yet. As expected, she kept flying in the sky and opened her mouth to say she was so sorry. I'm so sorry, I still have a lot of things to say to you. The boy was slightly surprised because he didn't know when she would appear right behind him, but he immediately reacted and turned around to attack. The terrible power enveloped her and completely swallowed her. That energy stream was so powerful that it shot straight back, cutting across the mountains before slowly dissipating. The two-headed dragon Urut now appeared happily and shouted because he had hit the target. Indeed, my big brother did a great job. Hearing the cheers, the young man also smiled and replied, it's just 3 devils, but guys like that are only supposed to show off. But suddenly his words were silenced when he discovered that in the smoke and dust in front of him, her figure was still standing there. This was quite strange and his eyes kept staring at that figure. Until the smoke and dust cleared, the ground was torn up by the destructive energy, but the girl standing right in the center was hit directly but was unharmed. She smiled comfortably with an expression that didn't have a speck of dust on it. As expected, you've become quite strong, haven't you? But at this level, I can't die yet, huh? The two-headed dragon was scared and shouted loudly, Big brother, look, that chick is alive, I saw it, but can't you take your paw out of my mouth, that dragon? The two of them were arguing loudly here and the other girl was standing still. Her eyes seemed kind and holy as she looked at the boy like a true goddess. This gesture made the dragon panic and suddenly startled when he discovered her eyes stopped on him. What is it? Could it be that she is looking at me? But how is that possible? I can't believe that anyone other than the boss can see me. The boy also noticed something strange, immediately pushed the dragon aside and said, is there anything strange? It was obvious that she had been attacked by me and was unharmed. Hearing that, she laughed and said, I told you earlier that I have been transformed into the goddess of life. Do you think a small human can kill that guy? The boy's round eyes let out a small gasp of surprise and then smiled. The guy smiled, waved the stick in his hand and asked if he was angry that he couldn't attack her. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up again at unbelievable speed. With murderous eyes, he was determined that he could not forgive this person. His target was still that girl and she was still standing still and not taking any action. But she did not have the slightest fear or confusion before the boy's terrifying power to destroy the world. A terrible explosion occurred again, swallowing her whole. He also did not give her time to continuously recover from the water, sky, heat, and earth attacks that he used over and over again. That power was an unimaginable kind of power that seemed like the entire mountain range was flattened into the ground. Each stream of energy is mobilized as if to destroy the surrounding space and destroy everything. The continent also trembled when it was destroyed so mercilessly. Even the two-headed dragon Urut, facing this terrible power of his big brother, was scared and trembled. It feels like the entire continent is shaking and at this rate, even the gods would probably disappear without a trace. But strangely, her small self, facing the terrible power, was not affected at all and still smiled and said, it won't do anything, don't try in vain. At this time, her identity changed when a pair of bird wings grew from her back, making her look like a real angel. These wings had just blocked all attacks to preserve her body. Can heal her. On that face was still a beautiful, innocent smile that was so obnoxious and obnoxious. She flew into the sky and quietly looked at the boy below. This strange incident makes the dragon, nicknamed the strongest monster in the game, feel scared. After a period of intense exercise, the boy was tired and let out a breath. She had been trying so hard until now, as if she wanted to destroy the surrounding space, but she was still unharmed, making the guy even more confused. Quietly looking at her beautiful wings, I really wanted to rip those wings off. Suddenly those wings glowed, spreading out beautiful feathers and then suddenly disappeared. Recovering her beautiful wings, she once again transformed into a normal human body and slowly landed on the ground. The feathers fluttered like cotton threads gradually disappearing in the afternoon wind. What can I do now? I feel so sorry for you. Thinking about me every day must make you nervous because you want to kill me, but just give up. No matter how much time it takes you, no matter how strong you are. You absolutely can't kill me because I'm a god, he said slowly as he walked closer to the boy. Even if you try your whole life, it will still be the same. Facing the beautiful face and provocative words, the young man was extremely calm. His eyes looked at her for a moment then suddenly closed. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, without saying a word, the guy turned around and looked back. Just like that, he turned his back to her and walked away step by step. Oh, suddenly, wherever you go, you finally give up. Contrary to her guess, the guy took a few steps, then shook his stick like someone doing gymnastics and said, I will try my best to act. If I can cut you in half, I will. When she heard that, she laughed scornfully. Ho, I said it wouldn't work, but you absolutely won't. Before she could finish her sentence, the guy interrupted her. What about this planet? His words made the laughing girl suddenly stop. What did you just say? Say it again. Hearing that, the boy turned his head and showed a scary smile. I said that if I can't kill you directly, then just destroy this entire planet, right? If so, one of them will be caught in the explosion or swept out of this universe. His crazy words made her face fall coldly. I told you so. Do you think humans can do that? Because I just said that I will use all my strength to fight, but just now I haven't helped you with all my strength, bitch. Even if it's just once or many times, I'll still try my best to destroy this planet. That's right, with the incredible power of this stick, nothing is impossible. The other girl also felt that terrible power, so she suddenly asked solemnly, if you destroy this continent, will you die with me? This is an extremely bad result that she did not want at all. So it's not a simple battle but an endless convergence, isn't it? Must it reach that level for you to be satisfied? Can you do it? Listening to her question, the guy stood still, pondering, and then said to himself, I had to pay a very high price to learn these things. Thinking of that, his lips curled into a happy smile. The truth is that in this game there is no such thing as equality. While thinking, his giggles kept echoing around him, making him look like a crazy psychopath. This is a game where there is a hierarchy of the weak and the strong. Download here the law of the jungle, live and die, the strong will win, the weak and lose is the truth. So, my dear, please listen carefully to what I say. Now it's time for revenge, you bastards. Damn, people like this girl are often mistaken about one thing. What do you think makes me satisfied, or is it suicide, you damn bitch? He said as he slowly raised the stick very high. You forgot one thing, I have nothing left to lose, dog. The terrifying smile and crazy tone of the man in front of her made the goddess of life bite her plump lips and panic. Only at this moment did she feel the threat and panicked, reaching out her hand, waiting. But before she could finish her words, the guy attacked like a ferocious beast with a stick in hand. That stick of yours didn't hit her body, but hit the ground hard. Immediately, each earthquake starting from the center of the stick spread to the surrounding land, causing the entire continent to begin to tremble. Feeling the danger covering her face, she panicked to the extreme. Although the two-headed dragon was a soul, he was extremely frightened by this situation. The one hand that caused everything on that boy's face is still a smile that makes anyone who looks at it shudder. Just a few seconds later, when the wooden stick hit the ground, the surrounding ground shook continuously and cracked into many lines. If we stand from outer space right now and look down at this planet, we will see that the whole planet is like a round cake cut into many pieces. The destructive light flashed so blindingly that it was impossible to see straight and covered the entire planet. Until the planet was swallowed by that light like a chicken egg suspended in mid-air. Followed by an explosion so terrible and brilliant that it reached the end. The beautiful, peaceful planet seems to have turned into a small, fiery sun burning in the vast universe. A blinding light carrying the beauty of destruction announced the end of this planet. At the moment the planet in this virtual world was destroyed, lines of data so confusing that they could not be distinguished suddenly appeared. At the same time in the real world, in a game store, virtual reality devices from the world of Karanto are placed. This room is where players immerse themselves in their virtual reality game. At this time, the store manager was falling asleep at the reception desk when he was suddenly awakened by someone scolding him. Damn it, what happened? The world of Karanto was thrown out and so was I. A series of players suddenly woke up, took off the virtual reality glasses on their faces and scolded them in annoyance. What the hell is wrong with me? I was fighting a monster and suddenly I was kicked out of the game. So they got angry and looked at the store manager and asked, what's going on? Is there a circuit breaker? Are you planning to operate the virtual reality room like this? The manager panicked and spoke up to advise everyone. Customers, please stay calm first. It's not like the circuit breaker or power outage is being cut off. If that's not the case, then perhaps the server automatically disconnected the connection. They were talking to each other in confusion when suddenly one of them's phone vibrated, making that person startled. Hey everyone, this is the homepage of this game. This is an urgent announcement sent to all players and the posting time was 1 minute ago. The content is that during this time the game is undergoing emergency server maintenance and is very sorry for not being able to provide normal service. The server opening announcement schedule will be announced later and we apologize for this inconvenience. Everyone who read the announcement was both disappointed and confused and it seemed like the server had really collapsed. Everyone was forced to wake up and exit the game, but at a nearby virtual reality machine that was still running. Through the glass window, you can see the silhouette of a young man still sitting there. Return to the moment a few seconds before the world was destroyed and streams of data appeared to cover space. In that dark space, the system notification rang out with the content of the game being used and accessing the world of Karanto. Synchronizing the main system, please confirm that the player in the world of Karanto version 1.7 is confirming the number of players accessing. The player currently accessing this world is a person. That announcement didn't know who it was, but when the boy opened his eyes, he was transported to a strange world with a series of data lines constantly scrolling around. He looked at this strange situation in bewilderment and then asked questions. Where the hell is this anyway? The strange thing was clearly, the boy said while raising his hand to scratch his head. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from behind, causing the boy to panic. That's the name of the planet you destroyed. This planet is known as a beautiful star in the universe. Why is that like that? Haha, a strange person with short pants and bright indoor slippers appeared right behind the guy. You know, that's my mother's favorite place. Immediately the boy turned around and looked back coldly at that man. Who are you and why am I here? Hearing the young man ask, the mysterious person who couldn't see his face clearly, only seeing his long, shiny blonde hair answered. Who am I? That's a good question. Saying this, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. With his strange face of unknown identity, he happily exclaimed, I am a god. After the mysterious man finished speaking, our guy was silent for a long time. Suddenly he shook his head and laughed and spoke. What a god, but I don't need to know your true identity anymore. Haven't you seen any black-haired girls nearby? The blonde smiled and replied, don't you see it's just the two of us here, just the two of us? As soon as the question arose, a notice board immediately appeared in front of the guy. The message content is that the user currently accessing is a person. Looking at his face, the mysterious man continued, why are you so surprised? Haven't you killed them all? That's right, that planet has been destroyed. Let's try to think in a normal way, who could survive that terrible outbreak? In that moment, all the creatures on the planet were alive. Before the man could finish speaking, the guy suddenly interrupted with a laugh. The guy's laugh made the man speechless in shock. And so the guy didn't explain his actions and just stood there and laughed like a crazy person. Laughing excitedly and cheerfully, he also raised his wooden stick in his hand, and the reason he smiled like that was because he had successfully taken revenge. After successfully getting revenge, this feels like playing gem on again, After laughing, he waved his stick again and called out, "Hey, you're out, come out here, I've finally succeeded in taking revenge." But strangely this time there was no response at all, and the wooden stick remained as quiet as ever, with no sign that Euro would appear. Immediately, the young man was confused and hit the wooden stick very hard. "Now you're out, boy, get out of here quickly, what's going on?" In front, the man suddenly laughed. "I told you, it's just the two of us here." His words attracted the boy's gaze, causing him to raise his head. That means that child in the wooden stick is not here either. Listening to the mysterious man's words, he reminded the young man to look back at the notice in front of him. Right after that, the boy pointed the wooden stick straight at the man and asked, "So who are you?" "The current visitor is someone who is me, so what are you?" "Are you NPI 11 or are you the administrator of the game, and what is this place?" Neither of them is me." At this point, the man's body suddenly wavered, along with his voice, making the guy on the other side unable to hear clearly. This flickering state keeps happening when that person opens his mouth to speak, and it seems like something is trying to keep him from telling the secret of this place. After trying for a while without being able to say anything, the mysterious man with blonde hair smiled softly and sighed. "Oh my God, the saboteur has already appeared." This time our guy heard what that mysterious guy said. As he finished speaking, right under the two people's feet, a blinding light appeared. The sudden turn of events made the young man confused, while the mysterious guy in front of him seemed to have predicted something and said something. "It's a shame, but it's okay, the fact that we met means a lot. Goodbye, young man, please help me send my regards to Shaggy Hair and Beard." The young man was surprised and panicked and exclaimed, hey wait, what do you mean?" Unfortunately, the sound he emitted did not receive any response. He could only witness the blinding light covering his whole body and then gradually disappearing. His body seemed to turn into lines of data and disappear. So the mysterious data flow appeared again, bringing everything back to chaos. A notice board immediately appeared with the message that the game had been exited. The scene suddenly returns to the real world at the virtual reality store, where virtual reality machines are placed for players. Almost all virtual reality chambers here are open and there are no players left, only one chamber is closed and still active. Suddenly the door of this virtual reality compartment opened again. Through the glass window, one could see that a young man in a sports suit was sitting quietly inside. Slowly coming out of his trance, he reached out and took off the virtual reality helmet on his head. This person is none other than the guy who received the level 99 wooden stick in our game. As soon as he woke up, he remembered the mysterious man's words and got angry and scolded him. If he was running out of words, why would he show up? What the hell was he talking about with Shaggy Hair and Beard? While wondering, the boy suddenly discovered that in front of him was sitting a middle-aged man with dark glasses and two bodyguards. He looked like a gangster boss with a long scar on his face and a bright red cigar. Before the boy could be shocked, the man slowly stood up. In his surprised eyes, he stepped closer step by step. As he walked, the old man said the boy's name. His name was Lachiko. He was 21 years old and had been playing the world of Karanto for a total of 3 months. The weapon he is using is a level 99 wooden stick. Is that true? Young man, the boy named Lachiko looked in surprise at the man in front of him and realized that he was most likely the shaggy-haired and bearded man that the mysterious man had mentioned. Looking at him, he was not very kind, and also the henchmen guarding around him made Lachiko panic and nod. Yes, that's right, but who are you? Hearing you ask, he seriously took off the black glasses on his face. Who else can I be, the one to come and take away your wooden stick? The guy with the ordinary appearance is Lichiquo, who just turned 21 years old this year. He is an ordinary college student who likes to play the game world of chess. To put it bluntly, not long ago he was still a new player, and because he didn't have much money to refill equipment, everyone looked down on him and bullied him. But until he accidentally created a level 99 wooden staff. The guy really got rid of all the names that made him unhappy. Of course that includes this damn girl too. A fierce battle between humans and gods when she possesses the profession of goddess of life. In the end, he had to destroy the entire planet to be able to destroy her. And then another guy calling himself God appeared. Suddenly he blatantly disappeared without having time to explain everything clearly. That's what happened during this time. The incident caused everyone to leave the game and temporarily unable to log back in again. Currently, in a restaurant, a series of people dressed in historical costumes and wearing black glasses like bodyguards stand guard in front of the store's door, showing dazzling signs with LED lights glowing in the dark. On the dining table are bowls of hot soup with tofu and sausage, emitting a fragrance that stimulates the taste buds. Lichiquo sat across from the man with shaggy hair and beard and stiffened his whole body while a series of people wearing suits and glasses stood around. Seeing that he was silent, the man looked up and asked, "What else should we do? Let's eat quickly. The shop owner's cooking skills are not ordinary. Eat well, this is a restaurant I've frequented since I didn't have any money." Looking back, it's been about 15 years since the company was founded in the early stages of world development. Bowl. His words made Lichiquo extremely surprised because he was the president of the Karanto world named Koidok, and these cold people wearing suits are the company's employees, including character designers, as well as the head of the sound design department and the head of the music department. When he finished introducing everyone, Lichiquo got angry and questioned, "Oh my god, you made me think he was involved with a gangster, so I was scared to death, but why did the boss suddenly the president came to find me again?" Why? I remember what I said earlier in the game room. I'm here to reclaim your level 99 wooden stick. This statement from the president made Lichiquo both surprised and confused. Looking at the boy's surprised face, the old man bent down and continued, "What's so surprising? As a game company, we have to take back any random items." Lichiquo immediately slammed the table and stood up and said loudly, "That's not an item from somewhere that you directly enhanced." Before he could finish his words, the old man's lips flickered and said 3%. 3% is the probability of success after the equipment has been enhanced to level 10, of course the later the probability will decrease. You also know that, right, young man? Facing those sharp eyes and logical words, Lichiquo suddenly didn't know how to refute. If not, then what percentage of the probability did you overcome to be able to upgrade that wooden stick? That's right, it's almost impossible to upgrade an item to level 99. Seeing that Lichiquo in front of him was silent, old man Koidok suddenly let out a sigh. "From this moment on, I will take back your level 99 wooden stick." I don't know how much time has passed. The world game Karanto is once again restarted by the publisher. Everyone was able to enter this world again, and near the village ahead was the mark of the beginning. In a certain area in the game world of Karanto, ferocious monsters are constantly growling. This is a fairly common monster in this game called Gorot, and its level is level 21. In front of the monster were 4 people forming a team with different weapons. The monster was provoked by them to attack, causing it to get angry and use its giant body to attack. A terrible battle immediately broke out. The witch in the battle summoned fierce flames to attack the monster. A beautiful rocket attack with a giant fireball carrying heat that easily melts everything it passes by. In that instant, the fireball covered the monster's giant body. The monster was in the flames of Area 7 and screamed, not knowing whether it was from pain or anger. Seeing it like that, a young man in the team was excited and shouted, "Good job, we have defeated it, let's give it another blow like this." At this moment, a girl with natural pink hair burst out with her power, causing the smiling boy to freeze. In that moment, the pink-haired girl immediately rushed forward with her fists and beautiful gloves. Ignoring everyone in the team, she rushed towards the burning monster. Seeing that, the young man was both surprised and frightened and shouted loudly, "What's the matter? As a fighter, you can't attack alone. But his words were too late when that girl had completely approached the monster, but it seemed like she was overestimating herself already. The proof is that it did not cause any damage to the monster and was even thrown into the sky. Being thrown away, the pink-haired girl gradually fell down. Below the ground, the remaining witch girl's eyes widened in bewilderment as she watched the pink-haired girl fall on her. The witch only had time to scream in panic before being crushed to the ground. Tu then stood up quickly and sang Justice Tuesday. He fainted, and honestly, 2 of his comrades were knocked down, causing this team to become extremely panicked, and they did not know that at a branch in the distance, someone is watching them. That person was none other than Lichiquo, with a cloak covering his naked body. He calmly sat there observing the other team from the moment they gained an advantage over the monster until they were defeated. This situation made the guy suddenly sigh deeply. Not knowing why he was sighing, he looked up at the blue sky with a confiding look, wondering, what should I do now? The echoing sound of chewing shattered the sad mood of young Lichiquo. The adorable Urot dragon sat behind him, chewing on his thigh meat and asking, "What's wrong, big brother? Wait, hasn't his wooden stick been confiscated? Why is the wooden stick still there? Here, and this dragon is still eating and drinking like that." In the end, what happened? Without saying a word, Lichiquo picked up the wooden stick next to him. Looking at the wooden stick, its current level is still level 99 and its durability is still infinite like before without any change. Through this wooden stick, Lichiquo remembered the conversation of the previous night in the real world. In a popular restaurant, fate brought him to meet the president who invented the world game Karanto. At that time, he firmly said that he would take back the level 99 wooden stick. This is something Lichiquo can hardly accept because it means he will lose everything he has. But the president's next words made Lichiquo feel that the bad situation could change, which was from the company's stance. According to the company's stance, we have to withdraw the stick, but our stance is a little different, huh? Choidokbi's confusing words and expressions made Lichiquo bewildered. I have directly investigated that your wooden stick is a normal item with no defects. If so, our only conclusion is not to interfere with the players again. Even if he kills the strongest monster in the game. Even though he killed 3 million people at once. Even destroy the entire planet. Or anything else is the player's freedom and is completely within the initial settings. As he spoke, he held a plate of kimchi and radish with all kinds of liquid, placing it beautifully in the bowl of soup. Chairman Choidokbi's actions and words were quite strange while Lichiquo was completely stunned and confused. He suddenly smiled and continued, "It's your right to put radish kimchi in the soup or not." Lichiquo looked bewildered at the plate of radish kimchi in front of her and then fell into thought. After a while, he slowly raised his hand to receive the plate of kimchi. The 2 of them didn't say a word as they were both lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, the store owner came out and smacked the president's head hard and cursed, "This crazy guy, don't put radish kimchi in the soup. It's so frustrating that I stayed up all night to stew beef bone broth, then he put radish kimchi juice in it and it ruined the taste of the stew." He scolded the old woman while being aggressive and left. Leaving this alone, the chairman sat sullenly like a child scolded by his mother. That's what happened, and that's why he was able to keep this level 99 wooden stick. How you choose radish kimchi juice is up to you. Her thoughts were constantly spreading, and suddenly the sound of scolding in front of her made Lichiquo momentarily startled. "What kind of fighter are you playing right now?" The young man in the team pointed straight at the pink-haired girl and cursed. "During a hunting party, playing with a team is a basic thing, don't you know, stupid? Why did you attack alone? Are you hiding from us?" The witch stood to the side and advised him to stop, but the boy was angry. "If you continue to scold me, why should I hold back? Because of this neurotic girl, this hunt is ruined. It's true that sperm is defective, get the fuck out of here and walk in a daze." Lichiquo was on the side silently listening to every scolding and cursing in their argument, and then he remembered the chairman's advice. "Choidokbi, I just want to ask you one favor. It's a bit strange to say it out loud, but the world of Karanto is a pretty good game. It's a place where freedom, romance and adventure gather in a wonderful virtual world that anyone can imagine once. Trade each other or destroy the world. Now let's hold back a little, enjoy the game slowly, what will it be like? Is the world of Karanto a place worth enjoying? Lichiko wondered. Just thinking about this, the man in front of him spat a disgusting spit at the girl in front of him. She stood there enduring the battle without saying anything. Go away dog, I will never hunt with you again. Come on, let's go, the items are also wearing trash items here, it's really confusing. After a bit of anger, they turned around and left, leaving the girl alone. At the same time, the sound in the girl's head announcing that you had been kicked out of the party also appeared. Lichiko sat quietly and watched. I didn't know what he was thinking but kept taking a few deep breaths. Adventure and romance, is this a world worth enjoying? Bullshit, this is the world where big fish eat small fish, that's right. Let's enjoy the game slowly, this is what the world of Karanto will be like. Okay, enjoy, but I will enjoy it my way and add a lot of radish kimchi juice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lichiko stood up with a scary face and brandished a wooden stick to attack. His target seemed to be the three people who just left. Their backs were still walking forward, moving further and further away, not paying attention to the approaching danger. Just as Lichiko was about to attack, a scream rang out next to him, causing him to stop in surprise. Lichiko Kin-nak turned around to look at the pink-haired girl, and at this moment she was also angry and scolded. This is a trash game, it's a crazy game. These guys are bastards with no eye for items. Do you know how powerful this weapon is? As she spoke, she sobbed loudly and sobbed loudly. Do you know how much money I have deposited into this game? Each angry scolding and her face full of tears made Lichiko stand still in place. Her appearance now reminded him of himself in the past. There is something very similar, and this situation is very familiar. At the same time, everyone looks down on them just because their weapons don't stand out. How similar this world is. Time has passed but some things have not changed, and in front of him is the image of his old self. I don't need anything else. I won't go to any hunting parties from now on. I'll go hunting alone, scream loudly, she cries, then slowly leave. It's a strange feeling, even though Lichiko remembers it now, he doesn't know how he spent those days. Out of her thoughts, as soon as she took a few steps, a growling man appeared right in front of her with a dark shadow, causing her to stop. Surprised, she raised her head, and in front of her was now the giant monster that had fought earlier. Not just one, but I don't know when many monsters have gathered around. She seemed petrified with overwhelming fear. Slowly entering the big mouth full of sharp teeth like a bottomless pit of monsters, she felt her whole body shudder. Without giving her time to react, they roared and attacked like crazy. Oh my god, why are there so many monsters here? The giant body with legs as big as pillars stomped on the ground, causing the ground to constantly shake. Their target is none other than the weak humanity that is frozen in fear. Her limbs were shaking and she couldn't move anymore, her whole body seemed to no longer listen to her words. Why did I choose like that at this time? While wondering in my heart, Lichiko immediately flew down and landed right in front of the girl, revealing his underwear in a cool way. His eyes stared at the monsters, and in his hand he held his wooden stick. Without flinching or backing down, an attack from the wooden stick was performed. The destructive power once again appeared in this vast world as if it wanted to destroy everything. Wait until the shaking sound stops and the dust and smoke begin to dissipate, then you can see everything clearly. The pink-haired girl still didn't understand anything and could only hold her head in fear, ignoring all the sounds around her. Only now, when the tremors disappeared and the sounds around her fell silent, did she slowly and inexplicably open her eyes. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes opened even wider in extreme surprise. There are no monsters around her now, only the clear blue sky is destroyed by energy, the clouds, and a strange boy. Lichiko glanced at her and thought to himself. Perhaps this is what is called sympathy and mercy. She was also confused and looked at the man in front of her. But maybe the reason is not those things either. You finally thought for a while about what Lichiko concluded. You rescued this girl just because it was interesting, huh? Looking at the boy's smile, she blushed slightly and didn't know how to react. Lichiko slowly turned around to face her. Whichever way it is, it's a bit unwise and troublesome, but... Lichiko's opening story ends here. So he smiled gently at the pink-haired girl. Hello, I'm so glad I met you. And from now on, please allow me to ask. Do you want to pair up with me to go hunting? Under the sparkling light of the warm sun, the two of them with strange fate found each other. Stunned for a moment by the young man in front of her's suggestion to team up together, the girl raised her middle finger and grimaced in response, "Fuck it, I'm not going hunting with a newbie." After that, she angrily turned around and left. Laiha stood there confused in the wind, not knowing what to say. Maybe this wasn't a very smooth start, right? Although the game has been restarted, in the real world, the talk surrounding the recent incident has not subsided but shows signs of increasing. Everyone, regardless of age, male or female. Whether they are riding the bus to work or sitting in class. Even when they return home from work. Until late at night, my eyes were still glued to the screen to read information about the recent incident. The problem also arose from there when the world's concern became increasingly greater. People also call that special day by that name, the end of the world. Debates in the gem community around the world take place continuously and become fierce and fierce. They began to investigate the first massacre with 800,000 people losing their lives, the second massacre with 3 million people, and the third with the destruction of all of the world. What was the identity of that person? The multi-personality serial character is a fighting god. Then they called him the strongest man in the world of Karanto. Of course, there are people who agree with this name, but there are also many people who oppose it. There is no such thing as the strongest person in this game. If it's not the game's fault, then it's a bad idea. These opinions have come out and many people agree and think that this opinion is reasonable. That's right, how can 1 against 3 million be possible? This is not a number that can be modified or controlled with normal abilities. This type of junk news should be eliminated and blocked. People began to transform into the embodiment of justice and then created a wave of movement to block AI Pi, delete characters, block gem accounts permanently. They used every means to put pressure on the game company to ask the world of chess. Karanto must handle the problem immediately. Thus, everyone's concern is almost directed towards the response of the Karanto world, and as they expected, the Karanto world has issued an official announcement regarding this incident. When this message appeared, all the keyboard warriors excitedly sat at the table preparing for a life-or-death battle, ready to use saliva to kill the game company. The few lines of announcement that the game company released were basically, "Hello everyone, the person who has recently become a topic of discussion is a very ordinary player. Oh no, it seems like there is something wrong with the initial prediction." When you read the next line, that player according to the investigation results is not the one taking advantage of the game and that person is playing according to the rules in the gem. Thus, in amazement and confusion, the debate came to an end, leaving only unanswered questions. Even in the world of Karanto, people logged into the gem and were talking to each other about that news. "Hey, have you heard that news?" The reason why the main server crashed this time was because that person couldn't believe it. There were so many people dying at the same time that this turned out like that. Everyone said that because of that, some places had problems, and it seemed like the game company also tacitly admitted it. But how does that person appear? His wanted photo is only wearing a black cloak, so we don't know who he is or where he comes from. He's truly a mysterious person and no one has an impression of him, like he's some empty name that appears to possess power that surpasses everyone else. Everyone was talking about searching, but the name in everyone's gossip was still leisurely walking behind the girl. The girl with pink hair coldly walked in front, this guy wearing shorts and a coat holding a broken wooden stick walked in the back. Hearing the sound of footsteps following her, she was extremely frustrated. But Lichiko still didn't seem to notice and instead stubbornly followed. Until finally she couldn't bear it anymore and turned around and shouted, "Hey, why does that guy keep following me?" Lichiko smiled and asked in return, "Why did we decide to go hunting together?" "When were we, you brat? I told you I wouldn't hunt with a bad guy like you, are you crazy?" The guy bewilderedly pointed at himself and asked, "What do you mean by me, and what else is that? You're wearing underwear under your robe. Clothes should not be close to the level 1 wooden stick. I don't have time to tease you, so go away quickly," and after cursing a bunch to satisfy your anger, she aggressively turned around and left, leaving Lichiko alone in bewilderment. What's going on? Am I crazy or something? I just saved you from a monster. Hearing these words, the little dragon Urot next to him raised his hand to speak. I also witnessed it just now when Big Brother saved her. She closed her eyes. That's right, at that time, facing the monsters, the girl was so scared that she closed her eyes and didn't dare to open them. So maybe she doesn't realize Lychee is the one who saved her with his power. Seeing that, Lychee called out, "Hey there, stop there, don't you know I'm strong?" But unfortunately for him, she didn't react at all. She just became more angry, stomped her feet and continued walking. Looking at Ms. Lychee's appearance, the snail suddenly became delusional. Could it be that she pretended not to know her strength? So he bounced around like a puppy wagging his tail and chasing after him. "Ladies, ladies, beautiful ladies. Can you teach me how to hunt monsters?" Using an innocent face and sparkling eyes, he said and smiled. His suggestion made her confused and confused. "Actually, I'm new so I don't know anything, please help me, beautiful expert." The pink-haired girl was already angry and wanted to scold her again, but the words master naturally made her stand still and blush. Her eyes sparkled when she heard that praise and then remembered her old teammates. At that time, she was spat at and looked down upon terribly. But because of their weak capacity, they were unable to resist. They don't want to be a team with her anymore like before. But now I'm called a master. She was fascinated with these two words and asked herself and smiled. The little dragon Uru hovered to one side in confusion and asked Big Brother what he was planning to do. He. If we act like pretending to be weak to hide our strength, we must first appear weak. What is hiding the power? This is hiding the power that Big Brother said at that time. Before the little dragon could finish his sentence, the girl didn't understand why she was so mad that she screamed loudly. It shouldn't be too difficult, because experts are supposed to help those who are weaker, she said, smiling saintly. Right in that split second, the system notification rang out with a friend request from Lady Lop for the hunting party. "Okay, I have to help you this time, but with this old person's body." After receiving the friend request, Lychee finally saw her information. Her name was Lop, her profession was a fighter with a level of level 24. So after a difficult time full of difficult words, the two people finally decided to team up and go to the starting dungeon near the village ahead. Very soon they met the first monsters and there was a fierce battle. The strong girl with her gloves easily blows away giant monsters. Their appearance is both fierce and large, but in reality they are just level 4 bears and rabbits. Oh my gosh, a level 24 girl is torturing level 4 monsters, so of course she can easily defeat them. However, the bear and rabbit monsters here are a bit crowded, so after fighting one monster, another monster will get mad and rush forward. A timed punch from it punched straight down, but she easily jumped up and dodged. Taking a deep breath, her body floated in midair. Then she did a beautiful flip like an athlete. Seeing this, the bunny bear screamed in a language that humans could not understand. No one understands, so no one answers it, and facing it now is a kick from above. There was a loud crunching sound along with the sound of broken bones as the rabbit hit its head hard on the ground and spewed blood. One thing is that these monsters are quite crazy. When they saw their comrades being defeated, they were bewildered for a moment but did not run away. It seems that because their brains are so poor, they only know how to attack madly and do not sense danger. Our girl is different from her appearance when confronting the monster in the morning. This time she is very confident and comfortable in performing her skills. All of you, stay alive, those rabbits, I will attack and the master is here. The battle seemed fierce, but Lychee and the cute dragon sat quietly on the side and used their tricks. Watching her fight is so beautiful, but aren't these monsters a bit weak? Lychee Ward sat quietly watching the movie while commenting. But even low-level monsters can put us in danger when surrounded by them in large numbers. When the little dragon hears that, please stop worrying. Her equipment is quite good. Is that so? That's right, her weapon alone is worth more than 10 million gold. Lychee was immediately scared by this statement. 10 million gold, is that 10 million in cash? That's right, the other weapons are also of the highest quality, totaling about 100 million gold, which is equivalent to 100 million won and about 1,900,000,000 Vietnamese dong, so why doesn't she comply? How did she get those equipment? The little dragon Urot squinted his eyes and smiled mysteriously. Of course he was a VIP. Lichiguo was stunned and then suddenly remembered the situation when that girl was abandoned by those people. At that time, she was angry and shouted and cursed, truly the type with blind eyes. Do you know how good this weapon is? Do you know how much money I had to deposit into this game? Oh my god, did she really charge that much? No, but 100 million is a bit much. Before he could finish resting, she walked up to him and shouted loudly. We're teaming up but you're just standing back and watching, so let's use that wooden stick to fight monsters. Lichiguo bewilderedly raised the wooden stick and asked how to fight monsters with this. That's right kid, you have to fight directly to get stronger. Are you going to just sit there and watch me forever? That's why I said I didn't like teaming up with compliance but didn't even have the slightest will to strive. She was engrossed in standing there preaching morality but didn't know that the rabbit monster approached from nowhere. Back. Seeing this, Lichiguo gently raised the wooden stick and gently tapped the monster's nose. In the blink of an eye, the energy erupted and the monster was destroyed and reduced to ashes. She heard a strange sound from behind and turned around to look only to discover a gentle wind blowing the ashes. So she asked in confusion, causing Lichiguo to be speechless, what is it? Could it be the wind blowing from the prison? With this girl's intelligence, there is a risk of revealing the concealment. The strength is probably 0. Suddenly, Ms. Lop's notification light appeared right in front of her. A text message was sent from someone with this content. The show started 10 minutes ago. I forgot. Why don't you go out quickly? Seeing the content of the message, she squinted her eyes and seemed annoyed. Then he sighed again and turned to speak to Lichiguo. Hey, I'm going to log out of the game for a while and come back later. Looks like it will take about 30 minutes, so practice yourself, finish your sentence without letting him react. The girl has disappeared right in front of you. What the hell did you suddenly log out on your own accord? But I don't know what kind of person she is in real life. She deposited 100 million into gems. Dragon Uro shrugged and shook her head. I don't know. Is she a tycoon? At the same time in the real world it was night with sparkling stars in the sky. In a room at the music center, the girl with pink hair after exiting the World of Cards game is being carefully done by the manager with her makeup and hair done. The bun on her head was removed to reveal beautiful, long, shiny pink hair. I don't know how much time passed before the lights of the beautiful stage lit up and there were countless cheers. The sound of the host also resonated on the stage at the same time, making you wait for a long time. Mu Sikbon is the last performance on stage today. Holding the number 1 spot for 13 consecutive weeks and it's the character you've been waiting for. Below the stage were many music fans excitedly following the host's announcement. The female solo idol is the most loved by the audience, the best singer and songwriter of the current era. And she was Miss Hana Serang. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of screaming and everyone's applause made the audience hotter than ever. A sweet voice rang out. Along with his white hands, forever his first love. Hello everyone, I am Hana Serang, the beautiful girl with a sweet appearance and a short dress appearing in the center of the stage where all eyes and lights gather. She is Han. Serang is 17 years old and is an idol, singer and musician. Her hobby that people don't know about is playing gems online. And now in the online game that she loves, the rabbit monsters are constantly being defeated. The guy rubbed his shoulders and smiled and said, starting from here before the master comes back. I should practice a little. How to practice so that I don't die. So the terrible energy from the wooden stick burst out every week or so and then was suppressed. Out in the vast universe, the faceless man with mysterious blonde hair that Lichiguo met last time appeared here, observed this world, and then exclaimed in admiration. Practicing to fight without dying, haha. This name sounds kind of cheesy, right? While whispering that no one could hear him, he turned his eyes to look at the planet below. Sounds delicious, doesn't it, Mom? Forever my first love. Hello everyone, I am Hana Serang. The pink-haired girl that Lichiguo met in real life is this beautiful girl. This year she is 18 years old and a second-year high school student. At this age, she joined the entertainment industry and went through an extremely difficult period of anonymity and little recognition. And until now she has climbed to the peak of fame to become the most famous idol, singer and songwriter. For 14 consecutive weeks, her hotness and discussion have always occupied the #1 position. Now she is being interviewed by the host. Congratulations to Ms. Haneserang, she is really good at being ranked #1 for 14 consecutive weeks. In first place this time, the sad lyrics of the song about the Little Mermaid are really touching. How could she compose such good lyrics? Facing the question was not difficult, she smiled sweetly. That's because I like to stay home alone and read poetry and even read comics. Comic book, is that why this song is called The Story of the Little Mermaid? Hearing the host ask back, she looked startled and covered her mouth. Oh my god, the manager told me no mention of comics. Haha, I'm so embarrassed. My hobbies are very childish, right? Her extremely adorable shy appearance made the host boy blush for a moment. It was just him, the surrounding cameraman and even the audience sitting in the seats were all captivated by her, regardless of whether they were male or female. That's not true. Her hobby is really very interesting. The sound of the interview continuously emanated from the TV and the interviewer sat and watched while drinking coffee. The older sister was trying to keep herself calm, but in the end she couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Oh my god, in front of the table, offering to the world, it's so fake, I know it all too well. What's the difference between liking poetry and liking comics? Damn it. Her hobby that people don't know is playing gems. It is known that Ms. Haneserang, in addition to being a singer, is very famous for her work as an actress. She signed a very interesting role with the director in this drama. That movie is called Rude High School Girl, right? The mysterious girl smiled and replied, yes, that's why I'm so tired lately. Because since I was born I have never cursed. Haha, this is the appearance of the innocent, lovely, and pure girl in the dreams of so many people, and when she returns to the world game of chess, Rontu's face has completely changed. Damn, this damn shorts guy wants to beat that guy. The leader turned around but didn't know how to open his mouth to say hello. As she spoke, she angrily kicked the ass of the guy wearing briefs. Lai Chiquo was confused and asked why the leader was questioning him. Since when did he do that? The singer Haneserang, whose gem name is Lop, grimaces ugly, answers from now on. What are you dissatisfied with? You don't want me to be your partner anymore. Li Chiquo quickly called and replied that I didn't mean that, and as everyone can see, Haneserang is the type of person who will let go of all the gossip in this game. Lai Chiquo was raped so much that the dragon Urot next to him couldn't help but speak out. Big brother, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get rid of that disrespectful girl. Hearing that, Li Chiquo whispered to his little dragon, no, I'm hiding my strength and have to pretend to be weak. Okay, now say it again quickly, Leader Lop. She shouted seriously, and Li Chiquo also stood at attention and said it again, Leader Lop. Say it too softly, say it again. Li Chiquo immediately shouted, Leader, Leader. The two of them were there talking back and forth, causing the dragon Yu child to lose all his words and feel fed up with that way. This is it. After a while of quarreling and ending with the title of leader, Lope was satisfied with his newly joined henchman walking in the monster cave. Li Chiquo walked in front while she walked right next to him and asked, Hey, have you been practicing catching too much yet? Li Chiquo sighed and replied with a dangerous look, that was a very harsh time, equivalent to the end of the world. I can't bear to see this appearance of my master. The dragon Uro is upset and the other side is training in vain, so I have to fight to avoid death. Calm down, this dragon. Haha, so you're about to get away from being a newbie, so what do you expect from here? Listen to Lai Chiquo's laughter and shake your head, Leader Lop. By the way, I suddenly remembered that I don't know your name. What is your character's name? Lai Chiquo stood still and thought for a moment, then asked, I don't know if I should say what my character's name is. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl smiled and interrupted, Don't go, from now on I'll call you Briefs for affection. It's easy to pronounce that word, but it's shorts. Oh my god, why did you even ask my name? The two of them kept talking without realizing that there was a mysterious person standing behind them. Well, it's not just one person but many people led by an old man with gray hair and beard. His eyes opened, he stared at the two people in front of him and said he had found them. His target is these two people and he doesn't know if he's aiming for Lichiquo or the lowly girl. What should we do? A man wearing a cloak asked the old man. How about gathering all the members of our guild into this dungeon? Today here we will carry out justice. Not knowing what was happening behind them, in front of them, Lichiquo and Lop encountered another army of bears and rabbits. Oh, the bunny bear has appeared, its level seems to be level 22. Okay, come on, Pokemon, no, come on. Briefs. Lichiquo immediately obeyed the command and rushed forward. Brief's opponent is now a giant bear. Underpants faced the bear and shouted loudly to scare it. The bear was also not inferior in trying to scream back to see who could fence louder. Suddenly, the fierce expression on Lichiquo's Briefs changed into an extremely vulgar expression. His speed also became slow like an old person suffering from a herniated disc. The rabbit was stunned by this action and didn't understand anything, looking at the wooden stick, so he slowly approached it. Until the wooden stick gently touched its hair. That's right, that's literally just touching a hair very lightly. Yet the terrifying power it revealed made the rabbit feel like it was hit on the head by a 1,000-ton heavy object, spraying fresh blood. The rabbit did not understand anything and fell into a coma and fell miserably to the ground. Its giant body slammed down hard, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. But looking at the health bar, there's still a little bit of health left and this rabbit hasn't lost its life completely. Lichiquo looked bewildered at his achievement and was surprised to realize that it was still alive. So the guy happily put a smile on his face, his technique of fighting without dying was successful, hee. Seeing that, Ms. Lop walked up to the side and happily shouted, I've already beaten one, our Briefs are getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, from afar, a terrifying murderous aura emerged and a sharp knife shot out. Although this girl was not too strong, she was also not ordinary, so she immediately recognized the sound of tearing the wind. Without hesitation, Tyre grabbed Lichiquo's collar tightly. Then she pulled Lichiquo aside to avoid the tip of the knife and took advantage of the opportunity to kick the blade, causing it to shoot back to where it came from. On the other side, the owner of this blade, the old man with gray hair but still miserable, calmly grabbed his blade. This counterattack of hers was quite official because it caused a cut on the old man's face while he smiled. The old man put the sword into his sheath and said, That's pretty good, isn't it true that the equipment has increased, right haha? Suddenly being assassinated, she got angry and shouted, Who are you? Hearing her question, he walked forward with his cloaked subordinate smiling. Ho, you've already forgotten my voice, why are you hurting me? This old man is Mr. Kim, the leader of the Halasan group. And the guys walking behind him were members of the Halasan group. They completely followed the old man's orders and are currently all staring at Lop as if they were looking at delicious prey. Hearing what he said, she was surprised and shouted, Halasan. Yeah, long time no see, girl. As he spoke, he pointed his finger forward, What are you guys still standing there doing? Let's all salt it for me. So immediately the minions pulled out their weapons and rushed to attack Miss Lop. Lop did not panic but instead turned to instruct his Briefs, Hey, these Briefs are very dangerous, please hide behind. Let me take care of these guys. She immediately took a stance and prepared to attack. In front of her are fierce men carrying sharp weapons, while Lop only has black gloves on her hands. Lop's clear eyes opened wide, staring at every movement of the Halasan group in front of him. When she finds the right opportunity, her small legs move quickly. A beautiful spinning kick that easily hit the face of an oncoming man, sending him flying backwards. She looks weak, but when she attacks, she is really strong and extremely powerful. Borrowing that bastard's body as a springboard, Tai jumped up high. The surrounding guys panicked and the girl spun around in the air with a familiar look. She immediately threw herself down and used her ultimate technique. A terrifying kick combined with perfectly equipped shoes, and this is Long kick. Even though the Halasan people were very large and very ferocious, it didn't seem to cause Lop any trouble at all, while Lop secretly gave them a Lichiquo and sat silently for a while. Corner to watch plays. What happened suddenly? I don't understand anything, but the overall situation is still within expectations and she can still control it. According to the current situation, the child kidnappers called the Halazen gang have been quarreling with Lop since before. Even though they have fought several times until now, Lop still wins overwhelmingly. Yet that old uncle didn't know what it was to give up and still sought revenge. That's the story, right, and it's almost like that. More importantly, those guys are really weak. How could one person just pass the 20th pass but Lop couldn't catch them and was beaten to death? Oh my god, the dragon Urot also laughed in agreement. Having said that, he still rushed forward very aggressively. The henchmen on this side were beaten to death, but the old man still calmly stood there with a mysterious girl next to him. Looking at his subordinates being defeated, Mr. Kim was not worried but smiled happily, just as planned. Now she has let down her guard, so she just slowly took action. Hearing that the mysterious girl with her hands Chan Lin next to me smiled and replied yes. In that blink of an eye she was gone. By the time she reappeared, she was standing right behind Lop. Her hands gently extended to reveal long claws. Cho Ve looked at this woman in amazement and wondered in her heart, what is going on? Is she raising her empty hand? Is she planning to fight a duel? But maybe it's not what Lop thought when the mysterious girl softly uttered the two words, steal. In that split second, something strange happened with a blinding light that made everyone unable to see clearly. Tyre instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes. But at this moment she discovered something that made her eyes widen in horror. Oh my gosh, where is the bare fist? What's going on? It turns out the bare fist, the weapon that she had spent a lot of money on and was wearing, suddenly disappeared. In front the mysterious girl grabbed Lop's bare fist and smiled, oh my god, she has a good weapon. Looking at this weapon, are you from a rich family, because this is a silent fist worth 10 million gold coins? On the side, Li Chiquo opened his mouth and asked his mother, what skill was that? The wise dragon Urot explained that it was a skill stolen from some thieves' organization. This skill can help the user steal the opponent's weapon. But strangely enough, it's definitely not a scam, right? Li Chiquo seemed unconcerned and sat with his back against the cliff, so whatever he did, he had nothing left to be stolen. The only things he had left were his briefs and his robe. The dragon baby Kan Nin stood still listening to these words. Isn't that right? All I have left is my briefs, my robe, and my wooden stick. Just at that moment, Li Chiquo turned to look at the wooden stick and then remained silent. An embarrassed smile appeared on his lips. Haha, he forgot about the wooden stick. So for some reason, the guy holding the wooden stick stood up, making everyone pay attention. Then, in front of everyone's surprised eyes, he panicked and grabbed the wooden stick and ran away. Old man Kim breathed a sigh of relief and said, now I realize that there is still that other guy who is so troublesome. Just send him away, let him go, just look at him and you will know that he is just a beggar who has nothing. What is there to get? Mr. Kim's wish was to leave that guy alone, but the girl with the elf ears stared at the fleeing guy without saying anything. Looking at his appearance, there really is nothing left to steal. But for some reason, she felt extremely excited and smiled pervertedly. In the blink of an eye, the silent gloves suddenly appeared on the old man's hand and the girl turned and said, you don't know, Captain. It's inherently more interesting to rob people who have nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, she teleported and appeared right in front of Li Chiquo, who was running away. Hello my love, where are you going in such a hurry? Honey, tell me where you're going. Honey, your voice is coy but your face is full of scary savagery. Li Chiquo suddenly panicked and didn't know how to answer, but the other girl raised her hand. It's very possible that based on that skill, she can steal the wooden stick, so Li Chiquo somewhat panicked and said to herself, absent-mindedly, in this situation, this is not the time to hide her strength. Where are you? Compared to losing the wooden stick, revealing one's strength is insignificant. So without saying a word, Li Chiquo swung his wooden stick and attacked. The destructive light flashed and then suddenly disappeared with the wind blowing away the cloak. This sudden incident between the two made everyone around them glue their eyes to observe. This old man seemed quite confident in the girl's abilities, so he was completely calm and enjoyed watching the movie. Even the baby dragon Urod was completely captivated by the battle. The dust and smoke gradually cleared and Li Chiquo's figure still stood there. But the more terrifying thing was that he didn't have any wooden sticks left in his hands. Oh my gosh, now he's completely empty-handed and the wooden stick has disappeared. The destructive light that flashed just now disappeared without causing any damage. On the tortoiseshell, her purple lipstick smiled like a witch. Haha, first of all, this stick will belong to you, honey. Damn it, what should I do, Lichiquo? At that moment, Lichiquo's heart felt like it wanted to fall out, but the soul of Urot escaped from the wooden stick and attacked his spirit into the girl's mind, causing her to fall to the ground in shock and throw the stick away. Lichiquo stepped forward coldly and picked up his wooden stick. Uria's soul had resisted the enemy's command and possession of the weapon had returned from the enemy's hands. In the blink of an eye, Urot once again escaped from the wooden stick and cursed, truly speechless. That's nonsense, you intend to own me too, besides Big Brother, no one can take me away, that bitch. This human being who doesn't know who I am really deserves to be beheaded. Urot was extremely angry and Lichiquo suddenly placed his hand on his head to reassure him. Uro was embarrassed by this intimate action and hesitantly spoke up, waiting for Big Brother. On the other side, she was lying on the ground breathing out a breath of fear. Her whole body trembled as if she had just faced something terrible. Oh my god, what was that? If it was an illusion, it would be too real, because just now she really encountered an extremely giant monster and that was none other than the true body of the two-headed dragon. You drop. Seeing his subordinates suddenly let go, old Kim got angry and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly kneeling like that and forgetting what you have to do?" She suppressed the fear in her heart and struggled to stand up and replied, "How could I forget, I'm also a high-level mercenary and after receiving money, I have to work properly." At that moment, the sound of wind tearing and murderous intent appeared right behind her, making her stunned. But her skills were also extraordinary when she quickly bent down to avoid Lop's kick. Tai got angry and shouted, "Give me my weapon, this thief." Seeing that, the purple-lipped girl smiled mysteriously, "Oh my god, did you make such a ferocious attack on your pet's soul? But it seems like you made a mistake. Your weapon is on the other side." The purple-lipped girl's words shocked Lop and he realized that his gloves had been in the hands of the old bastard for some time. Oh my god, these guys are so fucked up. All of you should die. Lop was angry and roared, preparing to attack again, but for some reason, her words suddenly fell silent and her eyes gradually lost consciousness. It turned out that Lichiquo's wooden stick had gently touched her hair. In an instant, she fainted and fell to the ground. Lichiquo coldly held the wooden stick and said, "This is my secret weapon, the way to fight without dying." Your actions make everyone confused, honey, what are you doing? Aren't you two on the same side? Why did you attack her? What else? Because I have to hide my strength. What does the purple-lipped girl mean by hiding her strength? The answer appeared immediately with a terrifying energy that swept across all the people in the cave. Her short hair was blown away and when the smoke cleared, my companions in the Holosan group were all falling to the ground. The purple-lipped girl was speechless and then burst out saying, "Oh my god. Damn it all, no one is left alive, not even that old bastard." Her voice suddenly became strangely shaky and she tried to put a smile on her lips. "What's wrong, honey? Is all this caused by you, honey?" She immediately replied that it was a wooden stick that poisoned her very hard inside. "That's right, it's because of me, bitch." She was beaten until she bled, then lost consciousness and fell to the ground when only a dot of blood remained. I don't know why, but in reality, he used his secret weapon of hitting without dying to save a little bit of health for this bitch. "Hey you bastard, luckily I'm an old mat that spread out a lot so my spirit is a bit strong you know." She just forced herself to use her remaining consciousness to listen to the scolding. Lichiquo said while holding the wooden stick tightly in his hand. "My spirit is very strong, but just now because of you, my heart broke out, you bitch." Bringing the guy's wooden stick with a fierce face, he brought it down once more on the girl's head. Looking from afar, the entire cave dungeon was swept away by an explosion and of course those Holosan people couldn't completely replace it. I don't know how long has passed under the warm sunlight. Miss Lop. I don't know how long has passed under the warm sunlight. Ms. Lop is lying still on the grass. Her eyes slowly opened and her consciousness gradually became calm. She immediately panicked and sat up, looking around cautiously. Seeing that, behind a nearby tree, Lichiquo asked her if she was awake. Hearing his voice, Lop, who was listening to music but didn't understand anything, asked if the briefs were you. That's right, he was still wearing briefs and a robe, sitting with his back against the tree and gnawing on thigh meat. Where is this place? Where are all the Halazans from just now? In their shorts, while eating Lichiquo, they answered that there is a field near this dungeon, so they all returned there earlier. What do you mean when you come back? Lop was extremely confused. Why did I suddenly faint? Why did I suddenly faint? At this moment, she noticed the gloves were back on her body. These are indeed her gloves called hidden bare fists. It was clearly stolen by that old man, but why did it appear here? Was he so kind that he stole it and gave it back to her? Suddenly Lichiquo stepped closer and said, that group of people is called the Halazan group, right? Tell me everything about those guys, he said with a very quiet face and a strangely serious tone. Lop Girl was blushed by his appearance and didn't know how to respond. So she got angry and pinched Lichiquo's cheek really hard. Why do you suddenly act like this? Do you want to die? But after finishing, her cheeks turned pink and she laughed softly. But I know, let me tell you, it's because of me that you got caught up in it. Briefs, I asked, have you heard the name Mr. Linjie? Lichiquo was confused about what he was repeating, but what was that? The girl hadn't answered yet, but the beautiful dragon next to her answered instead. Mr. Linjie is the shortened name of the game Mr. Linjie. How do you know that's so good? I'm just a character in the game. Haha, of course I found it on Kiki Media. The age of the users who play the game Mr. GA will be the main customer of the overpaid guide business model, and in key games capital resources will be the strongest class. The little dragon on the side explained a series of things that made Lichiquo not understand anything, but fortunately Lop told him briefly for him to understand. In short, it is a group of people who spend billions to deposit into the game, which is also Mr. Linjie's characteristic. If so, then those guys in the Halasan group, yes, all of them come from Mr. Linjie. I accidentally found this bare fist at the auction a few months ago. I don't know when the Halasan group didn't come and want to snatch this thing. But they're just old-fashioned uncles, so of course I won. But why did you bring this underpants? Did you steal it from them? Finally, she asked the heart of the story, making Lichiquo momentarily not know how to answer. Well, they just left it and left, maybe they forgot, that's probably it. The answer was both hesitant and uncertain, and this reason also made Lop not understand. Okay, even though I don't know what happened, they will definitely come and take it again. That boss with dark lips is no joke. Hearing that, Lichiquo raised his hand to touch his chin in thought and asked, yes, there's something strange, why do they aim so hard at that weapon? Tyre didn't hesitate to answer, isn't it obvious? Of course, because this bare fist is worth more than 10 billion gold coins, equivalent to 1 billion in cash. That's what's strange, those uncles spend billions every time they spend money, but now they're holding on to a weapon that's only worth 1 billion won. This guy's words immediately startled Lop. Surely there is some reason that we do not yet know. Soon it became night in the game world. This house is the base of the Halasan Association. At this time the house's lights are still on. In the room, someone's blood splattered. It turns out that Kim was the leader of the Aloe gang that attacked Lop in the morning. He is currently helpless and in pain after being attacked by someone. Too much blood flowed out and the old man fell to the ground, and facing him was a man with blonde hair and a red robe like a king's. The old man was scared and screamed and begged, "Boss, I'm sorry, please give me one more chance." The man standing in front of the old man wearing shiny golden iron armor remained silent and did not answer, then loudly scolded him. "Shut up, you piece of trash. There is no more time to delay, your task must be replaced by the other 4 heavenly kings." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of several people's footsteps could be heard from behind, making the old man look there in bewilderment. A few people walked in and looked at the situation in the room and burst out laughing. "What is this? You still haven't been able to handle that? Oh my god, it's serious. I've already handled 3 cases. These three people are all wearing precious jewelry and lavish equipment, and they are none other than the other three of the four heavenly kings. This guy, whose full name is unknown, is the second person in the Four Heavenly Kings Association of Halasan with a deposit amount of 1.7 billion in the game, with a one-eyed man, and I spoke up. At first the big brother refused. Let that guy join us as the Four Heavenly Kings. It's really bad to only deposit 100 million in the game. That's why I told you from the beginning that I had to get rid of that useless guy, but big brother still felt sorry for him. This man with elf ears and shiny golden hair is the one in charge. Three of the four heavenly kings of Halasan with game deposits of 1.4 billion. The other guy with wolf ears on his head is silent and says nothing, and this guy is the leader of the four heavenly kings of Halasan with a game deposit of up to 2 billion won. The one-eyed man in the blue coat sat down next to Mr. Kim, making him panic. Even in combat, you're too gentle and you recruit mercenaries, that's why you failed, old man. This old man's mercenary is the girl with the robbery skills. Suddenly, the leader of the four heavenly kings with wolf ears spoke up, making everyone shocked. Okay, let me accept this mission. This person's white hand gently placed it on his hair and revealed his face. It turns out she's a girl with a tough voice, that kind of silent fist. I can bring it back in just half an hour. Listening to them talk, the mysterious boss with his face hidden in the darkness suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter grew louder and became more savage, like a beast. Ha ha ha, very good, I am the king of the Halasan Association. The amount of money he deposited into the game was an astonishing 12 billion. So he magnanimously ordered, well done, let's show them the fear of the Halasan group. Hearing this declaration from the old man, everyone turned their faces stern. She is the leader of the four heavenly kings with cold, unwavering eyes. This guy stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking hungry for a new battle. The last one-eyed man smiled happily and the bloodbath officially began. But in contrast to their crazy appearance, somewhere the guy they want to take account of is leisurely poking his nose with his hand. Oh, what the heck, he picked his nose and walked into the Halasan Guild's headquarters. Everyone in here stood in bewilderment, staring at the mysterious guy with the briefs who had just appeared. Lai Chiquo suddenly picked her nose and burst out laughing with tears in her eyes. Haha, dumbfounded, what a bunch of brats, haha, what kind of bloodbath festival is there, haha, the four heavenly kings sound so funny. His appearance immediately made old King stare in confusion and then coldly speak. Who the fuck are you and where did you get here from? Faced with his scary eyes, Lai Chiquo picked his nose and replied to this brat, guess what? Then, after picking his nose, his hand gently flicked it, looking extremely dirty. If you guys keep coming to bother Leader Lop, I have to have a hard time hiding my strength, especially this time again to get away with this matter which I have worked so hard to explain. The royal prince is so funny. Let's stop fighting and let's end it quickly, Lai Chiquo said, smiling happily. Facing him and listening to what he just said, old King suddenly sighed and then roared. You're such a crazy bastard who doesn't know whether to live or die. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining three of the four heavenly kings immediately rushed forward with their terrifying weapons to attack Lai Chiquo. Their eyes glowed like monsters seeing prey. However, they didn't look at Lai Chiquo because just looking at his poor appearance, they knew he didn't have any powerful weapons or equipment to be wary of. Faced with the danger that was gradually approaching, Lai Chiquo was not afraid and gave a small, incomprehensible smile. At that moment, the ordinary wooden stick in his hand swung out gently. The destructive power it radiated was terrifying and completely covered two of the four heavenly kings. Those two guys screamed in pain and each outfit on their bodies was tragically destroyed. From the outside, the house where the Halasan Association is headquartered seems quiet. The surrounding jungle is also quiet with only the occasional sound of insects chirping. Suddenly someone's footsteps rang out. A figure with a staff appeared gradually walking towards the house, and this person walked while humming the melody of a song. Inside the room, the leader of the four heavenly kings went crazy and attacked with his sharp claws. Outside, the girl was still walking and singing. Inside, the wooden stick hit the head of the four heavenly kings directly in the stomach, causing him to die. The splash of blood and facing the destructive power of these people's sticks was nothing. The scene moved outside the garden to a girl with pink hair and red lips like cherry blossom petals humming the melody of her favorite song. Lichikuo easily defeated everyone. The melody grew louder and came closer and closer to the house. Until the headquarters of the Halasan Association in front of us exploded, emitting a deafening sound. The girl stopped singing and stopped again. Looking at the beautiful red scene in front of her, the shop assistant's lips parted slightly as if surprised. Then, on these lips, a smile appeared as gentle as morning flower petals. Why does her appearance suddenly seem so familiar, along with that heart-shaped staff? Oh my God, is this the damn goddess of life that was destroyed last time? Inside the building that had just been hit, the roof of the Old Man King was angry and roared, "Listen clearly, all members of the Halasan Society, please attack me." So the remaining soldiers of the Halasan group rushed forward like moths to the fire. Seeing how crazy they were, Lichikuo suddenly smiled happily. The guy held a wooden stick in his hand and said, "If you guys want to kill me, this is not enough. Bring 300 people here, maybe they can touch me." As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled and attacked with his briefs and tattered robe. The wooden stick looks ordinary but carries incredible power. Whether it was the 4 heavenly kings or these soldiers, they were defeated without exception. After many battles that happened today, Lichikuo was able to partly control the power of the wooden stick so that the power it unleashed was not to the point of destroying the continent or this planet like other times before. Therefore, he also relaxed and enjoyed the feeling of fighting. Although the battle is still one-sided when all opponents are easily defeated, it's still fun, right? No one can stand firm in the face of this power that destroys heaven and earth. Even the 4 heavenly kings were destroyed, let alone the humble soldiers. They were as weak as straw being plucked and thrown to the ground while Old King stood frozen in place. His face began to show fear and a bit of shock. At this moment, Mr. Kim walked up behind him and whispered, "Big brother, big brother. Big brother, run away. If you don't run, the whole team will be destroyed." Old Man King gritted his teeth at this suggestion without saying anything. He thought about it for a long time but still couldn't understand it because except for this guy and his subordinates, all the members of the association had paid millions into the game. Even the weakest new member of the guild has deposited more than 10 million krone into the game, even the 5th largest guild cannot underestimate them. But no matter how much money was thrown here, the disastrous outcome before him still made Old King panic. After all, what is that guy and how can he be so strong? He thought to himself and didn't realize why until he was startled by the recent news. Could it be that he is that guy? The name of the devil in everyone's rumors who destroyed the entire planet. Once again looking at the mysterious young man in front of the old man, King suddenly felt weak in his arms and legs. Oh my God, there's no way it could be him, he's wearing briefs and has a wooden stick. Let's talk a little about this old man, King, the big brother of the Halasan Club. The first time he played computer games was in 2nd grade. The games at that time weren't as epic as they are now, players only had to do things like cloud gardens to increase their limit, but there were no missions or raids. But just that is already very interesting for 9-year-old King. When that child secretly plays games with his parents all night and is discovered, he will be scolded. A childhood memory of going to internet cafes all weekend with friends to increase his ranking. The years gradually passed without leaving any person behind. As he grew older, he had to face many things and King was also swept away by the storms of life. His worries about everything made him no longer have time to play gems. Until he suddenly remembered the past and suddenly regained consciousness, he wanted to live a life that was not busy anymore, but by the time he realized it, he was already in his mid-40s. Meanwhile, in the executive room, Director King sat thoughtfully at his desk. Currently he is the CEO of a company with high authority and a lot of wealth. At this moment, a subordinate ran into the room excitedly and shouted with an old computer in his hand, "Boss, boss. I found it, it was very difficult, sir." Until he realized how quickly time passed, he wanted to give himself a special gift for living harder than anyone else, that gift is called memories. The two of them sat at the desk with 2 old computers and the subordinate asked in confusion, "Boss, why do you have to open this antique computer? You can play online games again. It's more advanced, King is upset when he hears that, but luckily you idiot, this is called emotion. It feels like returning to childhood. It felt like accidentally meeting my lost first love again. Whether it's childhood or late afternoon, the feeling is still the same as the first day. With endless anticipation, he began the journey to find his childhood. But the cheerful smile on her lips suddenly stopped. Those lips gradually lowered and lowered, until it completely closed and there was no longer another smile. That feeling was still the same as the first day, but what changed with the ups and downs of the years was not just him. Return to the present. In this game, a series of Halasan soldiers are destroyed. Lichiguo alone swept through everything with ease. That power brings destruction that the people here cannot resist. So at this moment, the will to fight in the king's heart had been completely extinguished and he stood bewildered like a statue on the spot. His face was as dark as ink with drops of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Now there is nothing left of this headquarters and it has been destroyed and left in ruins. Lichiguo finished defeating the last soldier, holding a wooden stick on his shoulder and saying, "It's almost like we've taken care of everything and now there's only 2 left, right? Huh." As he spoke, he looked towards the 2 of them and smiled, making them panic and fear. This old man bowed his head in thought, not daring to look straight at the young man in front of him. "I'm finally scared, but maybe it's too late." Haha, these Linjie uncles were tragic until the last moment, so why do you guys take equipment from other players, you wealthy nobles? What are you guys doing like that for? Now I have to spank each of you. Lichiguo said as he walked closer while King still stood there silently. Everything must be said until he begins his journey of sitting next to the computer experiencing childhood feelings. He kept playing all night long and then found a new door. That door is to deposit money into the game. The accumulated payment amount on the screen is now 12 billion won. That's right, the thing that changes with the ups and downs of the years is not just him but also many other things like games are a typical example. Without any other effort and with just a few clicks to pay, he could get as powerful as he wanted. He used that power to trample on low deposit users and free, paying users. Money to win. If you want to win, then pay money. That is the reality of online games. Perhaps things that are easily achieved will quickly become tasteless and boring. He abandoned the old computers of his past and went for newer ones. And then when virtual reality games were released, he quickly immersed himself in them. A new door, a new joy appears. But you can still deposit money into virtual reality games, so the old man created the Halasan Guild. This was something difficult to talk about at that time. A time that he had forgotten because he was always busy with work. They began to gather together with people who specialized in depositing a lot of money into games. And then the old man became more and more dictatorial with evil thoughts as he robbed other players. From his thoughts, facing him was a somewhat familiar wooden stick. In an instant, Lichiguo lightly tapped the old man's head. This is my secret weapon to fight without dying. Old Man King deposited 12 billion into the game and is now as weak as a dried fish vomiting blood. And then slammed her face into the tile floor in pain. Seeing his big brother being defeated, Mr. Kim panicked and called out, but all he got in response was a cold statement from the mysterious young man. The end of the Halasan festival from today will be very troublesome, so don't bother Leader Lop anymore. That's it, I'm leaving, you guys have worked hard. Lichiguo turned around and left, while Old King lay helpless on the ground, trembling. Suddenly he held his hand tightly and tried to stand up and said, "It's your house, right? Not long ago, all 5 major guilds in this world were also killed, the man who caused the destruction of all 3 million of the world guild's allies." Looking at the mysterious young man under the moonlight with a strange look, King suddenly smiled. His smile revealed white teeth that were just stained red by fresh blood. How much money did you spend? Surely you spent a lot of money to get that power, right? But you will understand. Lichiguo remained silent as he listened to him speak some crazy and exciting words. You will realize that your efforts during that time were just struggling to find something that does not exist. Old Man Kim lay on one side bewildered as he listened to these words. His eyes opened wide with surprise and emotion. Suddenly Lichiguo nodded and said, "Something about survival or struggle, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. But of course I have deposited a huge amount of money into this game. I saw him admit that the number hundreds of billions appeared in King's head. But contrary to what he imagined, Lichiquo calmly replied, I loaded 55,000 krona into that elementary warrior package, don't you think it's scary? King's bright eyes opened wide, filled with shock and disbelief. This was impossible, and he didn't want to believe the words of the boy in front of him, but his intuition told him that they were the truth. As for Lichiquo, of course he didn't care whether he believed it or not, so he turned around and left. King stood still there, slowly lowering his face and hiding deep in the darkness. 55,001 is just that for a basic warrior package. The past situation once again appeared in the heart full of emotions of the old man. At that time, there was no way to deposit money into the game with a 9-year-old child. But the strange thing is that those simple games and those hours of plowing all night long are surprisingly fun and exciting. Suddenly the old man burst out laughing like a madman, his laughter echoing throughout the space. Ho ho, he laughed even louder, as if he was no longer conscious but as if he had realized something. Listening to the laughter of his big brother, Mr. Kim, lying on the ground, not understanding anything, softly called out. Seeing that, King suddenly asked back. Hey little brother, we've gone through a few games, haven't we? Mr. Kim raised his hand to count and answered, I don't know if it was about 8 or the game itself. So the smile on King's lips became even brighter and he spoke. If so, then this game is quite interesting. Of course it was interesting. Suddenly the sweet voice of a girl appeared right next to him, causing King's smile to stop. It's interesting because this is a new game in the world of chess, right? Hello everyone, Hala-san, good evening. The girl with pink hair and a sweet heart-shaped staff smiled and walked over to introduce herself. It's been a long time since I've been here, but the base's condition isn't very good. Her appearance made King startled for a moment, but not too surprised as he let her wander around. Walking around the ruins, she showed her innocent eyes and asked, Are those things ready? King slowly nodded and finished preparing. It's done. What a nostalgic brother. I would think that from now on, even joining forces with you would end. King suddenly didn't understand why he said that, making her stay silent and listen. She was silent because she seemed a bit surprised, then suddenly a smile appeared on her lips. So why do you want to stop? As soon as she finished speaking, her staff immediately swung out, cutting old King's body in half. Fresh blood splashed and filled the space while the old man was stunned and bewildered. Seeing the big brother being murdered right in front of him, even though it was only in a game, the old man's feelings were still extremely agitated. This girl still has the same habit as last time, not saying a word but killing directly like she was killing some small insect. Big brother Mr. Kim sings loudly with his mouth but is helpless. Big brother King can't be impossible. On one side, the old man panicked while on the other side, after killing her, she stood there with a somewhat apologetic and worried face. But I can't help but worry when she smiles sweetly. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to the reason, but because I wasn't in a good mood right now, I unconsciously killed her. As soon as she finished speaking, her scepter plunged down again and stabbed straight into the back of the surviving needle. Fresh blood splattered all over her beautiful, innocent face. Even though it's a virtual reality game, the pain is quite real, so this old man shed tears. His hands trembled helplessly. Now when that hand no longer moves and hangs down, this life will also end. The girl with pink hair stood silently in the middle of the battlefield without saying a word. What people see is just a faint, mysterious smile on his lips. She suddenly remembered what Lichiquo had said earlier, that the Halazen group would end from today, and it would be very troublesome, so stop bothering the leader no more. Thinking of this, her pink hair had changed to black hair. At that moment, she once again returned to the appearance of the goddess of destiny from before. On his lips was still a faint smile, somewhat confusingly muttering, it's interesting to be the leader Lop. I don't know when the counting board will appear with the number 998.99. At the same time, the system notification sound also rang out with blood-red text, Halasan Guild has been destroyed, you have received combat experience points. Immediately, almost simultaneously, the number on the notice board kept spinning. Until it stopped, it became a plump 999. The sound of cheering and the congratulatory firecrackers resounded, making Lichiquo bewildered. Congratulations on reaching the highest level in this game. Wow, what nonsense, seeing our big brother suddenly exclaiming, Little Dragon Euro asked with concern, what's going on, big brother? Oh Dragon, didn't you hear that just now the notification system reached the highest level? Wait a minute, I'll show you the stats. Lichiquo said as he pressed his control panel, causing it to appear right before the eyes of baby Dragon Urot. The character's level is a beginner, but his level has reached 999. Staring at this number, one person and one dragon both revealed unspeakable expressions. Oh my god, a breakthrough at the highest level, I couldn't believe it. This is the world of Karanto with the number of players ranked number 1 in the entire real world. At the same time, the cumulative number of players also ranked first, revenue also ranked first, and player self-satisfaction also achieved first place. So all players agree that this is the leading virtual reality game in the real world. But this is not an easy game, so many interviews and debates broke out. Am I about to reach the highest level? Haha, absolutely impossible. The guy giving an interview in front of this TV station is a player of the Sharontu world called Lysangda, Snail. Even though players around the world work day and night, no one can reach that highest level, no matter how much money they pour into it. Level 999 levels of the Ultimate Master. Let me see if the top players around the world, including me, just hunt continuously for 12 hours. It probably takes 10 years to reach level 999. That's right, that's the reality, but this reality doesn't apply to our Lichiquo. Lady Lichiho was extremely confused, while the dragon baby Urot was excited and shouted, howling. Big Brother is the highest ranking person in the whole world. As expected, Big Brother is the best, so excited, ha. The baby dragon kept flying around while Lichiquo just stood there bewildered without any joy. Because what? Because it was obvious that until he was rejected by those people from entering the guild he was only level 7, so how could he increase that fast? But very quickly he realized the reason why. It was only natural that on the first day he got the wooden stick, he massacred about 800,000 people. Of course they were all players, and countless dungeon monsters on the way were also wiped out by him. And experience points from the world's strongest monster Urot, Karanto. We also have to take into account the experience from the Eurythm army, which is considered the most difficult dungeon in the world. The experience gained from destroying the combined army of 3 million people gathered from all the guilds in the world. And finally, the most shocking thing is the planet exploding. Everything was destroyed without a single foundation remaining, returning to chaos and being rebuilt from scratch. All these terrible events made Lichiquo become the first person in the world to reach the highest level. Looking from right below, a blinding light appeared and covered me. Lichiquo opened his eyes wide in surprise as he looked at the strange thing that happened. Wait until he clearly realized that his whole body was swallowed by that golden light. The system notification sounds again, and by becoming a cool player you will enter the transcendent space. Just as he announced his help, there seemed to be an explosion where Lichiquo was standing and he disappeared into space. The night sky is majestic with countless beautiful stars sparkling along with a mysterious crescent moon. Lop was lying alone on the cliff under that beautiful moonlight. Her face and appearance both say the words, I'm tired of seeing my mother. I'm so bored, oh my god, what should I do? The more she thought about it, the more she waited, the more frustrated she became, to the point of anger. Then she immediately jumped up and screamed. Oh my god, I'm crazy, where did that guy in briefs go? He told me to wait a bit, but the sun had gone down and there was still no sign of him. Is that all? Lop pondered again and was a little worried about that idiot. At that time, he asked her what the Halasan gang had done. What did they do? Please tell me. At first Lop didn't understand why he was interested in this, but in the end she told him. Thinking about that, she tiredly sighed. Finally, he was helpless and fell down on the grass screaming again. That shorty guy has taken care of a lot, the lady is a gentle master, so I'll just wait exactly 1 more hour. The girl here grumbles that she is in another place that she does not know, or rather, almost all players in the world do not know that this place is an island floating in the middle of a mysterious space. An island without a single fulcrum floating in the vast universe, a mysterious place that surpasses all human imagination. On the small island are somewhat broken structures, it is unclear whether anyone ever lived here or what happened. Now when the light disappeared, Lichiquo could see clearly around him and he had already set foot on this floating island. Where is this? The surrounding scenery is both desolate and mysterious, making people unable to help but be afraid. Seriously, why have I been forced to be dragged away like this lately? Even when I met that god guy, I was like this, and when I met World Director Karanto, I was also like this. I hear you covering your mouth and giggling, Big Brother is really famous. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from behind and was not at all like a normal human voice, causing Lichiquo to turn around and look back. Welcome here, child of the human world. I didn't expect you to come to me so quickly, you're so talented. The voice rang out at the same time, causing a gentle vibration of the whole island while Lichiquo stood there bewildered. The sound that voice emitted carried a mysterious magic power that made the whole space become distorted. Welcome to the child of our world who leads the transcendent players. Welcome to this place, I am the god of profession who guides supernatural players. Under Lichiquo's mesmerizing eyes, appearing in front of him is a super giant with a watercolored body. The sea seemed to be carved from jade and there were a few arms floating behind his back. This appearance of that person is no different from a mysterious creature called a god in legends. I praise the path you have chosen, child of the human world. Your efforts to go from beginner to top-level player are all worthy of respect. Hearing him say that, Yuru was puzzled and asked, what is he talking about, Big Brother, newbie? Could it be that Big Brother doesn't change his profession? Lichiquo heard the question and pondered for a moment then nodded yes. So originally my wish was to become a swordsman. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification also rang out, the player's request had been completed and the player started switching to the hidden profession. In the blink of an eye, that golden light appeared again, covering Lichiquo. Yet around him, floating glowing rocks as round as a potato appeared. On a stone sculpture, a sword suddenly rotated strongly without anyone's influence. Before Lichiquo had time to be on guard or react, the spinning stone with traces of the sword had already entered his body. Almost at the same time, the system again announced that the sword's soul had entered your body. That's not all. Around Lichiquo, there are countless stones with different symbols. As if they had discussed with each other in advance, they competed to get into Lichiquo's body, followed by a continuous announcement, the shield's soul had entered your body, and the bow's soul had also arrived. Entered your body, the spirit of the stick entered your body. The soul of the bare fist has entered your body, the soul of the spear has entered your body, the soul of the sword has entered your body. The souls of all the weapons have entered your body. Hearing this and feeling the change in Lichiquo's body, a dangerous smile appeared on her lips. His bare feet stomped on the ground surrounded by beautiful light like a god. Ah, a god who wears briefs, the karma transformation is finally complete with the hidden vocation of weapon master. Lichiquo has received a special job, all existing abilities have been increased and the distributed ability index has increased by 3 times. As soon as the announcement ended, Lichiquo's index immediately changed dramatically. A beep sounded and the change had stopped and was complete. Seeing these new stats, the dragon Yuraut panicked and screamed in surprise. What is it? The ability index is distributed at 14,985. What's with this situation suddenly happening? I don't know anything about hidden vocations and then the distribution ability stat increases by 3 times. Seeing his dragon in such panic, Lichiquo was bewildered and wondered, is that compared to the hidden profession, that increases more? Of course, Big Brother, don't you know? Originally, if the player character increased by 1 level, his ability index would only increase by 5, but now for each level, the boss must increase by a total of 15 points, 3 times more than a normal person. If there are players who reach level 999 like Big Brother, on the surface it seems like they are all the same level but in reality, Big Brother's level is 3 times higher than them. Lichiquo both understood and didn't nod, yes, that's not the case, can't you just say that in this case, boss? Why are you so calm, boss? This is such a big deal that even the game publisher has to hide it. Hearing the serious voice of the dragon Lichiquo, he finally focused his attention carefully on the board in front of him. His lips were pressed into a straight line, looking thoughtful. Suddenly showed a dangerous smile. Immediately, without hesitation, Lichiquo clicked on the plus signs behind the index to increase the index. The system notification will also appear that the ability you selected has been selected. But then the notification kept popping out with Lichiquo continuously pressing a certain index. The dragon Urot beside him was confused and wondered what the big brother was doing. I don't know why, but it's increasing the index, haha. Oh, because I clicked a lot, so it kept increasing at once. What is that? Why do you increase your ability so casually? If you increase it by just one wrong point, it will be thrown away. Having said this, suddenly the pretty little mouth of the little dragon Uru sang loudly like a sewer hole and screamed. This is crazy. Is it possible that boss is increasing all of one attribute index? It's okay. Why is it like that? Why is it that attribute? Husband died. Lichiquo used all distributable ability points to increase into a single attribute. Hearing the little dragon's question, Lichiquo smiled crazily and replied, for me, other abilities are now unnecessary, just this one is enough. That's right, I'm sure my life is over, nothing else. At the same time, in the real world, there is a skyscraper with still lit windows. The footsteps of someone running quickly down the hallway show this person's anxious mood. An employee rushed into the director's office and loudly announced that something big had happened, sir. Chairman Koidok B, who was sitting and eating soup in the middle of the night, was startled and raised his head and asked what was going on. I can't explain clearly. You have to get there as quickly as possible. That's something related to that player. Hearing this, Choidok B's eyes were momentarily surprised and then he immediately stood up. In another room where there are many screens displaying advanced data and there are scenes from virtual reality games. The employees constantly working on the computer make clicking noises. See. Chairman Koidok B stepped forward and asked what had happened that made him so panicked. Chairman, please look at this, the employee said and immediately adjusted the display screen. The chairman looked closely at the screen for a moment then suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, wooden stick guy has finally reached the top level, how cool is that? Hearing that, the employee was worried and said it wasn't about the level. Please look at what those shorts are doing, what did he do to make everyone so worried? In the screen showing the scene just now when Lichiquo and the baby dragon Urot were talking to each other, why is the boss increasing everything into one attribute? Why not? Why that attribute? Yes. What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss over this? What attribute did he increase in points that made you all so panicked? The chairman wondered. The person in charge trembled and pointed at the screen and said it was this attribute. The normally calm eyes of Chairman Choidok B, when looking at that attribute, were momentarily extremely surprised, then he suddenly burst out laughing loudly. Phew, ha 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 ha, that kid is so fun playing games, I'm in a good mood. Let's order a delicious bowl of radish kimchi soup and enjoy it. President, are you joking? Now he has no future, so how can he be interesting? If he knew that the ability he chose had no future, I don't know how angry and disruptive he would be. The chairman also understood his subordinate's worries but immediately calmed Tran Din's concerns. I've said it many times, right? Game publishing companies have no right to interfere with players' choices. But we have to prepare countermeasures. The employee sat there worried and the director said nothing but turned and left. His hand grabbed the door but his thoughts had already begun to wander. He didn't expect that he would put all his points into that thing even though he was a hidden weapon master class. Thinking of this, the old man's lips holding the cigar burst into laughter again. Choosing that attribute will be very wasteful and have no future. I'm not sure. In the virtual reality game, the main strange choice is the birth of the weakest and strongest character. At this time, in the space of transcendent divine profession, he opened his mouth again and said, listen, transcendent human player. Now is the final stage of leading and everything is about to end. I will give you a choice and you should do what your heart tells you. Now you can choose one of the superior weapons in my hands and possess it forever. The giant god's words made Lichiquo begin to pay attention to strange weapons. Sparkles are lying on his arms. Haha, there's no reason to refuse this free gift, it's amazing. The god's arms are holding many different weapons from scepters to daggers. With both bows and arrows and knight swords, which weapon should I choose? To be honest, Lichiquo wants it all, only children choose it, but adults want it all. However, it was clear that the god had said he could only choose one thing, so Lichiquo bowed his head very seriously and thought. Finally thinking it through, the guy raised his head, smiled and said loudly, "Okay, I can choose." Next, Lichiquo immediately spread his hand forward and asked with his round eyes. "Give me all those weapons quickly." The career god was bewildered by this excessive request, making him silent, not knowing what to say. It took a while for him to refuse, asking the child of humanity that I could not accept your request. And your ambition makes me angry, I will let you choose again. Without letting him finish his words, Lichiquo smiled loudly and interrupted. "Hey, you bastard, do you want to be beaten? Just give it all to me, no more talking." His voice echoed throughout the space, making the space seem to stiffen. The little dragon Urot covered his face and was extremely frightened by his big brother's boldness. Outside in the real world, the employee sitting in front of the screen also turned to stone and gasped. "Don't say anything." Chairman Koidok, who was about to leave, also coincidentally heard Lichiquo's request. His lips also opened in surprise and unconsciously let the cigar fall to the ground regardless. Looking at this expression, perhaps Lichiquo's scolding of the god of profession was something terrible, the chairman's mind could only utter two words: crazy. It seems crazy, right? The job god's cold face doesn't show any signs of shock. The system's crazy notification pops right in front of your eyes that you have made the god of profession angry. As soon as the notification ends, that god's calm face immediately changes into an angry and indignant face. Congratulations, you have become an enemy of the god of unemployment. That god immediately rushed forward to attack with weapons in his hands. Facing the overwhelming force and terrifying face, Lichiquo tightly grasped the wooden stick and spoke. "That's right, you're really stubborn, but you really want to be beaten to wake up. In the end, what will happen next, and will a terrible battle between humans and gods break out? Let's wait and see." In that blink of an eye, holding supernatural weapons in his hands, the giant god rushed forward to attack. Lichiquo's weapon was just a wooden stick that he always carried with him, and that was enough. Lichiquo originally had a chance to counterattack, but he suddenly stopped the wooden stick without attacking. In addition, because the giant god's attack range is quite wide, it seems that this time Lichiquo cannot avoid this slash. That's right, the giant axe hit the ground so hard it seemed like it wanted to destroy the whole small island. Seeing his big brother being swallowed by the baby dragon Urot, he panicked and shouted, "Big brother, what is this? Why did Big brother stop attacking just a moment ago?" After destroying humanity, the god of professions said angrily, "I didn't expect that I would have to deal with supernatural people myself, what a pity." As he said this, a destructive force emerged from under the island, swallowing half of the man's body, causing him to scream in pain. Waiting until the god was blown away, Lichiquo stood up from the rubble and smiled. The attack just now was quite painful. Is this up to each god? Haha, a confident smile on his lips, and his display showed that his health had only decreased a little, which meant that the god's attack from earlier did not cause too much damage to his body. By Lichiquo. Half of the job god's face was completely destroyed, and he just stood there making loud noises in a helpless panic. Why does Lichiquo have such terrible defense, and why is it because he increased all the points into a single stat? This index is an index of health and fitness. The capacity index is affected by the maximum blood index that restores the health bar, and also affects autoimmunity in abnormal states. An incomprehensible choice that left others speechless, but in the situation just now, it actually helped Lichiquo not get hurt at all. But the little dragon Uru still firmly thinks that his big brother is crazy for betting on such an ability index. Other indicators can be considered, but why does it have to be that ability index? Big brother, you made a fatal mistake, and that was to become a doomed character. Lichiquo heard that and wondered why. What is a doomed character? Because all of the equipment in the world of Corono has the concept of weight. No matter what profession it is, the best strength must increase. To put it simply, the big brother doesn't have enough equipment right now except for the robe and the wooden stick. Lichiquo listened bewilderedly and said, "But this is enough." Suddenly, a notice board appeared in front of the two people and the content on it was: Hidden skills complete the acceptance conditions. Condition 1 is master level, Condition 2 is physical ability index above 14,000 points, and Condition 3 after achieving the above two conditions, the damage will be overcome certain level of damage. The hidden skill has been unlocked, and this skill is called the ability to regenerate from the beginning. The ability will make you completely recover no matter how much damage you take, especially you will be completely immune with abnormal states such as poisoning, illness or paralysis, frankly, immortality. As soon as the announcement ended, Lichiquo's slightly reduced health bar was immediately completely restored by the strange energy. Seeing this situation, Lichiquo couldn't help but laugh. Why is the character doomed? Look, I need other equipment now, hee. On this side, the job god still held his half-broken head with both hands and cried out like a wild animal whose tail had been stepped on. His white teeth were clenched together to show extreme anger at being desecrated and attacked by humanity. In the end, the god couldn't help but cursed that stupid human dog. How dare you? As he shouted, his eyes shot out rays of destruction, aiming straight at the boy below. Of course, this time Lichiquo couldn't avoid it, but that ray of light punched a hole right in the middle of his stomach. I splashed and the guy fell helplessly onto the grass. The dragon baby Urot still maintained that panicked expression and shouted, "Big brother," to add more drama and pain. But Lichiquo did not lose his life. He even lay on the grass and burst out laughing. The laughter became louder and louder, making the little dragon think that his big brother was crazy. Haha, the world of Korono is truly God's game, haha. While he was lying there laughing, the hole in his body suddenly wiggled like it came to life, and every fiber of his flesh moved and began to connect. Join together. This strange and terrifying scene made the little dragon Udrop freeze and then tremble and curse in his heart, wondering if this was a horror game. It was scary all over. Hearing the laughter of that damn human, the god got mad and rushed forward. You should die, you ordinary human. At this time, Lichiquo was also able to stand up, and the wound on his chest was almost completely healed and restored to its original state. Calcium-reduced blood wall also begins to receive replenishment and recover. In the blink of an eye, the blood was full again as if nothing had ever happened. This situation made the job god go crazy, completely losing his reason and using his countless arms to continuously attack the mortal in front of him. Lichiquo just stood there, receiving each attack, happily smiling. The chimp sound signaling that the health bar is depleted and then restored keeps popping out, giving people a headache. Until finally the other god's attack stopped and Lichiquo, safe and sound, raised his face and said, "Thanks to you, old man, I have to thank you very much. Thanks to you, I now benefit in many ways, now give me all the weapons and go away." On the expressionless face of the job god, confusion appeared because no matter how he attacked, the small human in front of him remained unharmed. His voice once again rang straight into the listener's soul, asking the child of humanity that your bottomless greed will destroy you at any moment. If that day comes, then you, without letting him finish his sentence, immediately grabbed the wooden stick, waved it, and asked loudly, "If that day comes, what will I do?" It's still the same posture, it's still that wooden stick and that cloak that has caused so many terrible disasters in this game world. Today, here on the Transcendent Island, the destructive power once again appeared to swallow the giant god. The god of profession has been completely destroyed by you. As soon as the god of space was devoured and burned, cracks began to appear in the empty space around him. The cracks became larger and larger, and then the whole space was shattered like glass. At this time, the system notification sounds and then a strange light covers Lichiquo's body. The space of the supernatural is collapsing and you will be returned to the original location. In that blink of an eye, Lichiquo's vision gradually moved away from that lonely island with its spatial fault lines. In the world of Korno, a certain land where Lichiquo left is still late at night and has not changed at all. A blinding flash of light appeared like an explosion that shook space and time. Waiting until everything was gone, Lichiquo calmly stood on the grass with the same appearance as before. Nothing had changed, the only other thing was the weapons lying on the ground. Short swords of supernatural people, spears of supernatural people, bows and arrows of supernatural people, many different types of weapons from swords to scythes or bows and arrows are all available. A proud smile appeared on Lechiko's lips when he heard the familiar announcement that you had become the owner of all supernatural weapons. The game system had just announced that the beautiful weapons lying on the ground were covered by a blinding light and then they gradually disappeared. Announced that the superhuman's weapon will be teleported to virtual space and it will respond to its owner's call at any time. The smile on Lechiko's lips grew brighter and more excited. Very good, haha, this time the words are big. But at the same time, somewhere nearby, Miss Class, with her wrinkled and twisted face showing her anger, was screaming like a chimpanzee. That little guy is late again, how dare he keep me waiting like this, no matter what excuse he has, I absolutely won't let him go. The female chimpanzee growled angrily and suddenly a rustling sound came from behind her in the bushes. 2 fingers raised by someone to the head to greet. It turned out that Lechiko had just appeared and he smiled at her, "Hey, crocodile is back." Welcoming Lechiko was nothing more than a punch straight in the face. "Hey you monkey, do you want to die? You said you'd just wait a little bit but now it's already night, see?" Lechiko was beaten, so I had to hold my head and try to explain. I thought I would be able to return soon, but I didn't expect that there was something that needed to be resolved, so I... The girl angrily gritted her teeth for a moment then suddenly turned around and left. "I'm leaving you bastard." "Oh, why did you suddenly go somewhere?" Lechiko wondered, "so why not log out of this game?" "Well then you go well." Hearing the voice of the person behind her, the originally angry girl suddenly stopped with unpredictable expressions. Her lips move up and down so that people don't know if she's sad, happy, or angry, then suddenly she speaks up. "I'll be done with work at 7:30 tomorrow night, so remember to log into the game, you know. If you're late again, you're dead to me." As soon as he finished speaking, without listening to Lechiko, she immediately disappeared right in front of him. Lechiko was extremely helpless and softly lamented that she just liked to do things her way. The little dragon Urot was flying around beside him, showing a troubled face, silently thinking in his heart that he was progressing like this. What is this? Anyway, I'm going now. Oh boss, I'm also logging out of the game. Yeah, it's already past midnight outside, right? Immediately a notification asking if you want to end the game appears right in front of you with 2 options, yes and no. Uro happily say goodbye to your boss, go strong. Then Lechiko's consciousness returned to the virtual reality drill at the game store. "Thank you, customers, please remember to come again." After greeting the owner of Lechiko's shop, still in his sports outfit, he walked step by step out onto the street. Because it was late, he kept yawning as he walked, extremely tired but in a quite happy mood. "Hee, I'm really satisfied today. The Corona world is so happy. So how many gold coins will the super weapons I get today total? I think it's the first super weapon so it has to be evaluated, right? Ah yes, is it possible that it is a recalled item? If it is a recalled item, it cannot be sold." As he walked and thought, suddenly his afterglow caught sight of the food store right next to him. Because his stomach was also hungry, Lechiko planned to go in there and have a bowl of rice mixed with soup to warm his stomach. But this life is so miserable that when I look at my wallet, there's only 1 moldy bill left. Lechiko helplessly turned around and left. Oh my god, it's so sad, it's the life of a poor child. Besides, I've been at the store playing games all the time, should I work more time at the convenience store to earn a little more? Just thinking about money, something flashed in Lechiko's head, causing him to stop. The guy just stood there disagreeing as if someone had just pressed the pause button, but Lechiko's mind was racing with thoughts. Wait until you mention money and items in the game before you remember. The girl from the other class only had more than 10 million gold coins with just the weapon and gloves, which was converted into real money for 10 million won. All the remaining equipment are high-end products, totaling about 100 million gold coins equal to 100 million won, which is the value of the equipment on Ms. Class's body. That's right, in-game money can be converted into real money, just sell valuable items to people who need them and then convert them into cash. This beautiful idea just now made Lechiko extremely excited, so he immediately turned around and looked back. Then the guy used the fastest speed in his life to return to the virtual reality game store. Do you know that the virtual reality world of Corno is the #1 game in the world? I heard that in the world of Corno, there is a forbidden area, the boundary between life and death is mushrooms. The grave of all the dead, in the history of the game, it is the most difficult hunting location that no matter how hard you attack, it cannot be wiped out. But strangely enough, somehow recently that place has been hidden. That place is the Death Valley where the world's strongest monster, Korno, resides. Today this place welcomed a familiar person who had visited before. Just as Lichiko appeared in the Valley of Death, the small arm of the dragon baby Urias' soul also extended out. Wearing a polite butler's outfit, the little dragon acted out a greeting, welcoming home big brother. Lichiko completely ignored the dragon and continued to walk step by step on the ground made of skulls. The guy's lips curled into a dangerous smile and then called out, "Uro, let me temporarily owe you a debt of gratitude." Uro looked gloomy but also helplessly complied, "Yes sir, I hope you will enjoy it to your heart's content." Haha, although the last time I came here, I was blinded by hatred so I left without being able to pick up any items, but today I will choose a bunch to my heart's content. Uro was heartbroken and quickly covered his mouth in silence for his juniors for a few seconds. "I'm sorry, my juniors, I couldn't do anything hee. This place is called the Valley of Death because this place houses the most powerful and terrifying monsters of UR. Smelling the scent of humanity, they got mad and tried to pull each other out. Each giant body is as massive as a mountain with strange tentacles and mutated monsters whose shapes cannot be clearly seen, making people just want to run away with nausea. But Lichiko was not at all afraid or disgusted by these hideous monsters because in his eyes they were like paying money while walking. It's time, isn't it? Today will be the day my poor life ends. Now let's make money, and in the blink of an eye I became the richest person. This place, filled with the dry bones of humanity, is a dead village. Making a hunting ground with the highest difficulty in the world of Korono is also the terror of many players. But today, there is only one word left to describe the Valley of Death, which is annihilation. The Abyss Monster, the Monster of Life and the Monster of Despair are the three strongest leaders of the Uranus army, each of them leads many of their own monster soldiers. But no matter how strong it is or how crowded it is, welcoming all monsters is just a word of destruction. Carrying unstoppable power, and Lichiko passed this hunting ground in just 2 flights of stairs. All the monsters of the Valley of Death have evaporated. Of course, the spoils Lichiko had expected from the beginning also appeared. Countless high-value items rain down and are ready to blind any player's eyes. Lichiko silently smiled and looked at his achievements while the little dragon Urat flew to his side and praised, "In just a short time you have completed everything, you have worked hard, master." Core. What are you talking about? How can it be finished? It's only just officially begun. Lichiko said while smiling an extremely strange and perverted smile. Uro was both panicked and somewhat confused by his owner's expression. Obviously the answer appeared immediately when the fog in front of the two of them suddenly shook and changed dramatically. Seeing this scene, Lichiko burst out laughing. "If you see it, let's stop talking." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of monsters in the U-Drop army appeared once again as if they had never been destroyed. This phenomenon is the phenomenon in which all monsters in the game die after a certain period of time. Will be born again. Only a few strong special individuals, like the two-headed dragon Uro, cannot regenerate. The two-headed dragon forgets that this phenomenon exists, so when his minions regenerate again, the little dragon cried and prayed, "You guys should run away quickly, hoo-hoo." Lichiko stood among the monsters holding a wooden stick and still calmly calmed his little dragon. "Since this is the first time I've borrowed it from you, I'll be gentle. I'm so worried that I'm so holy that I'll only destroy this whole place about 100 times. So the nightmare of the monsters in Death Valley officially began and repeated until everything ended. In the past, there was a very interesting lecture at Harvard University in America. That's when the professor asked everyone about billionaire Budget, the founder of chess and also the richest person in the world. On the way home from work, even though he discovered a $100 bill falling on the ground. Even though this was a decent amount of money, he still wouldn't pick it up. Of course he did it for some reason, right? The answer is because if Bill picks up a fallen bill from the ground, it will be a big economic loss for him. The time it took him to enter that bill only took about 2 to 3 seconds, but in just 1 second he was able to earn about $150. Meaning that if he picked up that bill economically he would lose about $200. This is a great lecture and one that is appropriately sprinkled with humor. However, in this game Lichiko is also facing something related to that story. In front of him, he made a mountain with a lot of extremely valuable items that fell when he destroyed the Euro army. So many, so many, so many that they are uncountable and unimaginable. The pile of treasures in front of me. Lichiquo laughed like crazy. The total time needed to wipe out this place 100 times, including the time to regenerate the monsters. The total amount of all items dropped here when conversions and auctions are completed is about 15 billion gold coins, about 150 billion ounces. With the standard of earning $150 per second, the total amount of money earned in about an hour is 500 million won. Yet a teenager working part-time at a convenience store in Korea earned an amount of money that surpassed the income ratio standards of the world's richest billionaire. The appearance of this wealth causes the game's data stream to constantly fluctuate up and down rapidly. The next day, when Lichiquo again exited the virtual reality game, he had earned an unbelievable amount of money, so the first thing he had to do was change into nice clothes. At the Gucci brand store, the friendly staff warmly and respectfully saw off their noble customer. "Thank you very much. Next time, please come to our store." A pair of slippers from Gucci's latest product line. Even the pants and shirt are all the same brand and the same color. It still seems like a simple sports outfit, but the value of the outfit has increased dramatically, making his whole body exude breath of wealth. That's not all, including the glasses, the watches, the handbags, and even this beautiful Lamborghini. In just one night, Lichiquo completely changed from a poor student into a rich young man, making any passerby admire him. The turnaround rate when the Lamborghini runs on the street is almost 100%. "Oh my god, this is amazing, first time I've seen this car, he looks so rich." That's what everyone talked about, and Lichiquo's fans were quite calm but somewhat excited when they heard those words. Sitting in his beloved car, he felt that life had never been so good. "So let's start bragging." Lichiquo immediately revved the engine and drove away at high speed. But maybe he wasn't used to driving this car, so he crashed straight into the light pole without going very far. "Oh my god, my heart wants to fall out." Lichiquo's whole face was filled with confusion and panic, then he immediately jumped out of the car, hugged his head and shouted loudly. "I bought Lamborghini for about 400 million kronor, my god, this is really precious money. It's so normal that I have to buy another one, haha. It's simple, but if you like another color, you can just buy it and then why worry? This time it's not a dazzling yellow color but a cool navy blue convertible." At the same time, at the headquarters of the publisher of the world game Corono, Chairman Koidok sat quietly on the sofa while gently lighting the cigar between his lips. "I don't know what the problem is, but the old man seems to have a very difficult headache." He sighed and told the employee to continue reporting. "Mr. Chairman, the sale of products and equipment on the market has a value of over 15 billion won, all of which are top-level items. So the content consumption rate has been pushed forward by 2 years and problems have also arisen due to large fluctuations in the value of physical goods. Our company seems to have become Lichiquo's cash machine. Of course, by the standards of the year, the customer center must establish a new professional team to deal with protest calls and customer inquiries. Due to this event, more and more people are doubting the company's credit problems and the stock price is trending down for the first time in many years. Let's arrest him, right?" Listening to the employee ask the cold chairman to tell me what to say makes me feel at ease. What is his method of blocking transactions? His expression is amazing. "Mr. President, there is currently no way to legalize cash transactions through games that were just passed a while ago. Not for long." Hearing that, the chairman's headache increased, but he didn't know what to do. At that moment, the phone on his desk rang, signaling that someone was calling. "Hello, who is this?" Mr. Chairman picked up the phone and answered the call. On the other end of the line, Lichiquo sat in his car and smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. President, Mr. General Director, hello, how are you doing? I'm going to make money. Hi Director, do you need anything? I'll buy it for you." His smile was so shrill that it made Koidok even angrier and unable to do anything. So he screamed over the phone and cursed non-stop, making Lichiquo's whole body startled. "This damn kid babbles and babbles because of you." Lichiquo bewilderedly pressed the end call button and wondered if he was unhappy. What was going on? Well, let him go. The important thing is, what should I buy next? Branded cars, designer clothes, watches, shoes, new phones. It seems like I've bought everything I need to buy. Lately, I wonder if I'm missing anything. I'm so excited but also so awkward. When I don't have money, I want to buy everything. When I have money, I don't know what to buy. While talking and muttering, Lachiko suddenly froze as if remembering something. So the guy's eyes showed excitement and he quickly pressed the accelerator and drove away. That's right, I almost forgot the most important thing, there's no way I could ignore it. Very quickly the scene changed to a skyscraper with luxurious luxury apartments. Inside a certain apartment Lachiko was laughing like crazy. Haha, the most luxurious and flashy, oh my god, that's amazing. Welcome yourself to your home, an apartment located on a high floor with glass panels catching the sunlight and the most luxurious and sophisticated interior equipment. From now on, this place is Lachiko's new home and he couldn't help but scream loudly in the middle of his beloved house, damn, it's so good. Ah, that's right, if you move here, you'll need that first, right? So he quickly grabbed something and ran down the hallway to a neighboring apartment and rang the bell. Turns out the guy had a cake in one hand and with the other hand he kept pressing the doorbell, making a loud ringing sound. A moment later, from the smart door, the homeowner's voice was heard asking someone. Oh yes, today I just moved into the house next door. I brought a moving cake. The person inside the apartment seemed a bit surprised by this ceremony, so he was silent for a while before continuing. Is it a moving cake? Please wait a moment. 1 minute later the door opened automatically and Lachiko was satisfied to see the homeowner. Hello, please help me more in the future. But when Lachiko clearly saw the face of the neighbor's owner, he almost turned to stone and wondered if it was true. No, just now I wasn't excited at all. The neighbor in the apartment next door is a girl with somewhat familiar hair. The two of them faced each other and a look of unbelievable surprise crossed their faces. Lachiko immediately remembered the moment he first met class in the game, so he said to himself. Right now is the most exciting thing of today. It seemed like the two of them recognized each other's identities because their appearances hadn't changed much compared to the game. As the story continues, let's temporarily leave the real world for a bit and return to the world of numbers. It is still a familiar scene with many dry skulls of many people who died here. A creature appeared with 3 sharp claws on its feet, stepping on the skulls and walking step by step. With all the levels in the world of chess, this is a forbidden place in the world of chess. The familiar Death Valley and the Tomb of the Dead, today here a mysterious creature that does not look like a human has appeared to confront the Ur's army. His hands carried waving claws and sharp claws that gently stretched out. Immediately the destructive power covered all the monsters right in front of him and destroyed them. This guy has a horn on his head and a prominent tail with long white hair on his back, making him look extremely dangerous and scary. This action of the mysterious person made the 3 strongest commanders of the Euro monster army angry and appeared to attack. How dare you come here to cause trouble, you bastard! Without hesitation, the powerful monsters dragged giant tentacles towards the mysterious person and attacked. His face was pale and covered in layers. The guy slowly said, "You bitches are your masters and don't you realize it?" Immediately, his back also began to move and grow long, slender tentacles. Those tentacles quickly pierced the bodies of the 3 commanders of the Euro army. The battle should have been very fierce, but all space and time seemed to be frozen before this terrifying scene. Those tentacles began to move and suck the energy from the bodies of the 3 Urith army commanders. Those 3 monsters were screaming in pain, but they couldn't avoid the tentacles and were constantly sucking away their energy. After a while, their screams became weaker and the giant's entire body was eroded, leaving only skin and bones. Facing them, all that energy was absorbed by that mysterious man. Destroy him. He uttered these 2 words and then slowly felt his body gradually becoming stronger and faster. In the blink of an eye, the gentle wind blew past the 3 strongest commanders of the monster group who could no longer be revived. You have absorbed the opponent's level, you have successfully absorbed the opponent's ability. The system notification sound sounds exactly like the notification sound of regular players. The data of the 3 Monster Legion commanders had been completely erased. This inhuman man stood there without moving as if he was thinking about something. He remembers the 2-headed monster Urius, the fear of everyone in the world of Corno. That time when encountering a mysterious human, the head of the Uro monster was severed and completely disappeared, causing the Urout monster to have only 1 head left. What happened? Does that head have anything to do with this inhuman man? And the answer lies right at the back. Also in the past, when Uro turned into a soul and entered a wooden stick to take the purple river, he asked where its other head was. That's right, at that time, even the dragon Urot himself didn't know where his remaining head had gone. So at this moment in the Valley of Death, the man with a part on his head opened his mouth and declared, "I am none other than the disappeared head of Uro." Speaking of this, he remembered the mysterious young man who cut off his head, causing him endless pain, and that was an extreme humiliation. "I will destroy all mankind and destroy you, and my name is Yuri Khan and the disappearing head of Ura." The sweet, beautiful girl with shiny pink hair topped the popularity chart for 14 consecutive weeks and remained at number 1. Is the top idol in the singer world with the name Hana Serang. That is the real name of the girl in the world of Korono. She is a grade 1 girl who is aggressive and rude but also has cute points. In an extremely coincidental situation, the two of them somehow magically encountered each other in the real world. This was the first time Lichiquo met the person he was paired with. Meet in real life, not in the game. This is an interesting image of Ms. Class's obscene curses in a virtual reality game. This is the sweet, kind and innocent appearance of female idol Hana Serang. Thank you very much. I will eat this cake deliciously. Looking at Lichiquo's smile, he froze for a few seconds and then smiled back. Oh my god, Hana Serang's idol is really different from her. She's so sweet, down to earth, and in the game they are completely opposite individuals, but at this moment Lichiquo completely didn't realize it. Then he closed the door and left, and the other girl came in with the cake. When the manager saw this, he immediately asked what this was. It was a cake from a neighbor who had just delivered it to us. Hana Serang's appearance at this time was a bit lost because when she met her neighbor, she felt something strange and a bit familiar. What is that? I think I've seen them somewhere before. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the name of that naked briefs, so she immediately blushed and shook her head. Sister, please eat this cake. The manager happily accepted the cake without realizing the strangeness of her female idol. Both of these people had certain feelings that were difficult to express, but because of the image. The game and reality were completely different, so the two didn't recognize each other. Ah yes, Hana Serang, hurry up and change your clothes. It's almost time for the schedule. I heard the manager remind Hana Serang to look down at her outfit and suddenly realized that it was a uniform, so she was upset and complained. I'm not a working machine, I just got home from school less than 30 minutes ago. Hearing that, the manager smiled mysteriously and revealed a secret trick. If you don't go now, then you have to postpone the appointment. Come back. I said I would come back until 7:30 and then play the game. The reminder made her angrily remember her appointment with that bastard to meet at 7:30 p.m. At that time her work was roughly finished, so she could go play the game. Mom knows, I know. Can I go change my clothes? I'm ready to go too. This trick is really effective and this manager really knows my girl very well. The manager stood eating cake while looking at Hana Serang's back and thinking to herself. Hee, look at this guy and immediately know that he has a crush on some guy in the game. In the end, what kind of guy is this guy who stole our Hana Serang's heart? The manager wondered without knowing that right now that handsome guy looked like he was constipated. The scene before me then ended. What's going on? Where have all the monsters gone? What is the meaning of this Urot? Could it be that all of your subordinates have escaped? Urgot in the surrounding alleys also shook his head and did not know. It's impossible that the monster is programmed to only operate in a given area and assigned role, unless it's an error, or else it would be impossible to escape or escape. It feels like it has evaporated without a trace. Lichiquo contemplated in silence, but after thinking about it for a long time, he could not find the cause or the solution. Finally, he sighed. Okay, maybe this is the only place for hunting, so why don't we go somewhere else to make up for it? Yes, that's right, today is the day you made an appointment to meet that person. Oh, come to think of it, it's almost time for the appointment, 7:30 p.m. Going hunting today was a wrong choice, let's go Uro. Oh my god, it's so annoying to have to walk like this anymore. Lichiquo turned around and left while grumbling, while little Urot stood there silently thinking about something. Strangely, no matter how familiar it was, I felt something bad. Wilderness with a rising crescent moon. At the same time, in a towering snowy mountain range with countless white snowflakes covering the entire space. A giant snake monster with a body the color of ice, and it is the giant snow mountain snake with level 19. Now this giant snake struggles in pain as a tentacle sticks straight into its body, draining its energy. In just a blink of an eye, the giant snake was completely destroyed and that abundant source of energy was absorbed by Urot's remaining head. Congratulations, you have absorbed the opponent's level, absorbed the opponent's ability index, and finished digesting a new prey. Yurikon, UR's remaining head is still drooling a lot at its mouth. Its eyes glowed a purple color and its mouth made a crazy sound, missing a lot. There's still a lot missing. There's not enough. There's not enough. To completely destroy humanity, there is still a lot missing. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful angel wings appeared in front of Yurikon. The person who appeared in front of it was none other than the goddess of life. Oh my God, it was already here. Suddenly he is indeed my beloved son. This girl seems to be no stranger to the monster Yurikon but even intimately calls him his son. Looking at her son's appearance, he must have eaten very well and came. As soon as she said that, her words suddenly fell silent when Yurikon's tentacles stuck straight into her stomach. Her eyes flashed with surprise but her body could not move. The monster Yurikon didn't say a word but took energy from the goddess of life and kept repeating two words that were missing. It's lacking, but Mom, it's very delicious. Yurikon looked at his mother with hungry eyes and continuously drew energy from her body. The goddess of life panicked and wanted to stop this action, so she opened her mouth and begged, waiting a moment. But in just a split second she was sucked dry and became an empty corpse. After eating and drinking, Yurikon retracted his tentacle and the dry body fell to the ground. He coldly stood there looking at his mother lying coldly in the snow, but the strangest thing was when the notification system sounded. Absorption failure, absorption failure, absorption failure. As soon as the system finished speaking, I don't know when the goddess of life appeared right behind Yugi. Oh, she placed her hands on her side and scolded her, my God, really? How could you so thoughtlessly open your mouth and attack me like you're in puberty, son? Yurikon replied in his own tone, calling it a welcoming ceremony was unclear because it made people's mouth water. The goddess of life was angry and asked if that was an important matter now. Huh. After all, you are a food that no one can eat, but what is your essence, Mom? Mommy smells exactly like you. The goddess of life looked at Yurikon with eyes full of love and then suddenly she pointed in one direction. The direction she pointed was a city in the middle of a valley with beautiful rooftops. Son, if you go there now, there will be plenty of food. Then the son will be able to eat to his heart's content without anyone stopping him. Listen to me, go there and make yourself comfortable. Yurikon turned his head to look towards the city and then looked at his mother in silence. Each drop of water fell to the ground as if the rain was coming. Oh no, these drops of water fell from the monster Yurikon. Seeing that, the goddess of life smiled slightly with satisfaction. That water was nothing else but the thirst quencher of the monster. Immediately speaking like crazy, he swung his wings and flew towards that city. It is Yurikon, the second head of Urat, the strongest monster in this world. Who is the great existence that will destroy all humanity and you will have to be subdued at my feet. Having just finished speaking, Yurikon revealed his true body and rushed towards the village in the distance. Its face was filled with maddened desolation as it faced the delicious prey ahead. A peaceful village filled with the fragrance of humanity will be the monster's starting place. That's right, it's this village and it seems like everyone in the village still doesn't know the danger that's coming over them. Yurikon threw himself into the village, creating a terrible explosion that shook the whole land. The person who was shocked by the village's attack screamed, "Oh my God, what happened?" But the sudden turn of events didn't give them time to process. A tentacle or not many tentacles were inserted into the necks of many people. In less than a second, a warrior was sucked dry into a dry corpse. This strange and scary scene made the girl standing next to her so scared that she cried. Then she shouted loudly to attract everyone's attention while the other friend completely turned into ashes. At almost the same time, many tentacles appeared in the city, weaving through the alleys and crashing into countless players. No matter how strongly you ask or how quickly you react, it cannot be avoided. The whole space echoed with screams like hell on earth when the monster Yurikon was mass slaughtered. The notification sounds continuously resound so loudly that it is impossible to hear clearly. The content of those notification sounds is the only one that absorbs the ability index and absorbs the level of character. Yurikon is like an empty cave that continuously absorbs everyone, causing their characters to be completely erased. All players have become Yurikon's delicious dishes. This village is a gathering place for both new players and long-time players, called Bon Village. Of course, for new players just starting to participate in virtual reality games, they are no match for Yurikon, but the scarier thing is that even high-level experts cannot compete. Back to him. Unfortunately, the harsh truth is that a fear covers everyone with the strange appearance of the monster. Its sharp teeth continuously flow out streams of terrifying iridescent saliva, swallowing everything it sees. Until the end, the only notification sound that resonates in each player's head is that your character has been wiped out. The incident that happened very quickly also reacted to the real world, and in particular, many phone calls were made to the headquarters of the world publisher Kurono. A manager quickly opened the president's door and loudly announced, "Chairman, something big has happened." Currently, user complaints are pouring in without end, and the village customer care center for the community or the Dio Hut channels are all broadcasting live. Even the care department's one-on-one customer care system was paralyzed because it received too many calls at the same time. The phone bell keeps ringing along with the apologies of the customer service staff. "Sorry, we are really sorry. Yes, we are checking the problem and we are very sorry. Much please wait a bit." This is not a small matter and is also an excuse for anonymous keyboard warriors to return to the world. Having their characters' lungs destroyed by monsters is truly ridiculous, isn't it, Sharon World? This slave is really crazy, isn't it, that he also killed 3 million people last time? I wonder what's wrong with this gem lately. Everyone just lets that monster run amok. Really? Finally, the continuous stream of curses about the game being trash was sent to the game's management board, and the chairman tiredly leaned back in his chair and sighed. So Yurikon is also out. That's interesting. In this difficult situation, the president still smiles, making the manager not understand anything. Okay, from now on let's focus all the monsters on 2 more characters. One is Yurikon. And the other person is. We don't know who this is for now, but in the game, the surrounding village was covered in flames and the monster Yurikon stood silently still. Oh my god, my son is so talented. I didn't expect that he would destroy the entire village in one shot. This small village in just one shot has become a floating village. But still, the monster's urine drops continued to fall to the ground. This still wasn't enough. He immediately turned to look at his mother with crazy eyes and asked, "Tell me where the next food is." The goddess of life pretended to be thoughtful and replied, "Yes, where is the next food?" Her lips opened and sparkled like peach blossom petals in the morning. Suddenly those lips closed and revealed a mysterious smile. "I know where the next dish is, son. That dish is very delicious, haha." The scene shifts to a beautiful mountain area with chirping birds and clear blue skies. The notice board shows the real time of the world right now, which is 7:34 p.m. Ms. Class looked at the notice board and was so angry that she was shaking all over. "Tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. my work will be over by then, so you can also play the game. If you're late again, you know I'll tear you apart." That's what was said, but this guy in brief still, clearly warned him, but still has the same problem. She was angry and screamed, then suddenly heard footsteps behind her, so she opened her eyes wide and turned around to curse. "Why is that bastard in shorts so late?" She screamed but stopped when she realized that in front of her was not a guy in briefs but some strange monster. Her eyes were filled with amazement as she stared at the monster, and her level was now only level 24. Sadly, the monster Yurikon was drooling and looking at her. It is a monster with the highest level being level 999. Time goes back a bit to a certain village in the world of Kurono. The guy with gray hair and tattered clothes trudged tiredly on the street while constantly muttering and cursing, "Damn damn. Damn stupid," and he is none other than the commander-in-chief of the How Tree World's 5 largest association. Before that, this man was very majestic, beautiful and strong. Is someone who holds a lot of power and supreme strength. How Tree is the master with the highest status in the world of Chrono and is also the commander-in-chief of the 5 World Federation of Groups. At the same time, he is also the head of the Royal Justice Society with the task of maintaining security and order. However, after the apocalyptic event, the World Union was dissolved. The man who was once the commander-in-chief of Haotree not only had to be held responsible but was also slandered to the point of being completely disgraced. At this moment, he was so miserable that he muttered, "My name is Hao, the World Union Tree was once under my feet. They're all just a bunch of scumbags, all of them are a bunch of dead dogs who were once under my heel." Collapsed like this because, as soon as he sang this, suddenly there was a terrible explosion in front of him, leaving Haotree stunned. Everyone started to panic and then talk to each other, saying that a monster had appeared in the center of the village. "What, have you lost your mind? The village is a safe area but there are no monsters." And that day in the village of Bon Hao K also witnessed it all. Witnessed the scene of thousands of players being completely wiped out. Behind a wall, the guy secretly looked at the monster that was comfortably sucking up each of the players. "What is this? What is the meaning of this?" Feeling extremely confused and scared, he opened the notice board of the situation that occurred in front of him. Really, the character has been erased, so this is really too scary. Just in time, the goddess of life seemed to have realized the existence of Haotree behind the wall. She didn't say a word but just mysteriously smiled, and then the scene like we witnessed when she spoke to the monster Yurikon. "Oh my god, you're so powerful that you can eat up an entire village in one go, haha. In just a minute the village has become a ghost village." Even though he swallowed the whole village, it still could not satisfy Yurikon's hunger. So he once again asked his mother to tell him the next place where that delicious food was located. "Well, I'm not sure where the next dish might be," she thought and smiled at the same time. "There's someone waiting for that one and it's a very delicious dish." The monster Yurikon did not hesitate to fly after his mother to the next food location. The two of them turned into two rays of light, one golden and one purple, flying high in the sky. What else are these two planning and who will be their next target? The whole village was killed, but somehow Haotree managed to escape and hide behind that wall with his notice. His eyes looked darkly in the direction the two monsters left. Then he silently looked at the notice in front of him. Immediately a new idea arose in Haotree's head. A delighted smile suddenly appeared on his tightly pursed lips. That smile grew bigger and bigger and became more and more crazy like a madman. Return to that land where Ms. Class met that monster. Not only the monster appeared, but also the goddess of life came there. The two strangers in front of me were extremely confused and didn't know what was going on. Looking at the appearance of this monster, it doesn't seem to be a player. Could it be that this hill originally had this monster? Suddenly the beautiful girl walking next to the monster said, "Hello, nice to meet you. Are you the class captain?" Hearing that, the class breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What's going on? Are you acquaintances of the brief sky? So aren't you a monster? Calling me by that name is just that name. If you didn't say something earlier, you almost got into a fight. Why did your character design look so scary? You're heartless and you're even complaining to the monster Yurikon, making it unaware." What to say? The goddess of life just stood still and carefully observed the girl in front of her. "It seems like you're quite close with that man in briefs." This question made Class a bit shy and nodded, but that's okay. "Actually, I've only been playing with him for a short time and I told him I didn't like it but he's still so stubborn about money." Silently watching this complaining appearance of the strangely silent goddess of life Class. There was no expression on her face but it radiated an unpleasant feeling. She suddenly remembered the moment she laughed and killed the gang leader Hulasan last time. "Because I wasn't in a good mood at that time, I didn't ask anything and immediately eliminated him along with the old man." Also that day, the goddess of destiny heard the name of the class captain. So everything started until today. As expected, she is really annoying. The strange girl's unexpected words caused Class to blurt out and ask something. At that same moment, a tentacle stabbed straight into Ms. Class's stomach. Her eyes were wide open, filled with extreme terror, and her mouth was spitting out blood in pain. The rustling sound of the monster Yurikon ramming its prey resounds, giving listeners goosebumps. But the goddess of life stood to the side and smiled very sweetly and said, "Go in peace, girl who doesn't know this." In a split second, the class completely disappeared, leaving only her ribbon falling to the quiet ground. It seems that after sucking this girl's body, the Yurikon monster became even stronger, so its power was difficult to control and appeared outside. Then it smiled and said, "It's delicious. This dish is very delicious. Haha, of course it's delicious because it's a piece of God. Hearing this, Yurikon wondered what the god's piece was. The goddess of life answered as she walked closer to the ribbon. Knowing it is not that important, so don't worry about it, son. Her white feet on high heels lightly stepped on the ribbon. Now let's move on, son, to eat more delicious food. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lachiko's cold face appeared right next to her. Where are you going, you little brats? His sudden appearance caused the other two people to turn and look back in shock. Facing them was the cold, sharp gaze of the young man in the cloak. Seeing this, the goddess of life suddenly blushed and said sweetly, "Oh my God. It's been a long time since we last met again. Is it a good day?" Looking at your beautiful smile, Lachiko was disgusted and scolded. "Close your mouth and get that dirty pig's leg out, bitch, if you don't want to lose that leg too." Hearing that, the girl glanced down at her feet. Under her feet, she was stepping on Miss Class's ribbon. So I hurriedly retreated, smiling awkwardly. "Oh my God, I'm sorry, it was unintentional, hee hee." Looked at the ribbons on the ground that were trampled until they were dirty and dirty. In Lachiko's heart, a fire called indignation arose. Then he turned to look at the monster Yurikon and said, "Hey, that disgusting tentacle. Try eating one of my sticks, bitch." As soon as he finished speaking, Lachiko's eyes lit up like a monster and he swung his stick, causing a ray of destruction to appear. Yurikon looked bewildered at the light approaching his body but could not do anything because Lachiko's attack was too quick and unexpected. The destructive beam of unstoppable energy pierced the monster's body. That's not all, that energy lasts forever as it passes over the Earth's wall and flies into space. The smoke and dust with each gust of wind were made chaotic by that energy. Lachiko stood still, staring at the tube in front of him and asked, "Just letting you see it just once and then go away like those damn cockroaches?" The goddess of life knew that he was talking about her, so she shrugged in bewilderment. "Who in the world has a beautiful cockroach like me, and stop pretending you're strong. Anyway, you can't kill me, huh? The enemy is right in front of you, let's finish him off properly." She had just finished speaking and in Lachiko's surprised eyes, from far away, something was flying towards her at extremely high speed. It turned out that it was none other than the monster Yurikon that Lachiko sent flying. Rushing in like an arrow, its hand full of sharp claws stuck out along with a smile revealing its scary fangs. It seemed like he was suddenly attacked, so Lachiko didn't have time to dodge and received that terrible scratch. The monster's terrifying power caused the surrounding dust and smoke to swirl around the world like an explosion. Lachiko was also hit so hard that he hit the ground, causing the dragon Urot to panic and scream, "Big brother, are you okay?" From within that cloud of smoke, Lachiko stood up and exclaimed in surprise. "What exactly is it? Why is it that I'm attacking it and yet it's still so healthy? Oh my God, boss, are you okay?" "Yes, of course, how could it be okay?" While chatting, the traces of 3 claws on Lachiko's stomach gradually moved and then automatically closed together. That's right, the dragon almost forgot that his big brother had immortality skills. The Yurikon monster hovered in the sky, stared down and asked, "What did you just ask me?" "That level of attack is just a waste, so you better stop. Your attack can't even touch my hair, so what do you want?" Below the ground, he looked up at the monster in the sky and remained silent. Then he raised his hand and broke his hair, sighing, "Is that a waste of effort? So I have to be a little stronger." The monster Yurikon's pupils shrank slightly when he heard these words. "What did you say? You said you still have a lot of strength left, so that attack just now wasn't your full strength? What does full force mean?" "Up to this moment all the attacks I have ever deployed. Even the first times you couldn't control your power and destroyed 800,000 people, then the times you were able to control your power, all those attacks were just basic attacks." "That's right, even though it's a simple attack, it can easily destroy the entire planet." At this point, a blinding light emitted from Lachiko's body, causing others to squint their eyes. This transformation of his made the monster Yurikon a little confused. Saw the young man in front of him suddenly summon something from his stomach like a flying fireball. The announcement sounded when the stone carrying the symbol of the sword appeared and Lachiko activated the internal characteristic of the swordsman's soul. The swordsman's skill is now available and has been activated. While controlling the energy flows that change Lachiko's body while staring coldly at the monster, until now I have to use this skill. You've already said it in your mouth, so remember to avoid it carefully, you bastard. The Yurikon monster is not a trash, so it can also feel the terrible energy erupting from the young man in front of it, and this makes the monster a bit wary. Lichikuo's energy radiated stronger and stronger with his wooden stick. He almost turned into a real swordsman even though he did not have a sword as a weapon. The hidden skill was activated for the first time in front of the world. A terrible battle will immediately break out, and with his anger Lichi will definitely not forgive that tentacle monster. He escaped with 2 frantic screams, and then people could barely see anything anymore because that terrible energy made it impossible for anyone to see straight. The great flow of power flew out of the current planet and accidentally aimed at a nearby planet with a surrounding ring. For some reason, right now, the feelings he had felt in the past since Lichikuo met the La Vie girl came back to his mind, making him even more angry and crazy. Lichikuo's eyes seemed to crack open as if he wanted to tear apart the monster in front of him. That girl is a sweet girl with a weird personality. This monster must pay for what he did. It must be swallowed by the destructive power and destroy every single cell, making it unable to revive forever. In an unknown place in the vast universe, the terrifying energy that the galaxy accidentally emitted crashed into a strange planet. That planet swallowed the silent energy for a while as if nothing had happened. A moment later, it remained silent and floated in the middle of that universe. Until the entire planet was pierced by rays of light. Unbelievably terrible story. The huge planet exploded like a small sun. So we can see how terrible Lichikuo's recent beheading attack is. Just the residue of the attack can easily destroy an entire alien planet. All that's left is a dazzling, beautiful light. Empty, empty, the planet turns into ash that blows into the universe towards nothingness. It's all caused by one move, which is a psychotic skill that can slash enemies continuously without stopping and is a basic swordsman technique. The scene moves to a live broadcast screen with a message that it is preparing for a live broadcast. The start line appeared and the broadcast immediately started. The person organizing the live broadcast is none other than Hao Tree, who was lucky enough to survive the massacre in that village. He looked at the screen and began to speak. "Hello everyone, I am Hao, the Commander-in-Chief of the Union of Guilds around the world." This broadcast quickly attracted a few people's attention, but they watched it and only left comments cursing. It's a trashy personal broadcast. You're such a failure. You're in trouble. Failure is an idiot. The number of live viewers quickly increased to 257 people while Hao Tree stood there quietly, reading each line of comments, cursing and cursing. This is the personal broadcast of Commander-in-Chief Hao Tree, so players can both play the game and rebroadcast the gameplay process. The publisher created this feature. If you are a player in the world of Corno, anyone can use this feature to broadcast live, but when the day of reckoning occurs, you must succeed in the campaign to attack all members of the World Federation do not use the broadcasting feature. So until now the identity of the wanted person has not been revealed and has become a mystery. Having said this, Hao Tree suddenly smiled mysteriously. Professionally speaking, everyone still hasn't noticed. Can one person fighting against 300,000 people see this in reality? His question made the live audience wonder and then comment, "What the fuck is he going to say?" And he's going, "Where's that? Didn't you read the notice, you crazy person?" Read the comment, Hao Tree replied while walking. "Of course I read the announcement from the game publisher and they said it wasn't the game's fault, but I believe something like this, okay?" Hao Tree screamed like crazy, startling the viewers. The game publisher only sees players as dogs. Look at the hot news on the publisher's announcement of players being wiped out by monsters. These words are like shit. Everyone who has their character broken in the game, please go watch my live broadcast. I'm currently following that monster," he said with a crazy expression as he quickly chased in the monster's direction. The object has left. Today, I, as the Commander-in-Chief of Hao Tree, will reveal everything and take a closer look at the true face of this trash game publisher. It seems that after the disastrous failure last time, this Commander-in-Chief had mental problems as he kept screaming like a madman. Everyone, please remember to come back and follow, and remember to turn on notifications to support me. Don't forget to subscribe and watch a lot of videos in this via channel. In the distant mountains the terrible battle between the two men continued. Lichikuo had just finished performing a beheading move with terrible destructive power, hitting the monster directly. He raised his face to the sky, looked at the creature up there with his calm face and exclaimed. It's great to see that you're injured, but it doesn't seem to be that serious. When everyone avoids a frontal attack, where did you come from, you tentacle? In the sky, the entire body of the monster Yurikon was filled with smoke and dust along with fresh blood, and its face had an unbelievable look when injured. Red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and he replied slowly, "My name is Yurikon, I am the existence that destroys this world. Who is the lost head of Ur, the strongest monster in the world of Korono?" Hearing that, Ur's soul readied himself for a moment and then sighed. Sure enough, it turned out that the familiar feeling at that time was not an illusion. Last time, when Lichiquo and Urot returned to the wide valley without finding another monster, Urius felt something both familiar and uneasy. Thinking of this, Uro's face turned gloomy and reminded him, "Sir, be careful, because of him, all the monsters in the valley died and disappeared. And if I guess correctly, he would have killed the class captain." The reminder of the baby dragon Urod was like a bolt of lightning that struck Lichiquo's soul strongly. Then, bewildered, he turned to look at the monster flying in the sky. The monster met his eyes and became angry and screamed to die. Then it immediately rushed to attack with unbelievable speed. Lichiquo still stood silently below with a pensive face, listening to Urot as he explained something. At this moment, just as that monster was about to attack Urot, he had already finished explaining, "According to my guess, that's it, boss." Lichiquo with a gloomy face asked again if that was so. "That means the class has its character deleted." Blinking an ordinary light brown wooden stick, the guy swung out to catch the monster. Its onslaught was completely stopped. "I'll beat you to death so you can stop your habit of attracting other people." Lichiquo's murderous voice rang out along with the stick, smashing the boot into the monster's face, causing it to spit blood. The terrifying power once again revealed itself and quickly attracted the attention of the approaching Haotree. Seeing that explosion, he rushed over and shouted excitedly, over there, everyone see, please pay attention and follow me, I will show everyone clearly." On this side, the wooden stick was continuously wielded by Lichiquo. His only target was that monster, and it was like a punching bag that kept sinking. So, that's exactly what the name of the tactic says. The monster Yurikon was completely unable to resist, just stood there taking the blow and continuously spitting out fresh blood. There are times when it gets mad and wants to fight back with all the strength it has. But facing it is a young man who is both mysterious and terrifying. It's still the same move that hits more than life or death, an upgraded version of the continuous slashing move. The speed of the two of them fighting was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye, and all that could be seen were flashes of light that then disappeared. The monster Yurikon was like a torn blanket beaten to death by a wooden stick. Perhaps this monster was too confident and did not understand Lichiquo well, that's why he was so arrogant at first. Now the pride in his heart had been crushed by that wooden stick, leaving nothing left. The battle was so terrifying that it was beyond what anyone could imagine, so when Haotree saw him, he stood motionless and turned to stone. Because he was broadcasting live, everyone in the monitoring room could see this battle and comments were constantly jumping up, what was fighting, who was it, there was carnage. But looking at this energy, it looks like it's a high-level player. But wait a minute, that person's face looked familiar from afar, I couldn't see anything clearly. The person in the chat frame couldn't see clearly what was going on, but Haotree's witness couldn't hide his fear in the mirror. My face. We saw that guy, he was wanted, but no one knew. That's right, it's him and no one else. The moment the dust and smoke cleared, all the comments jumped up continuously with question marks showing the extreme confusion in the hearts of those watching. What is that and why is he here? That's the man of that day of reckoning, yes, that's him. Haotree trembled his whole body and remembered what happened in the past with the terrible battle that he could never forget in his life. That war was the end of Haotree's glorious life, making him now like a dirty rat chased away by everyone. Immediately, Haotree's eyes glowed with anger and he clenched his teeth. That damn dog did not expect that one day he would meet his enemy here. In anger and indignation, Haotree summoned his bow and arrow weapon. He aimed the arrow straight at Lichiquo, who was fighting in the distance, and roared in his heart, "You bastard, because of you I am so reckless." The angry man rushed straight towards the two people fighting in the distance. But it was unfortunate for Haotree that the arrow did not hit Lichiquo but instead hit the horn of the monster Yurikon, causing its horn to break. Everyone in the comment box immediately wondered what that arrow was and what had just happened, but very quickly new comments appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Oh my god, my character has been restored, what's going on? Someone just restored their character, what's with this mess? That's not all. Next, a few more people also announced that they had restored their characters. The constant flow of comments made Haotree bewildered and then turned his eyes to look at the monster. Just broken the far horn. A great thought arose in his heart, and could it be that way? On this side, the system continuously sends bright red messages into the mind of the monster Yurikon. The stolen soul will return to its owner, your level is decreasing, your ability index is decreasing. In an instant when the monster's horn was broken, Yurikon quickly dropped from level 999 to level 723 and shows no signs of stopping. Coldly looked at the monster Lichiquo teasingly and asked, why was he so good at hiding here and there at first, but now he's slowing down like this? Lichiquo originally intended to ask playfully, but he didn't expect the little dragon Urot standing next to him to answer instead of the monster, big brother, because the souls have returned to their owners, if he eats them. He will also absorb the victim's abilities. At the same time, in the real world at the game publisher's headquarters, the employees also realized this secret and they were quite happy. So it wasn't that the players were destroyed, but they were transferred to the horn on Yurikon's head. Chairman Choidok seemed to know in advance, so he smiled and replied, of course, you bastard. Stupid, even the development manager doesn't know about this. Well, sir, I am the head of the design department and the head of the development department is that person. This was good news, so Lichiquo finally put a smile on his face and stared at the monster. Okay, if I just write your name, the class leader will come back, right? Seeing this smile of his, somehow the monster Yurikon felt cold and fear run down his spine. But along with that fear comes extreme anger and its mental state seems unstable at all as it attacks again. Damn, give me food now, give me food. Watching the monster rush towards him, Lichiquo continued to use his combo attack with his version of fighting to the death. The energy flow he controlled to a certain extent focused on destroying the monster's body with terrible damage. Of course, the monster is getting weaker and weaker, so it becomes more and more difficult to defend, accompanied by the system notification constantly ringing, announcing that the stolen souls will return to their owners. Your ability level is being reduced, your speed has been reduced, the stolen soul will return to the owner. The announcement was so loud that it was difficult to hear clearly, accompanied by the level of the monster Yurikon that was continuously and uncontrollably receding. On this side, Haotree was completely stunned by the shocking scene in front of him, and the number of viewers in his live broadcast room had reached 34,000 people, the number of people entering the live room to watch. The match became more and more crowded and this terrible news quickly exploded across social networks. Everyone, the guy on Judgment Day is indeed a wanted criminal with 100 billion gold, but isn't he a murderer? Why is he fighting monsters like this? Don't be so bad. Thanks to it, our character was recovered, haha. A lot of debates, a lot of comments floated to the surface, and the most shocking person was none other than Haotree, who was watching the match live. His lips opened in surprise and then slowly closed again. After that, the hands holding the bow and arrow gradually dropped and no longer rose up. Previously, because of the anger that covered his reason, he wanted revenge, but now when he clearly saw the reality of the difference in strength, he retaliated. Enemies no longer have any meaning. The strength of the other two has completely surpassed that of regular players, so Haotree's intention of revenge is just a joke. Because this is such an explosive news, more and more people are watching it live, so there is one person we need to pay attention to as she lives in a luxurious building. On the phone screen is the battle scene in the virtual reality game of Lichiquo and the monster Yurikon. This girl is none other than the class captain whose real identity is singer Hana Serang. Her eyes were tightly focused on the two figures fighting fiercely with each other. Of course, she also clearly saw the face of the young man who continued to beat the monster to a pulp. A familiar face with a familiar appearance suddenly made Hana Serang's heart and mind confused. She remembered the first time she met that person, he was nothing more than an idiot who was both stupid and funny. He used his stupid face to ask her to take him along. Yet who would have thought that that stupid young man would be so strong that he could easily defeat the monster like that? In the world of Corno, the battle seems to have come to an end with a sky-shattering explosion. The monster Yurikon was tired and knelt down on the grass. There was not a single part of its body that was healthy, and its black mouth was constantly leaking streams of urine. Pitiful for the monster who got beaten up and fell to level 180. Opposite it is none other than our main character Lichiquo. The soul of little Urot flashed a dangerous smile at his remaining head and said, "Everyone's souls have escaped from his body and he has returned to his original state, boss." "Huh, you can tell just by looking at his appearance." "Oh my god, now it's over slowly." The last monster roared its face so that others could not clearly see its expression, then after a long while it began to speak. "Ta is the remaining head of Uro with the name Yurikon." As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle from the monster's body used lightning-fast speed to plunge straight into Lichiquo's stomach. Perhaps Lichiquo was caught off guard, allowing the monster to attack successfully. The sudden turn of events made the onlookers outside freeze and their hearts jumped as if they were about to stop beating in panic. I thought the young man would win, but I didn't expect that in the end the monster would turn the tables and turn the situation around. Even class was startled and worried by this situation. The little dragon Urot was laughing just now, but now he can't laugh anymore and is now scared. A tentacle was inserted into the body of the monster's prey. Yurikon opened his mouth full of fangs and screamed. "Haha, I am Yurikon, an existence that destroys this world, you will not be able to defeat me." It said at the same time its tentacles were constantly sucking energy from Lichiquo's body. The description seems like a long time, but everything happened in the blink of an eye and so quickly that little dragon Urot could not react in time to help his big brother. By the time Urot could scream, Lichiquo's energy had been drained and his dry corpse was gradually disappearing. On this side, the Yurikon monster similarly receives the system's familiar notification that you have absorbed the opponent's level and you have absorbed the opponent's ability index. The ownerless wooden stick, no one picked it up, slowly fell to the ground. Next, because of the addition of terrifying energy, the monster's broken horn gradually recovered and grew back just like before, proving that its energy had been fully replenished. The monster's strange laughter continued to ring out with an extremely excited look. It laughed while raising its head to the sky and screaming. So delicious, ha, it's the first time I've had food this delicious." Yurikon is the lost head of Uardrao and its level has now reached the maximum level of 999. But it's still not enough. I will never be full, streams of water flow from its mouth endlessly to the ground. I can't be full, I'm a hungry Yurikon. The soul of the dragon baby Urot carried a collapsed mood and walked closer to the big brother's wooden stick. It knelt down in front of the wooden stick and said nothing. Each stream of painful tears falling from the soul's face to the ground represents the dragon's pain and despair at losing his big brother. What's going on? Could it be that everything ended like this? Why did the wooden stick become an ownerless object? Lichiquo's energy was drained into nothingness, and when his consciousness sank into that darkness, bright red notification lines appeared, announcing the effective activation of the hidden skill of surface restoration. The damaged body has been regenerated. In the blink of an eye, the monster finished laughing and its belly suddenly swelled like a strange tumor. The sudden turn of events left the monster bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Then suddenly he screamed loudly in pain as he felt his body being torn apart. From within the giant tumors on that monster's belly, something was squirming and trying to get out. Mom, from there gradually grew an extremely strange and scary human head. That head that endlessly extended from the monster's belly looked like a real horror movie. A round head whose face could not be seen clearly began to shake back and forth. Gradually the head turned backwards with a long, slender neck. And then until it stared at the monster Yurikon and flashed a big smile, revealing white teeth that haunted the soul. Obviously, the monster Yurikon was also frightened by this terrifying head and screamed in panic. And if we guess correctly, this head is none other than Lichiquo, who has just been revived with the hidden skill of super regeneration. When taking damage to a certain extent, the character is completely healed, completely free of status effects such as poisoning or paralysis. The horrifying scene when the giant belly of the monster Yurikon grows a head as tall as a giraffe. Both in pain and fear and panic, Yurikon screamed like a child in danger. And the strange head on its belly kept laughing like a real demon. In the real world, the cigar always hanging from Chairman Choi Dok-B's lips gradually went out when he stopped blowing it. He blankly opened his mouth and looked at the screen with an extremely chaotic feeling. Of course, he wasn't the only one, the little dragon Urot next to him, who was speechless at this scene. People don't understand what this is all about, but it looks so disgusting, like a horror movie. On this side, the goddess of life flew up into the sky and looked at the situation below with an unclear expression. Until everyone saw clearly, she was covering her hands and laughing happily. The head growing out of his belly bared his teeth and tongue and kept smiling until now, making everyone's hair stand on end. Hey, this is fun. It feels like an earthworm. The somewhat familiar voice made the baby dragon Urot fly closer and ask in bewilderment, Big brother, is that right? The other head turned around and smiled and said, Urot, it's me, Ka. On this side, the monster Eurykon also clearly realized the problem when he himself could not destroy that damn human, and that made him angry and scream. Why is it like this? I am an existence that will destroy this world. Immediately said once again, using his brutal magic skills with the intention of absorbing the strange thing growing on his stomach once more. But it was a pity for him when Lichiko's long neck approached him and smiled and asked provocatively, what if you are an existence that destroys the world? What can I do now, you tentacled monster? As Lichiko spoke, his neck continuously sucked energy from the Eurykon's body, causing its giant belly to shrink again. Something so strange that it's unimaginable is happening right in front of everyone. Just a few moments later, accompanied by a weak scream, Eurykon's face and body gradually turned into skin and bones as their energy was drained. A white foot with a new body appeared before everyone and then stepped on the soft grass. This is a super regenerative ability. With this top super regenerative skill, when taking damage at a certain level, the entire body will be restored, so Lichiko does not lose a bit. Appeared before everyone, and the monster Eurykon had been sucked dry, leaving only its head. And thanks to the super regeneration ability, all absorbed cells will return to their original owners. All the cells, however, most of the cells have been completely fused with the body of the monster Eurykon. So the current Eurykon has come to the brink of extinction. Slowly Eurykon's head became smaller and smaller and his screams became weaker and weaker. Lichiko stood silently waiting for his own ability to complete the job. Don't let him wait too long. Eurykon has completely disappeared in Lichiko's stomach and it doesn't leave any trace on Earth anymore. Eurykon has been completely absorbed back by the power of dissipation. Lichiko with a stupid face that makes people speechless in a loud voice. At the same time, because he completely absorbed the monster's body, he also completed receiving an additional hidden skill, and that is the skill of starvation. With this skill, after eating the opponent, he will absorb it completely. Opponent's ability set and level. Suddenly the sweet voice of the goddess came down from the sky, causing Lichiko to pay attention. My god, it's already over. Even though it's not the same as what I originally wanted, it's really interesting, huh? Seeing her smile, Lichiko was confused and asked, are you happy to see your son die, you cockroach? That's too much, you told me I was a motherfucker. Even though it's just a metaphor, do you think that's really the child I gave birth to? She said, pretending to be sad and sighing. To be honest, my age is 21 years old, we are the same age, young man. This information and words made Lichiko somewhat stunned and shocked, so he immediately asked back. How do you know my real age? The goddess of life in the sky did not answer immediately, but gently held out her hand, and from that hand appeared a glowing staff. This is indeed her scepter with wings and the completed form of the goddess of life. She held the staff and smiled with a sweet face. That scepter lightly touched the air, causing a terrible crack to appear in space, connecting to a dark space behind. An even more surprising thing happened right after that, when an extremely large claw emerged from the space gap. It was an impossibly large hand and looked like the claw of some horrible creature. Lichiko could only stand still, staring at that giant hand with his solemn eyes. The goddess of life gently flew up and stood up on that giant hand. She turned around and looked at Lichiko below and said, well, see you next time. We'll see you next time, briefs. In the real world, in the technician's observation room, President Choi Dok-bi threw his cigar on the ground, turned around and left, saying, let's end this issue, post an announcement and resolve this issue with a compensation event for the players. Having said this, stop for a moment, then Chairman Choi Dok-bi used a solemn and reminding tone, and most importantly, continue to monitor the screen as I instructed earlier. Did you hear clearly? The chairman remembered his words moments before receiving news of the appearance of the monster Yurikon. At that time, he said that things were getting interesting and asked the technicians to focus all the screens on the two characters. One is Yurikon and the other character is Luna. A name was uttered and it turned out that this was the name of that mysterious and strange goddess of life. In the world of Korno, the beautiful blue sky and interesting melodies once again appear before everyone. In the town that was destroyed by the monster to the point of destruction, many hands were raised in unison. Everyone was cheering and celebrating with each other because they had just restored all their characters, and this was the moment to welcome everyone's hero. Brave, 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 the people continuously sang in unison with the two words brave when they saw Lichiko's figure right in front of the village square. There were even trumpet squads appearing to sing epic songs praising the hero's great deeds. People changed from hating the massacre murderer to feelings of worship and gratitude towards Lichikon. Hey residents and tourists of the village in front, this is truly our brave man. Let's all come forward and thank the brave man. Silently listening to the warm praise and welcome of the Lichiko people, standing still, then suddenly raising his hand to stroke his hair and sighing. Oh my God, this body's strength has been discovered again. Haha, I must say congratulations on the hidden power that has been released and there is no need to hide it. Thanks to the live broadcast of how Commander-in-Chief of the World Council, the highest number of viewers reached 230,000 people, and these videos will be broadcast on social networking sites as well as social networks. Is the Dio Hut channel. Of course, not everyone calls him a hero when someone jumps out in front of Lichiko and curses. What nonsense are you talking about? Does this guy look like a hero at all? This guy is the serial killer. Not long ago he killed 3,800,000 people, don't you remember? Are you all crazy? You're praising that murderer. This is the standard of brainless pigs. At this moment, someone walked up to the side and interrupted. Hey, killing people and deleting characters are the same thing. You're the one talking nonsense, young man. The person who came out and said that is none other than the general commander of the Haotree World Alliance Guild. He became the most popular newspaper with just one broadcast. After chasing away that guy who didn't understand, Haotree walked up and warmly shook Lichiko's hand, pleased to meet him. Our heroes are old acquaintances, remember? In fact, Haotree is the one who benefited the most from this event. He warmly and seductively grabbed Lichiko's hand and shook it, scaring him to death, then said, "It seems like the day when the brave works alone and without a guild. You can join the guild. Our political association." Haotree's words immediately caused the surrounding people to explode and rush forward. What kind of hero doesn't have a guild? Oh my God, please join our guild. If not, please join our guild. Our association, Mr. Hero. If you join our guild that day, you will have the best stuff. Please, please join our guild. With just one piece of information, Lichiko has turned into a delicious fruit cake that everyone wants to own, so countless invitations are sent to Lichiko. The crowd became chaotic and frantically chased after them while Lichiko panicked and ran away. Brave man, please join our guild, brave man. Watching his big brother run away for his life, the dragon chuckled and asked that everyone liked him so much, but why didn't he just solve everything? Shut up, that dragon. Perhaps because he was running too fast, Lichiko didn't pay attention to what was ahead and bumped his head into something in front of him. What is that? Why is there suddenly a wall between her? Lichiko was confused and looked up at the wall in front of her. What caught his eye was his somewhat familiar face with its golden light sparkling in the early morning sunlight. Damn it, it's not a wall but a giant gilded statue depicting Lichiko's naked six-pack wearing shorts and a cloak. Looking clearly at this statue, the two dragon men and Lichiko all have a speechless and helpless expression. What the hell is this? Is it me? That's right, anyone who looks at it will know it's the big brother whose fashion is characterized by shorts. Ha ha ha. Satisfied, amused laughter along with a loud voice rang out right behind Lichiko. That's not all. A few more people appeared wearing underwear naked in the middle of the street. Damn, this old man is none other than the old king of the Halazen group along with his 4 heavenly kings. The 4 of them all learned Lichiko's fashion style with the coat sprinkled with loose pants. Haha, I spent a lot of money to erect that statue. You did well this time, young man, you are indeed the man in my imagination. The old man looked at Lichiquo and opened his mouth to praise. It's true that he not long ago destroyed all 5 guilds in the world. At the same time, he was the man who massacred about 3 million people of the World Alliance, a terrible feat. He was also the one who destroyed the old man's guild Halasan. After that day, I was very impressed with him and had this statue built. Listening to his explanation, Lichiquo didn't know how to answer because he was speechless. What the hell is wrong with me? Why do these uncles become my phantoms and all wear only underwear? Lichiquo helplessly wondered, then was startled when he heard the old man continue talking. But do you know that it cost about 20 billion for this statue to be built? That's not all. As soon as 4 of this old man's men appeared from afar, the crowd followed with smoke and dust. Oh, they found the brave man over there. Lichiquo immediately ran away exhausted on all 3 legs and 4 legs. The other uncle led his 4 heavenly kings to mingle with the crowd and chased him right behind. Where are you going, brave man? Oh my god. This uncle, don't follow me anymore. In this game Lichiquo is facing a chaotic crowd, while outside the real world there are also people who are thinking about their chaotic feelings. In a dark room without a single light, Hanaserang sat hugging her knees on the cold bed. Her face was filled with sadness and confusion and it seemed like she couldn't be in a good mood. In those eyes, there were lines of thoughts that were difficult to say and that no one could understand clearly. It wasn't until this moment that she realized strange signs had happened from the beginning, when she just opened her eyes and saw many monsters disappear in front of her the first time she met that man. That was the first time that 2 people met on the vast prairie. That's not all, even the time the giant bunny bear was destroyed with just a light tap. Things that were stolen by a group of people from the Halasan Guild. Probably because those briefs were given back to her. Clarifying each and every strange incident in the past, her mood sank even further to the bottom. Why was that so? Why did that guy pretend to be weaker than her? Why did I lie? Suddenly Hanaserang's eyes opened wide in the darkness as if recalling a terrible, unforgettable memory. It was an old teddy bear that was torn with all the teddy bears sticking out. That is the cold appearance of a man. Hanaserang, in her childhood, sat back in fear and leaned back on the bed, looking at that man and shedding tears. The 2 words deceit appeared in her mind, connecting the past to the present, causing her to lose control. Hanaserang's trembling hand fumbled in the darkness and picked up the familiar glasses. She then tried to put the glasses on her face. In that dim darkness, the lonely girl hugged her legs tightly, crouching in the vast, lonely space. In the game world, a new day has begun and the village is still devastated but everyone's mood has changed a lot. Lichiquo, with a deathly tired face, trudged down the village road, exclaiming as he walked. I'm finally back to normal. Is this the life of a celebrity? But boss, they're still staring, leave them alone. Now Lichiquo is nothing more than a rare creature in the zoo when going out on the street. By the way, Urot, it seems like we forgot something. I feel like we forgot something very important. Having said this, Lichiquo suddenly saw something in front of him, so he opened his eyes wide in surprise. In front of Lichiquo was the class captain with an expression that could not be seen clearly behind her hair. Seeing Lichiquo happily run up and say hello, oh, class captain, I'm so lucky she's safe. I feel deprived without her. Looking at this intimate appearance of Lichiquo, everyone around them started talking to each other and paying attention. Who is that girl? The hero calls her captain. I don't know, but she is first time seeing that. But she looked very familiar, like she was someone I had seen before. Her face was also very familiar. At this time Lichiquo was rummaging around in his cloak looking for something. Oh yes, I have something for you, captain. Then he took out the ribbon that the class had lost last time after being destroyed by Yuri-kan, then he put it on her neck and put it back in place. I killed Yuri-kan and did it, didn't I pick it up on the street? I almost missed it. Lichiquo smiled shyly. I saw it fall on the ground high. Lichiquo hurriedly explained, but he did not notice that the captain's expression had become extremely dark and strange. Her hands clasped together and kept shaking with a small amplitude that was hard to see. With a trembling voice, she spoke up and said, "Don't laugh, you found it on the street, right? Why did you lie?" Lichiquo was bewildered and then raised her hand to scratch her head. Haha, what are you talking about? I don't know how to lie. Class's lips parted as if she wanted to say something. But in the end she gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. Shorts, you're you, right? You're the man who brought me rice cakes to celebrate moving into a new house. Oh, what rice cake? Suddenly say something I don't. Saying this, the smile on Lichiquo's lips stopped, and yesterday's words from class Lichiquo made him think of a truth that he had unintentionally forgotten. That was the time he gave a cake to the neighbor girl when he first met him when he moved to a new house. She was a beautiful girl with pink hair and thick glasses in a schoolgirl outfit. Maybe it's her. Lichiquo immediately used her panicked voice to ask the captain, could it be that the captain of her class was her? His panic quickly attracted the attention of everyone around him, and they all turned their eyes to this direction. Standing quietly in the middle of the vast square, the last class looked down and answered, that's right. I am Hana Serang. Returning to the real world in the building where Hana Serang lives, she is being questioned by her manager. Hana Serang, are you crazy? Why did you reveal your identity in front of so many people? You're crazy, right? Right now I'm the #1 most searched person in the social network rankings. Reporters are asking for information and false rumors are spreading on social networks. Do you want to turn yourself into a character like in real life? Do you know how to think? Customization is the ability to freely create the appearance of the character in the game. However, in virtual space, players can only access it with their own appearance according to government policy, so in advance so far no one recognizes Hana Serang in the game. If there's no other way, I have to change my hairstyle. It's a miracle that my identity hasn't been revealed yet. Hana Serang listened silently and then coldly asked back, what if I were discovered? From the beginning, I had no intention of hiding my identity. Is playing games a crime? Why do I have to hide my identity? I play games for fun, so why do I have to do what others want? Hearing Hana Serang's hot and angry voice, the assistant sister also had a headache and sighed, I'm just afraid your personality will be revealed. Have you forgotten what you told everyone? Hearing this, Hana Serang angrily clenched her teeth. Until she couldn't control herself anymore, she shouted loudly and cried. Who says I want to fake it, but you just want to force me to do it? From the beginning I don't want to lie, I don't want to deceive my fans anymore. After saying that, ignoring the assistant, she immediately went into her room and slammed the door. The assistant stood bewildered outside, not knowing what to do. Inside the room, Hana Serang immediately picked up his virtual reality glasses. Then she angrily put it on her head and lay down on the bed. The notification sound rang out in Hana Serang's chaotic mind, activating the virtual reality device to begin character recognition. Her hand seemed to be so excited that it kept shaking. However, when the glasses were activated, the trembling hand gradually became quiet. Until it completely stops, the notification sound rings again, confirming that the character has completed accessing the world of Kurono. Nanyu returned to Hana Serang. In a split second her consciousness left her body and entered the virtual reality world. Temporarily leave reality and return to the past a bit at a preschool in a clean neighborhood. The sweet voice of a little girl rang out in front of you, the mountain stream, deep in the mountain, who comes to drink? The clear stream, who comes to drink? Dawn has come. The little rabbit woke up, rubbed her eyes and then went to wash her face, the small, beautiful girl with pink hair and her clear singing voice in front of everyone in the classroom. The other children were attracted by this cute voice and appearance and couldn't take their eyes off her. And this beautiful girl is none other than 5-year-old Hana Serang. Since she was a child, Hana Serang has had a natural musical talent, and what is surprising is that she entered the music world when she was only 5 years old. Genius and prodigy are noble words that people attach to her. Is a singer with a heavenly voice who has a second life in the entertainment world. Her debut shined brighter than anyone else and seemed to become the most beautiful flower, but a tragedy happened as if fate had planned it. Little Hana Serang cried loudly in his beloved home. The little girl was surrounded by emotionless toys, but she couldn't be happy and kept crying like that. A flower like her should have bloomed brilliantly but was trampled under the feet of dirty, evil adults. The people who should have protected and encouraged her the most. None other than her parents. Of course, the reason is just one word, money. Just one word. Money carries magical power that can corrupt anyone. Someone said that in the entertainment industry, rushing to make money is common. But this is just a little girl, being dominated by money has become Hana Serang's obsession. Became such a tragedy that ruined the life and childhood of such a child, seemingly just a normal story in a TV series. But in real life, Haneserang was mistreated to an unbelievable extent. Even in music shows, entertainment talks, or in advertising scenes. This girl had to cope with a difficult and dense schedule that even adults could hardly digest, all because her parents forced their daughter to earn money. They kept smiling and saying sweet words when the little girl was tired and crying, "Hansera, why is it like that? You can do well, right? Mom and Dad love you very much, you know, daughter, that's right, this love has been taken over by money and they are exploiting their daughter's labor." With just a 5-year-old child, how could he rebel against his parents? So Haneserang could do nothing but helplessly listen to every word of instruction. Then the innocent girl had to learn how to fake a smile to hide her fatigue. That sweet smile is always visible on stage in front of her loving fans. But such a small child's body has its limits. Until one time at an important performance Haneserang held a microphone in his hand but couldn't sing. This is a special year-end live broadcast with the highest viewership rating and the most beautiful and majestic stage. She had to endure a lot of pressure, so in the end that 5-year-old girl couldn't hold back. She vomited right on stage right after the live broadcast in front of the watching eyes of hundreds of thousands of people. Even the directors and cameramen were surprised by this incident. The girl's parents immediately turned dark when they saw their daughter like that. The little girl in the barn just burst into tears in pain. "Mom, Dad, hoo-hoo. Dad, Mom, hoo-hoo, I'm so tired I can't stand it." That face filled with tears looked towards his parents as a final plea for help. But in the girl's eyes, her parents were just angry and disappointed, looking down. On their faces, there was not a single worry for their daughter, but only seemed to be worried about the concert being destroyed. That's right, my childhood was haunted with tears and runny nose in front of countless people. The beautiful image of the little girl has disappeared, replaced by a wound that will never fade. A wound that will forever be on her mind for the rest of her life. Returning to the present in the world game of chess, Hansarang sits on the cliff and looks into the distance. On that face was a feeling that no one could explain. At this moment, she just remembered her past and remembered the last meeting with that guy Lachiko. He wore the scarf she dropped when she was destroyed by the monster. Haneserang slowly placed his hand on the scarf around his neck and sighed. "Oh, finally found you." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out from behind, making her a bit startled. Behind her, the person walking was none other than Lachiko in his cloak. "I knew you would be here, but why did you suddenly run away like that?" I was a bit surprised, but still. Before Lachiko could finish his sentence, Hansarang spoke softly and interrupted him to go somewhere else. Her expression made Lachiko speechless, unable to understand what to do, only standing there. Then I had to turn around and quietly ask my little dragon why she was like that. "Boss, I think she was angry." "Boss, why was she angry at me?" "But why was she angry?" "It's true that Big Brother doesn't understand women's thoughts." You're outside and explained that Big Brother didn't tell her that Big Brother had hidden power, so she got angry because she saw it. I was deceived. So what should we do now? Apologizing is fine, after all, Big Brother was the one who was wrong first. So Lichiko awkwardly walked closer, coughed a few times and explained. "Hey, I'm so sorry." Haneserang listened but still bowed his head and remained silent without responding. "I'm very sorry because from the beginning I didn't intend to hide it from you, I was just waiting for a nice day to tell you." She remained silent with her hand touching the cloak. A little later Haneserang slowly stood up and asked back, "Was that enough to just apologize? Apologizing is so easy, just do something wrong and then apologize and everything will be over." Laichiko looked at her back and then shyly put his hand on his head and scratched it. "Haha then." But before he could finish his words, Laichiko's eyes opened wide in surprise at the event before him. It turns out that in that moment, a giant monster glided by at unbelievable speed and its claws stole the girl Haneserang. Looking at her appearance like this, it seems that the impact was too strong and too unexpected, so she temporarily fainted. Laichiko panicked and shouted loudly calling her name, "Class Captain." She didn't have a single response and just lay completely in the claws of that monster with a bird's body and giant wings. On the back of the surprised monster sat a young man with blue-silver hair. He looked at the girl Haneserang at the beast's feet and exclaimed how difficult it was to catch you. "I didn't mean to make you faint, I'm so sorry." At this moment, when he heard the voice and clearly saw the appearance of that strange young man, the dragon Urot seemed to recognize him with a surprised expression. That person is, a certain image appears in the baby dragon's mind. Before Urias could say anything, Lachiko shouted angrily at the man on the beast, "Who the hell are you? Come down here right now." That beautiful young man smiled friendly and shook his head. "Sorry, hero of the world, someone wants to meet Honeserang, so now she has to come with me. I just borrowed her for a little while." Lichiko angrily held a wooden stick in his hand and shouted at this bastard. Seeing that, the little dragon Uro raised his voice to stop him. Wait a minute, you won't be able to attack blindly like that, he is." But it was too late for the little dragon to stop him when Lichiko didn't listen to a word and immediately attacked. A devastating slash of the wooden stick, he swung straight towards the man and his monster. Just as the brutal energy was about to approach, the man turned around and looked before starting to act. Looking closely now, there were marks on his neck as if his head had just been sewn back to his body. He felt Lachiko's strength and then sighed and smiled in praise. "Nice." Immediately his bandaged hand like a mummy reached out to activate the glass bowl skill. The fifth glass bowl is a reflective glass. Immediately, a miracle occurred when an invisible mirror appeared, blocking Lachiko's attack and reflecting the attack back below his face. Land. Everything happened very quickly from the moment Lichiko attacked and until his attack was countered. His big eyes looked at his own energy circle that was about to rush into him in surprise. A tremendous explosion immediately appeared, causing the ground to shake as if it were about to burst, and Lichiko received the full blow of his own attack like a stick hitting his back. Because he acted in anger just now, he had no intention of conserving his power, so now the power bounces back through the atmosphere and flies into space. Waiting for everything to stabilize, the dust and smoke had dissipated, the entire mountain range behind was punctured by that terrible energy, and one of Lachiko's arms had disappeared along with the energy flow. Seeing this, the dragon baby Urot was frightened and shouted in worry, "Sir, are you okay?" Lichiko, with an unclear expression on her husband's face, did not answer a word, but the system informed his mind that serious injuries had appeared on his body. The hidden skill regeneration has been activated. The husband blinked and the burned arm moved again and was regenerated by the cells in his body. Lichiko's body was as healthy as it was before he glanced straight at the beast in the sky. At this time, Uru came to the side and reminded him in a low voice, "Boss, you know that he is not an ordinary person. His name is Hanbek." Urot pondered for a moment, then spoke solemnly and continued. "He was just like me. Looking at the man flying with the monster in the sky, I clearly realized that his entire body was sewn together as if this body were sewn together. Assembled from so many pieces." Lichiko was confused and wondered if he was like you, wouldn't he be a bad person? This made the dragon speechless. At the same time, while flying in the sky, the young man's glass could not withstand the pressure and began to show cracks. It seemed that he was also a bit surprised and shocked by this incident in his house's glass. His lips flickered as if he wanted to say something but stopped and then suddenly smiled. "Great, this is the first time it's broken since that person, and it will probably take a while to fix. But no matter how strong you are still just an ordinary person. So you are not worthy to own a fragment of God." After saying that, he and his beast flew away with Honeserang, and who knows how much time passed, they landed at a hidden tower located further in the jungle with few human footprints. At this time, Honeserang also woke up from his coma and quickly retreated back when he discovered that he was in a strange situation with strangers. She was so scared. Why did she ask, "Who are you? Where is Terry? Why am I here? What is your purpose in bringing me here?" Seeing that she was worried, the boy raised his hands to reassure her, "Oh, calm down, I don't have any bad intentions, there's someone who wants to meet you." Honeserang was surprised to hear the reason. "It's so wonderful to meet me. Who is it? Who wants to meet me?" As she finished asking, from behind the young man, 2 footsteps sounded at the same time as 2 figures were approaching. A strange feeling arose in Honeserang's heart, causing drops of sweat to fall from her face. Her eyes opened wide, showing an expression filled with shock and horror when she saw those 2 people. Her voice was also completely lost and trembling as she cried out 2 words that were both dear and strange. "Dad, Mom." It turns out the 2 people who just appeared in front of Honeserang are actually her miserable dad and mom. It was a beautiful memory, but it was shattered into pieces. Seeing her parents, dark memories of that performance once again appeared in her mind. A grand performance was dedicated to Haneserang, but when the girl succumbed to the psychological burden, she lost control and vomited on stage. This prevented the performance from being completed and the girl's parents were angry and disappointed. They don't seem to care about their daughter's condition but only care about the huge salary that will be cancelled. The little girl just burst into tears in the middle of the beautiful stage. So after that day, 5-year-old girl Haneserang withdrew from the entertainment industry. Even though she is only 5 years old, she has already won many domestic and international music awards. Retiring from the entertainment industry is a suitable decision for the current girl, but there are people who won't give up on Haneserang until the end. Waiting for her is every beating from her parents. They brutally beat their poor 5-year-old daughter without mercy. Of course, the people who didn't give up on her were still her two evil parents. They did not agree with her withdrawal from the entertainment industry and forced her to go on stage again. "Daughter, why don't you understand our hearts? We love you so much." Hearing these words of love from Haneserang's parents doesn't make me feel happy, I just feel cold and scared. So many years Haneserang had to go through a period of fame even when she gave up singing. Everyone around her still knew her, but she refused all performances and locked herself in her room. On major programs, no more looking for Hafra, and when income was completely cut off, another terrible thing happened. The girl's teddy bear was torn to pieces on the cold floor. Haneserang curled up in fear and looked up at her parents with horrified eyes. That's right, when her income was cut off, her parents finally exceeded the limits of humanity. Just look at these scary uncles with piles of money to understand what their decision is. Without them, how could they be the parents of a child? They are devils who don't deserve to be called parents. They valued their only daughter at a huge amount of money. Although Haneserang is small, she is extremely intelligent and she clearly understands what her fate will be if she is sold to these men. So a miracle happened when the Hafra tried to get up and run away. The fact that a weak girl like Haneserang escaped that miserable situation was a miracle. With bare feet and no shoes, ignoring the injuries from running on the street, the little girl just ran away like that. And the place she went to immediately after escaping that house was a police station. Haneserang cried and denounced her parents to the police. Thanks to this fierceness, she was freed from hell after many years. The court issued an order banning Haneserang's parents from approaching their daughter. Of course these two crazy people tried to appeal the sentence but it didn't go through. Thanks to the protection of the law, Haneserang will be completely freed from her parents. The trauma from the past also caused her to have a complete mental crisis and she suffered severe psychological trauma. Is not a sadness or an obsession but a real psychological trauma for a child whose childhood was exploited and bullied in his own home. A serious psychological trauma that is almost impossible to heal. More specifically, it is an injury to the lie. Because throughout her childhood her parents always spoke loving and flattering words but their actions were the complete opposite. After that, Haneserang did not leave the room and always locked himself in the dark room. At that time, her only escape and only spiritual support were online games. She lives alone in a dark room with the flickering light from the screen causing her eyes to quickly get worse and she has to wear glasses. Because of childhood memories, in reality, even when taking off the glasses, symptoms of insecurity such as trembling and panic still appear. And since her return to this world is a story of some time later. And now in the virtual reality game Haneserang meets his miserable father and mother again. That psychological trauma appeared again, causing her hands to begin shaking uncontrollably. She almost couldn't believe it when she looked at the scary figure in front of her and asked in a trembling voice, "Mom and Dad, how do I get the court's restraining order?" Seeing their daughter panic like that, they smiled gently and said, "This is in the game where my daughter saw the article about you playing the world of chess. But with only our low ability, we could not find the child, so this young man helped." Hearing that, the young man smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, I'm going out for a bit, so let's talk to each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air and disappeared from this place. The mother continued to keep a gentle smile on her lips and spoke softly to her daughter. "Our daughter has grown up a lot, right? During that time, I only saw her through TV shows, even if it was only for a while. In a fantasy world, seeing you directly like this makes me happy. But the real world is also cruel when it causes children and parents to be separated by law. Listening to every word, not knowing if it was sincere or fake, Haneserang only felt scared and cold. In the end, she suppressed the panic in her heart and asked coldly. What is the purpose of you two appearing in front of me? If there is no reason, I can log out of the game, right? Hearing that, the mother panicked and shouted out 2 words of apology. Hearing these 2 words of apology, Haneserang opened his eyes wide in surprise and disbelief. I'm so sorry. We really wanted to say sorry to you last time. We were very bad at that time, don't we really believe you, Haneserang? Will your daughter forgive us? If possible, we want to live in harmony with you like before. Haneserang was completely silent before these seemingly holy words of his parents. Temporarily leaving the story of their roles in the tower outside, the young man with the strange body appeared next to his pet. Suddenly that eagle-winged raptor raised its head with sharp eyes when it saw something. Seeing that, the blue-haired young man also sighed and smiled. Oh my god, he's already here. It turned out that appearing in front of him was Lichiquo along with the baby dragon Urias and his wooden stick. I didn't expect you to come here so quickly, brave man. This is a place that people don't know about. Surely Mr. Urot next to you has given you instructions, right? Because the day Urot and I are together, don't let him finish the cold Lichiquo sentence and interrupt. Stop it. Let's just shut up and let's play another round. If I win, I'll have to exact revenge to be satisfied, haha. Looking at the crazy face of the young man in front of him, the blue-haired guy remained silent and then let out a breath. He said while lightly snapping his fingers, and there was no other way. As soon as he finished speaking, with that snap of his fingers, his bird-headed pet immediately let out a loud noise that shook the whole space. Its giant body and ash-gray feathers quickly rose into the air, causing the feathers to scatter. Seeing that, Lichiquo looked up at it and asked, "You damn bird's head will go first. How can any bird dare to be arrogant with a primate like you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lichiquo's eyes opened wide in surprise. He was surprised because the bird in front of him suddenly split from one bird into 2 identical birds. Lichiquo was completely stunned and looked at the 2 birds for a while. Unable to believe his eyes, he thought he was mistaken, so he quickly raised his hand to rub his eyes. But when Lichiquo just rubbed his eyes and opened them, the sight in the sky left him speechless. Because from the 2 birds, it was now unknown how many identical birds there were in the sky. Thousands and thousands of questions appeared in Lichiquo's heart and finally turned into one. The only question is, does that cheek have to be py and pus? This is a skill of one of Hanbek's glasses. This skill is, as the name suggests, copying glasses, so it can copy dozens, hundreds, and thousands of identical bird-headed animals. Then they rushed at the same time toward Lichiquo. Seeing how many scary birds attacked him at the same time, Lichiquo was also scared out of his wits and shouted, "What is this?" But even though he was panicked, he still swung his wooden stick and attacked. The destructive energy flow like an erupting volcano enveloped the entire herd of bird-headed beasts. Of course, the power of a wooden stick is something that cannot be underestimated, so many bird-headed beasts were burned to ashes. But in just a blink of an eye, they once again appeared intact and undamaged. What exactly is this blurry thing? Uro, on the side, hastily explained to his big brother that this is the skill of the copying glass, the ability of Han's 4th mirror. That's it. Be careful, big brother, the ability that Hanbek possesses is a mirror skill called 8 mirrors, meaning 8 different mirrors, 8 mirrors. This is the first time I've heard of this skill. That's right, it means he has 8 mirrors. Mirrors from the first scene to the first scene all have different effects and strange abilities. Udrop on the side stared at the blue-white-haired guy while explaining, in fact, the appearance of these skills will cause imbalance, but it doesn't matter because from the beginning the game company there was no intention of balancing, because he is not a player, he is just a monster, or in other words, a monster that the player must attack and overcome. That's right, the guy named Hanbek is similar to Urot and is one of the most powerful monsters in this game. Lichiquo heard clearly the beginning and end of the story and coldly exclaimed, "This game is funny. It's so creepy that a hooded monster walks around and acts like a human like this. Whose mind did this idea come from?" As soon as he said this, in a moment of inattention Lichiquo was attacked from behind by that bird-headed beast, causing him to spit blood. Fresh blood spewed out and there was surprise in those eyes, and this guy was always careless while fighting. That's not all. One attacked from behind and the rest in the sky immediately summoned their fireballs and shot at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of fireballs fell from the sky like meteors, causing explosions to resound and making the ground seem to shatter. Lichiquo was at the center of this terrifying attack and his body was completely consumed by the destructive power. Withstanding the full flow of energy, Lichiquo's body angrily screamed. Damn it, I was so startled that the next time I attack, could I say it first? Of course not. How could the others leave him alone to give him a chance to counterattack? But thanks to his constantly regenerating body, Lichiquo could both withstand the attack and counterattack with combos. Cut. Immediately a pillar of light rose up against the sky, swallowing up all the flocks of birds around. Wait until that pillar of light disappears, the sky will become clear again and there will be no sign of any bird-headed animal at all. It was clear that Lichiquo had just destroyed everything, but this scene in Hanbek's eyes made him laugh. Don't try too hard, killing it won't help, it can copy as much as you want with my copy glass. A few remaining feathers floated in the sky, but just as Hanbek's voice ended, the scary thing happened again. Those bird-headed beasts were revived as healthy as before. From one child it becomes two, from two children it becomes four, they keep dividing into a series of identical children. Lichiquo with a gloomy face silently looked at everyone and asked if that was true. So what would happen if we broke that mirror? A strange smile appeared on Lichiquo's lips. Listening and seeing this expression, Hanbek still curled his eyes and smiled without answering. In an instant, the ordinary wooden stick was raised high and he used even more strength to perform his homemade slashing attack. The light covered everything with destructive power, devouring the flock of beast-bodied, bird-headed monsters in the sky. Once again they were reduced to ashes. But immediately the flock of birds once again appeared intact, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Lichiquo was angry and continued to swing the wooden stick to attack wildly. His furious power seemed to sweep away everything and nothing could resist. The flock of birds was destroyed and then once again formed and was once again completely burned. I don't know how much time has passed, I don't know how many times I've killed that flock of birds, but the continuous slashing is still used continuously. Lichiquo stood there silently, repeating his moves over and over again. His incredible strength is unimaginable and can probably only appear in this ridiculous virtual reality game. That power shook entire continents on the planet and could be seen from outer space. Of course, all things have endurance, so when a certain energy level exceeds the limit of that mirror, it will be smashed to pieces. The young Hanbek seemed quite surprised and startled and he looked at his mirror even though this was the second one Lichiquo broke. I don't know why he was so surprised or if he underestimated Lichiquo's strength, but the truth is that the mirror was broken. Immediately the wooden stick was close to his face and Lichiquo's cold words rang out. Your mirror is broken, you bastard. This bastard heard that you are in existence like you are, oh, right, you smart guy. Hanbek looked panicked then smiled and replied, no, it's not that I'm weak, it's that you're too unusual, young man, are you this strong? Seeing his smile, Lichiquo angrily retorted, don't laugh and talk at the same time, you just make me think of that wretched cockroach and I'm even more annoyed, the cockroach, the goddess of life, naturally sees it. It's ticklish and Hanbok doesn't understand anything. Okay, if you don't want to die, then answer why did you kidnap the class captain, what else is that thing you call a god fragment? Haha, let's see if I should answer or not, I'll be too awkward. Lichiquo was angry and gritted his teeth, holding a stick and threatening, oh if you don't answer, do you want to die, you bastard? In front of him, Hanbek used energy to heal his mirror and slowly said, it was almost broken but could still be used again. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly something was summoned from the side and made a sound, causing Lichiquo to turn around and look. Oh my god, it's the bird's head again, so annoying. He turned his head and exclaimed, but when he clearly saw what appeared in front of him, his words were completely silenced. Or in that case, it is the extreme surprise when seeing something unimaginable. Lichiquo's mouth opened to show his current mood. Why? Because appearing in front of Lichiquo is another Lichiquo who looks exactly like him, nothing more. Most especially, in the hand of the newly summoned Lichiquo, he held a wooden stick that looked exactly like the real Lichiquo's wooden stick. It was exactly the same wooden stick, only they were covered in a layer of light blue energy. The wooden stick is identical and the underwear is also identical. Perhaps this was the first time Lichiquo had encountered such a strange scene, so he was a bit startled and sweaty. Staring at the guy in a robe and shorts with a green wooden stick in front of him, he couldn't help but shout in wonder. "That's me, what's wrong with that?" Of course Lichiquo that was just summoned was fake, and that was the result of the copying skill. The copying glass also has another side that can completely copy someone with only one difference. That is, the appearance will be reversed left and right. So the strange name copied is exactly like Lichiquo, only slightly reversed left and right, just like when we see ourselves in the mirror. Before Lichiquo could react, the strange name that had just been copied opened his mouth and uttered a familiar continuous slashing move. Immediately, the terrifying energy exploded just like when the real Lichiquo performed, and the only difference was the color. That energy light aimed straight at the real Lichiquo and flew towards it. And our guy was still standing there, probably scared to death. That's right, looking at this face, I know that this idiot was so shocked that he didn't have time to react and just softly cursed his life. His psychological qualities are a bit weak, but what can he do? After all, he is just a normal person with great strength, so this is probably the first time Lichiquo has been eaten. Onions are fertilized by oneself. Faced with Lichiquo's powerful attack, the blood column was quickly drained. In the blink of an eye, the blood was completely gone, not symbolizing the loss of this life. The terrible explosion seemed to blow away the entire mountain range that could be seen from afar. A column of smoke billowed like an empty pillar into the sky with black smoke that made it difficult to see the direction clearly, and even the owner of the glass, Hanbek, was surprised by this power. Wow, that's surprising. I should have never cloned the griffin in the first place, but copying him was the right choice. Suddenly, the dragon Urot appeared right next to Hanbek and questioned, "Hanbek, what is your purpose?" "Oh Mr. Urot, it's been a while since I last saw you. I haven't had time to calm down yet, so I haven't had time to greet you properly. But why do you look cuter now than before, haha," Hanbek said and laughed, making the dragon Urot angry and scolding him for nonsense. "Stop talking nonsense and answer me quickly, what is the purpose of your appearing next to Big Brother? Could it be because of instructions from that person?" Hearing this, Hanbek was silent, then slowly smiled and said, "Mr. Uro. Can you let me touch your cheek just once?" Hanbek had a look of infatuation in his eyes because he was captivated by the cute appearance of the baby dragon Urot, making him angry and shouting "bastard." While the two of them were arguing, on the ground where Lichiquo was completely destroyed just now, something was moving and wriggling. If you look closely, it looks like a moving piece of meat. That lump of meat grew bigger and slowly grew straight up into the sky, but its whole body still moved and wiggled in an extremely strange way. It was the first time Hanbek saw such a strange thing that he was completely bewildered and scared. Only the dragon Uro understood clearly what was going on, so he silently stood aside and exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's starting again, what a horrible game." As everyone expected, Lichiquo activated his super regeneration ability, once again recovering his health bar and appearing before him. His body formed from that pile of flabby flesh and then walked step by step on the grass with his skin flowing like an extremely disgusting stream of water. Oh no, you can't tell that this is Lichiquo because looking at this monstrous appearance, it looks like a monster in a horror movie, right? That's not all. From the hand, a smiling face grew and gently scared Hanbek, making him scream and cry. Hanbek quickly ran away while Lichiquo, with his strange appearance, stood still and turned to look at the approaching figure. "Oh my god, are you present, you fake person? Do you hear me, you fake underwear guy?" In the distance, counterfeit Lichiquo also realized that his opponent had not been destroyed and had been reborn. "Oh my god, looking at it, I see that you're a fake, but you're like a failed experimental work. It's really disgusting, so maybe the counterfeiter over there couldn't stand it, so he attacked immediately. Another skill he uses with a wooden stick carries unbelievable power." The deadly ray of destruction rushed straight towards Lichiquo in the distance while Lichiquo also held his real wooden staff tightly and used the same skill to counter the attack. In general, his skills are not exactly the same, they just shoot a stream of energy to attack. Each slash swung out carrying golden power to confront that blue energy voice. Two almost equal giant powers collided with each other, and this scene was extremely shocking, making the little dragon on one side bewildered. Not only the dragon Urot but also those who observed this battle felt scared by that terrible power. One yellow and one green mixed together like water and fire and then continuously fought to destroy the entire planet. Smoke and dust with sharp winds. The two figures, one black and one blue, rushed at each other again like moths and both had almost equal strength. They are trying their best to destroy their imposters. While fighting, don't forget to shout together to increase the drama and madness. The two people's souls seemed to be burning, completely revealing the power they possessed. This is the collision between real and fake of two wooden sticks. That terrible collision caused energy to spill outwards, creating residual ripples that blew away surrounding objects. Lichiquo fought to the point of madness and completely invested his mind in the battle. The fake guy here also has the same expression as Lichiquo with dark eyes that don't see any light. Almost at the same time, Lichiquo shouted angrily with a continuous slashing attack. On the other side, the impostor also shouted and slashed in unison with him. The moves are exactly the same, the appearance is exactly the same, even the expressions and words are exactly the same. Standing from the car it feels like Lichiquo is fighting with a mirror. The battlefield between the two of them became larger and larger because the power they displayed became more and more terrifying. As far as everyone could see, there were only clouds of dust and smoke, destroyed mountain ranges, and the two red and blue colors of those two wooden sticks. Lichiquo's bright eyes burned into the fire of battle, constantly waving the wooden stick in his hand. Up until this moment, it seems that the two people are still evenly matched and cannot determine victory or defeat. They used every slash and every move exactly as if they could read each other's thoughts. That's right, because that copy is almost a complete copy of Lichiquo, so determining victory or defeat is quite difficult at this point. Anger and discomfort, countless emotions jumped up in Lichiquo's heart and screamed as if to relieve him, then used the wooden stick's power even more. A blinding light appeared, making it impossible for others to see clearly, only vaguely showing the silhouettes of two people. In the heart of the battle, they fought, forgetting about the space and time around them. In the eyes of the two people, there was only the other left with the determination to destroy the opponent. The explosive power seemed to want to swallow the entire planet and burn it. Not to mention right in the center of the battle, just the streams of power being scattered outwards will make the two strongest monsters in the game, Uro and Hanbek, be wary and retreat. Feeling bad, Hanbek smiled and shouted orders, quickly attack directly, if you keep doing that, both of you will be destroyed. The dragon baby Uro was naturally more worried about his big brother and shouted. I don't know how much time passed until the destructive light suddenly extinguished, leaving only thin smoke. In the midst of that terrible battlefield, people only saw two horrible lumps of flesh wiggling and regenerating. Both of them activated the regeneration skill at the same time and together they transformed into this strange appearance, making the dragon and Hanbek speechless. It's not possible to resurrect normally, is it necessary to revive in such a disgusting shape? This is probably a strange hobby of these two people, but in the end they return to their human form so it's a little less tearful. Lichiquo did not stop here like an arrow and launched it towards his opponent. On the other side, the impostor also acted the same way, making it impossible for others to see the two people's figures clearly. Two streams of power, one blue and one red, collided again, creating a beautiful and mournful scene. The two of them fought each other unharmed, but the most pitiful thing was that the surrounding mountains and forests were continuously and tragically destroyed. The fighting still continues and I don't know when it will end. Seeing that, Urot suddenly stopped and asked the guy next to him. Hanbek, now can you slowly answer me, why did you appear next to Big Brother, and moreover, why did you kidnap class captain? Hanbek was silent for a moment, looking at the dragon next to him with a look of scrutiny before speaking. As expected, looking at Mr. Uro's tone, you don't know anything, right, so you should always pay a little attention to other people. The strongest existence in the world of Corono that even that person does not dare to touch casually, the arrogant Mr. Urot, where have you gone? I have to ask him, not only that person but also the person who once did not care about worldly things. What is the reason why you are submitted to that person? Listening to each question, the little dragon Ur's eyebrows, not knowing whether or not they were yes or no, furrowed more and more and became solemn. Then after a while I opened my mouth to speak again, you asked me why. You looked at that battle and still didn't know what the reason was. Seeing that, Hanbek thought for a while and then shyly spoke up. Anyway, it seems like Mr. Urot is misunderstanding a lot of things, but please don't worry, at least I'm not interested in heroes. My purpose is just a piece of God's puzzle. Hearing this, Urot was immediately startled and asked the piece of God, "Are you talking about the class captain?" Hanbek suddenly put his hands on his hips, looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. What are you talking about, class captain? Why are you making a collage of me? Oh my God, it's so funny. Originally, how could human existence have such value? She was just lucky enough to possess a piece of God's puzzle. The three of them did not know what was going on outside, but Haneserang was still facing his father and mother. Mom and Dad, apologize again, Haneserang. I hope you can accept this sincere apology. From us. The mother's voice became lower and lower when she saw Haneserang's gloomy face in front of her. Her hands were placed stiffly in front of her chest. Then when the mother saw those hands, she suddenly fell silent and panicked. She immediately approached Haneserang and grabbed her arm, making her startled. Haneserang's beautiful daughter. Where are your silent gloves? As she spoke, she revealed her scary face and strange smile, staring at her daughter. On the battlefield, when he received a suggestion from Hanbek, the little dragon Uro belatedly realized the truth. It turned out that the class captain's silent gloves were a piece of the God's puzzle, the glove. Is that your hand worth 10 million gold coins? That's right, but the important thing is not the price. For ordinary people or players, money is a measure of strength. However, items in the world of Korono are divided into many different levels and their respective values are also very different. The first is the alum level. The most popular level is the common level, items for new players and anyone new to the game can own. Next is the rare level with a slightly higher value and is commonly used by many people. Then there is the exclusive level that only rich people who deposit a lot of money into the game or are very powerful can receive. And finally will be the mythical level in Legends. I heard that when you go higher, you have a superior level, but I've never seen anyone use that item. Hey, baby dragon Uro saw it because his big brother owns countless superior weapons. Also, transcendent items are items received after defeating a great job god. Of course, Hanbek didn't know that secret, so he remained calm and continued. In general, with its power and rarity, it is of a very special mythological level, so we do not discuss the transcendent level. Moreover, especially for people in the god race like this girl, in the distance, the goddess of life Luna was sitting quietly on the grass, observing the battle and then laughing and exclaiming. Ahem, Hanbek really didn't say anything like that. It's true that a guy who doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut is not attractive at all. Do you think I'm right, old man? The girl was eating a burger and turned to talk to someone. Suddenly sitting next to her was the faceless man with long blonde hair that Lichiquo had met the last time he destroyed the game world. It's also new and it seems like everyone is paying attention, isn't it, Luna? You've always been collecting pieces of the god puzzle? The same thing happened the last time she used her appearance to approach the Holosan group. The purpose that time was just to find the god's piece when she assigned that task to the guild's president Holosan. But the old man was beaten so much by Lichiquo that he quickly stopped cooperating with Luna. Remembering the past, she suddenly sighed and smiled. As expected, you already know everything. When the mysterious blonde heard that, he smiled and asked, didn't you expect that everything from Eurykon to the piece of God would be absorbed? At that time, Eurykon completely absorbed class along with her glove. At that time, Luna originally wanted to stop it, but it seemed too late. At that time, she looked calm, but in fact the result was a little different from the original plan and this was Luna's negligence. Returning to reality, Lichiquo's battle with his clone is still going on fiercely. The two of them fought each other to the point of never getting tired. In the end, what should Lichiquo do to defeat his clone? Because no matter how you respond, your copy will do exactly the same because your nature is identical. It wasn't until this moment that the difference began to appear when the clone's fake wooden stick deflected and headed straight towards Lichiquo. Lichiquo's eyes opened wide in surprise as he looked at the fake wooden stick approaching him. But he couldn't react in time and was slashed across his body by the imposter. Lichiquo was pushed back and swallowed by the terrible force. The incident caused Urot, who was eating melon and watching a movie, to panic and scream loudly. Then the little dragon heard the explanation of Hanbek next to him. Because of their copying ability, their control abilities and abilities are exactly the same, but there is one fatal difference. Do you know what it is? That fatality is the difference between a bot and a player. which is the common name for an AI character or a computer-controlled character. Bots differ from users in one critical point: this version will not make any control errors when their physical strength declines, or rather, humans will be influenced by many things, leading to judgments. Misjudgment of all robots is not like that. They only know how to follow the pre-installed technical parameters, so more and more the situation will tilt to one side and will be unfavorable to humans. The more he listened to Hanbek's explanation, the more worried little dragon Uro became. He couldn't help but fly closer to his big brother. Seeing this monster Urout's appearance of worrying about humans, he didn't understand why Hanbek sighed so complicatedly. Right in the center of the battle in front of him, streams of black blood continuously fell onto the grass, forming a small puddle of blood. Ziha's body was riddled with wounds along with a deep gash that cut across the middle of his chest and blood fell from it. Big brother, are you okay? Of course, Lichiquo was fine when he once again activated his regeneration ability, causing the wound to close. Lichiquo's entire body was healthy but covered in dust and drops of blood. His face was quiet, his expression could not be seen clearly, then his teeth were clenched tightly as if he was angry about something until he raised his face to the sky and shouted loudly. Haha, so damn interesting, haha, so interesting. The little dragon was originally extremely worried, but when he saw his big brother's expression, he didn't know how to react. Of course, Hanbek in the distance was also speechless by Lichiquo's madness. Oh my god, in the past, the enemies were defeated so much that I was bored to death, but now I want to play with that fake shorts guy and fight forever and not get bored. Oh my god, what the hell are you talking about? Isn't this an emergency situation, sir? In the distance, after hitting Lichiquo, the imposter did not hesitate and used unbelievable speed while Lichiquo was still free to chat. It was me who was in the emergency situation, huh? In the blink of an eye, the imposter approached Lichiquo with the baby dragon. He ran and jumped high, carrying his terrible wooden stick. Lichiquo suddenly smiled confidently and exclaimed, "There are two ways to deal with that kid, you know?" A dragon was shocked when he heard these words. A guy who didn't know if he was a monster or a god was also shocked. Over here, this guy was about to eat the cake in his mouth and stopped moving, bewildered. This girl is no exception. As soon as he finished speaking, Lichiquo of course did not pay attention to the expressions of the people around him, but his wooden stick promptly rang out to block the attack. The terrifying energy flow from the two people's collision appeared once again and exploded. They were just two wooden sticks touching each other, but the power they emitted could almost destroy the whole world. Fortunately, the two of them also knew how to control their energy. This time, the baby dragon was standing too close, so he was struggling to resist that energy. This time, even Luna's grandmother and the guy in the distance who couldn't see his face were affected, making Luna, blocking her bangs, exclaiming, "Dear bangs, please keep them. Respect yourself and stay still." The main character in Lichiquo Hanbek's words just now stood still in his place and smiled and asked, "What are the two ways you just mentioned to destroy me? This method makes me a bit curious because in the end, what way are you planning to attack me?" In the distance, Luna took a bite of bread and shook her head in denial. "That's right, that's just a lie. Hanbek's skill is no different from the usual final boss monster in the world of Korono, and that 8th scene is also a cheating skill that is almost impossible to crack. It's not a worm monster that's designed to be easily defeated in the first place, so there's no reason to have two ways to attack it." Lichiquo in the distance couldn't hear what she said, but he didn't care about those trivial things. He just smiled and held the wooden stick tightly and exclaimed, "The first way is the planet going crazy." Hearing these words, the smile on Luna's lips suddenly disappeared. Even the blonde man sitting next to her was sweating profusely and panicked. "So if we end the game by destroying all the planets like last time, will the class captain come back and this underwear bastard will disappear? But luckily for you, I don't like to do it the old way again, so I'll use the second method." Hearing these words, two people breathed a sigh of relief. Hee. There are two people breathing a sigh of relief, and there is one person in the real world gritting his teeth and shaking and praying, "Please use the second method. Second way please, second way please, second way please," and there is one person in this world who is more worried than anyone else. It's so pitiful for Mr. Choidok B, while inside the game, Hansarang is facing his parents in the hidden tower. "My dear daughter, where are the quiet gloves? Please tell me. I've never seen my mother angry before." Looking at Hanaserang's mother's strange appearance, she was startled and didn't know how to react. If I bring those gloves, one day Hanbek will give my parents a large sum of money. Actually, my parents really need that money. Can you help me, dear daughter? Your parents worked so hard to give birth to you, is it possible that you can't do that, daughter? Her words are gentle and quick. Look at that face, don't you feel scared? Hanaserang didn't know anything about this, so she had no reason to lie and tell the truth. She really didn't know, but not long ago that glove suddenly disappeared. Her answer made both father and mother silent, and then their faces darkened. Then the father used his horrible face to approach his daughter and ask each word, "You marked it, right, bitch?" The scary face of the present is almost similar to the face of the father in the past, evoking panic in Hanaserang's heart, causing her to shed tears and shake her head. No, it's not like that, my father really don't know, but no. What immediately greeted her was a cold slap from her hated father. You're such an ill-mannered child. When you were little I tried to carry you to run away, don't you know? He screamed angrily and continued to beat his daughter. Giving money to your parents, do you think it's a waste? Have you forgotten all the work your mother did in giving birth to you, feeding you, changing diapers, and staying up all night to rock you to sleep? Where's my money? Where's my money, bitch? He was like a wild animal, screaming in question and then continuously slapping Hanaserang's tender face hard while she kept screaming. He stood there with his head down and endured the battle. In here, somehow, he was beaten, while out there, Lichikuo was still fighting with his clone. Suddenly, from under the two people's feet, a purple magic circle appeared with constantly rising energy. The dragon Uro was overwhelmed by the terrible power and had to cover his eyes with his hands and wonder, what is this light? Is this a new skill? The strong Hanbek was also blinded by the light and retreated backwards. As soon as Uro asked himself, he quickly shook his head in denial when he realized what this purple energy was. It was not a new skill, perhaps this purple energy is an energy that is very familiar to you, drop, or rather, familiar to its other head. Lichikuo smiled and activated the gluttony skill he received after swallowing the monster Yurikan. A black tentacle grew from Lichikuo's body outside the hideous group. Well, isn't that scarier than that tentacle growing out of Lichikuo's mouth, and he seems to be very satisfied with his appearance? Damn it, it doesn't grow anywhere but it grows in the mouth like that. Do you know how disgusting it is, boss? The tentacle extended around its back and then stabbed straight into the other clone's nape, making it stunned. Lichikuo immediately continuously absorbed the clone's energy. Seeing that on the side, Hanbek didn't worry but breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I kept worrying, what a pity, the ability only goes so far, I think copies cannot be copied. Got that gluttony skill? Almost at the same time, a tentacle sprouted from the clone's mouth, identical to Lichikuo's. He bluntly stuck that tentacle into Lichikuo's chest and then rammed the energy. The two of them kept ramming me and I rammed him, becoming a vicious cycle with no way out. See, don't be too arrogant because your opponent is your reflection, kid. Your opponent will also use the same skills as you and it also has the ability to recover and regenerate. There. Have you been fighting for so long and still haven't realized it? If you had chosen the first method, things would have been much better. This was a complete failure, you stupid boy. Lichikuo listened silently and then suddenly he spoke again and said that we still have a backup plan. What about a backup plan? As soon as Hanbek was startled, another tentacle stabbed straight into his chest, making him unable to react. Hanbek's eyes widened as if they were about to bulge out because of the extreme shock and fresh blood began to spurt from his mouth. See, that's my second fighting method. That is destroying the subject, ha ha ha. Like the monster Yurikan Lichikuo, of course he can not only grow one tentacle, but he can grow many tentacles at the same time. For some reason, Hanbek did not take precautions against this. This should have been hit. He stared at the figure in front of him in horror and wondered in his heart, oh my god, it shot out a second tentacle, so was he trying to defeat the clone to trick him? Everything was too late when in the blink of an eye Hanbek was sucked into a dry skeleton. As soon as Hanbek's energy was sucked from this side, the clone also became flickering like a faulty TV screen. Then a split second later he completely disappeared into nothingness. Lichikuo coldly watched his clone disappear and then spoke up and said, perhaps your body was seriously injured and the clone also disappeared, you bastard. But it was quite interesting, goodbye huh. Feeling his body getting older and weaker, Hanbek felt like a soulless corpse and screamed unconsciously with meaningless sounds. Facing suicide, the will to rise up in his heart made him grit his teeth and immediately take action. Hanbek's arm immediately swung out and cut off the tentacle that was sucking Lichiquo's energy. Lichiquo was also surprised by this decisive action and the result. He didn't expect that there was something that could cut his tentacles, but the thing that Hanbek just used to cut off the tentacles was his glass. Having narrowly escaped death, he was both scared and somewhat panicked, staring at the young man in front of him and panting. A smile appeared on his lips with his head connected to his body. It was hard to imagine that if he was pushed to such a dead end, then. It's a pity, but there's no other way and the peace of God has to give up the gloves of silence. This decision of Hanbek made the mysterious blonde man cry out in surprise. Hanaserang's peace was already possessed by that Lichiquo, right when he swallowed the monster Yurikon. Did Hanbek not know about this? When Luna heard the question, she smiled and replied, "That's right, it's because I didn't tell him. Oh my God, you're really..." On this side, a strange stream of energy covered Hanbek's body, causing him to fly into the sky. He held the mirror in his hand and looked towards Lichiquo and said goodbye, "I'll leave for now." Lichiquo was surprised and hastily pulled his penis into his body. Then he suddenly discovered that Hanbek was stiff and motionless, so he asked, "Why are you standing there frozen like that? Who allowed a loser like you to run away?" He immediately picked up the wooden stick and prepared to attack. Hanbek couldn't move anymore, so he was confused and somewhat frightened, sweating profusely inside. "So the loser will always drop his tail and run away like a lizard, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, the mirror in his hand flew straight towards Lichiquo. Lichiquo quickly caught the mirror in his hand. This is the mirror of some kind that Hanbek recovered and is one of the powers of the 8 realms. Lichiquo looked bewilderedly at the mirror and the baby dragon Urot next to him, then asked in panic, "Did we get this?" "That's right, consider it as a reward for this war." "It's not an official reward. I think I have to give you that so that maybe I can save my life." Lichiquo wondered how you knew that if I had this item, you would live. Wouldn't it mean that if I killed you, I would get a better item? Hanbek was asked, his mouth stiffened and he breathed. It makes sense that even at this point, Satan would cry. "That mirror only works while I'm alive, so it's best for you to save me rather than kill me." At this point, his body began to scatter as if it were being disturbed. "So here we go," the guy immediately disappeared in front of Lichiquo. The system notification sounds at the same time with the content that Hanbek's mirror has been transferred ownership. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Hanbek's 7th mirror. Lichiquo took a deep breath and finally spoke softly. From the beginning, his purpose was not to become the owner of this mirror but to be the class captain. While thinking, he walked closer to the tower hidden in the distance. Inside the tower are prison-like cells with lit torches. The harsh sound has been echoing ever since, when Hanaserang was beaten by her father. "Damn child, do you know how much we have suffered because of you?" Standing still and enduring the beating, Hanaserang remembered his beloved teddy bear being torn apart. In the past, in reality, it was still cold slaps. Children should obediently listen to their parents. "Why are you so arrogant? Have you forgotten who gave birth to you?" "That's right, these 2 people are the parents who gave birth and brought this beautiful girl into this world. Then I don't need quiet gloves anymore. If you have money, you can give it to me." "Bitch, do you know that money is money?" Blinking later, she was slapped so hard that she fell to the ground silently. Hanaserang just kept his head down on the dirty ground without even saying a word to refute. He stood coldly looking at his daughter with anger, then smiled. "Looking at your appearance, it's really boring. But after all, this is just a game. The court order is also invalid here, so you can't run away," the 2 of them said with a scary smile. As for little Hanaserang, she was beaten until her cheeks were swollen. Lying on the ground, the words that appeared in her head were "our family." Oh, how despicable and disgusting those dear words were. "Why are you still lying there? Why don't you stand up? Quickly give us the money." Reality and past are connected with the 2 words miserable family. Physical pain cannot be as painful as the pain in her little soul. The poor girl clenched her hands helplessly. "We will be together forever, won't we, honey?" The loving words of the two devils made Haneserang despair and silently pray in his heart. Please everyone, please, please. Please take me out of this dark hell. Right at this moment, the sound of rustling nostrils and a scolding voice rang out, making everyone startled. Are you an idiot? You don't know how to log out of the game, why are you suddenly here to suffer? Suddenly the other two parents turned around and discovered a young man wearing briefs standing in front of them. Who is this? Where did this crazy kid appear? Haneserang was also attracted by the voice and raised his face to look at the underwear guy. The father, after thinking for a while, realized Lachiko's appearance and asked, Wait, are you the boy in the despicable video posted? You're a ruthless bastard. Our Haneserang has bonded. Having said this, Lachiko coldly waved his wooden stick to silence his words. In the blink of an eye, he was defeated by Lachiko with a slapping technique without dying. After dealing with that bastard, Lachiko's cold voice rang out again, Usually I'm not a delusional person and I'm always polite to adults. But for stupid people like you, it's an exception, you bastard. Little Dragon Urot on the side listened and then sighed and wondered, oh my god, Big Brother also often talks nonsense to Haneserang's aunts and uncles, oh what a naughty child. On the ground, the old man woke up again and shouted, we are Haneserang's parents, what the hell are you doing? Hearing that, he coldly widened his scary eyes and asked, parents, don't be so stupid. There are no parents in this world who would slap their children in the face to exploit money like that. You bastards. The mother standing to the side immediately shouted loudly, then you should ask Haneserang, we are really his mother. Oh my god, look at her like this, I hate her so much, why bring reality into the game like this, then why play the game anymore? She was speechless by his question and didn't know how to answer, so she stammered and said, is that why kids play that game these days? Seeing his team leader sitting up, Lachiko looked at her and asked, class leader, why are you sitting still like that? She looked up at him bewilderedly without saying a word. Don't be so patient and forbearing anymore, leave this place. Your level deserves to be in a better place. Her eyes opened wide with tears when she heard these words. That's right, why do you have to be so patient? But they are really my parents. Lachiko immediately raised her hand to pick her nose and sighed and reproached her, what is that? Even you bring reality into the game, how incompetent are you? One look and you'll know what your family situation is like. If you're planning on playing like that, why are you going into this game even though you're running away in the game like in real life? Every word he said went straight through her thoughts and hit her soul so hard that she gritted her teeth and wondered. After a while, she coldly stood up, you know what I have to endure living with a man and a woman who doesn't know anything? Each resilient word was said along with painful tears falling to the ground. How long has it been? How long have I had to suffer? Immediately her mother came next to her and slapped her and scolded her for being so rude. What have you endured all this time? You don't know what we have to endure, bitch. You should remember carefully that whether in real life or in the game, we are still your parents. You only have one mom and dad. The more Haneserang heard those wretched words, the angrier she became. On the side, Lachiko smiled and said loudly, oh haha, they're just wasting time, don't bother paying attention. Bye, I already know the power of the class leader. Her in-game level is currently level 24, old lady. Even if you don't have a weapon and have to use your bare hands, just hitting it will be very painful. Lachiko's voice rang out at the same time as Miss Class's strong fist mixed with tears. Her punch aimed straight at the wretched mother. I absolutely couldn't believe that my daughter would hit me in the face, so all she could see on her face was a gasp of panic. Until this moment, fear appeared on the damn mother's old face. Images from the past reappeared with the wretched things they had done, making Haneserang's heart even harder. That's right, now is not the time to be lenient or patient. Every bit of pent-up, helpless resentment along with a little bit of remaining love were all poured into this punch. For the first time, she decided to stand up and throw away that dark past by punching her mother so hard that she flew backwards. In the days that followed, everything seemed to return to its original trajectory. In an interview with Haneserang TV station, he regained his smile and faced his beloved audience directly, yes it's me. I've been enjoying the world game of chess for a while now. Rono. Exclusive interview with the news that the popular Corono world user impersonates celebrity Haneserang, or is it really herself? Hello Ms. Haneserang, I'm quite surprised to see if the world of chess is a quite realistic game. If it's true that Hanfra's personality is true, even a rabbit wouldn't be willing to kill it, right? No. Faced with the host's question, Hanaserang smiled and raised his fist. That's not true. If you kill monsters with your bare hands, you can also relieve stress. Hanaserang has completely overcome the trauma and can live well in real life. The anxiety symptoms that have always tormented her have gradually disappeared and she no longer needs thick glasses frames. Again. So when you fight and kill monsters, your image at that time is completely different from the usual Hanaserang. Hearing this question, Hanaserang smiled and was silent for a while before she answered, completely opposite. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on her lips with her extremely beautiful and touching appearance, but who knows, maybe the image in the game could also be my real self. The host who interviewed her once again was struck by this beautiful appearance of the female idol, making her blush and heart beat faster. It was just like last time when many people at the studio were captivated by Hanaserang. What is the truth? Does it matter what my real personality is? If we find our true selves in games, there's no reason to play gems, and aren't real games a place for us to reveal another part of ourselves? Hanaserang's interview and performance were shown on all websites and TV shows. Currently, Lichiguo is also sitting in his room and watching her sing. Sing. It wasn't until now that she saw the smile on Hansarang Lichiguo's lips that she breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if it's thanks to Hanaserang's honest and cold answer, but she's been having more fans lately than before. Everyone is cheering for her. And Lichiguo also supported her as a fan to help her overcome her past mental trauma, thinking to Lichiguo while taking out her new age virtual reality game console. Wear it on your face. Leaving the game world and living in the real world with the idol name Hanaserang, in the blink of an eye the notification line of the world game Corono rang out magically. The user completed the access. Access the world of Corono. Fleeting rows of data push people into a new world where nothing is impossible. Having just woken up in the world of Corono, standing in front of Lichiguo was the terrifying, monstrous face of Hansarang in a shrill voice. It's late again, you underwear. Is being late a habit of yours that's hard to break? Do you want to die, you bastard? She cursed loudly while continuously punching and kicking Lichiguo, making him hastily defend himself. Because I love watching music broadcasts. Oh, but aren't you filming a live show right now? Why are you here? Hanaserang roared like an animal, completely different from her gentleness on the show. The interview was a rebroadcast, you idiot. That's right, as you can see, even after overcoming the mental trauma, Hanaserang still plays the game. To be more precise, she logs in even more than before. Lichiguo listens. Said that the schedule was also cut by January 3rd so she could play games or do something. After a while of fighting to relieve his anger, Hasera was satisfied and turned around to leave, saying, "We don't have time, come quickly, follow me." Lichiguo looked bewildered and didn't understand, then asked. "Hey, where are we going? Why are you so concerned about that? I forgot I still haven't accepted your apology." "Haha, then let's go, hee. Looking at Lichiguo's confused appearance, Hanaserang's angry face suddenly shrank and was replaced by a small smile. "Okay, fine, I especially forgive you this time because you are reasonable. This time you have to raise my level instead." Lichiguo just listened and then asked with a blank face, pretending that she meant this time. This saying is somewhat familiar, but it reminds me of a time in the past when the two of them first met. That's when Lichiguo intended to hide his strength and then chase after her like an idiot. He also said the same thing to her at this time when he asked her to pretend to help him. It was a magical meeting with a girl who was difficult, rude, and then stubborn. "Actually, I'm new to the game so I don't know anything, thank you for helping me, master." The past and present seemed to blend together with Hanaserang's words right now. "Actually, I just played the game so I don't know anything." Saying this, she slowly turned around. With a sweet smiling face and a shy look at the young man in front of her. "Please help me, master." Sparkling eyes and plump lips like cherry blossom petals in the morning, for the first time in this game, Hanaserang showed off his most beautiful appearance in front of the master in front of him.
The world of Corono has many guilds because they want to exploit the vast human resources. And among those guilds, the top 5 largest guilds are at the top. All 5 guilds have different strength advantages that make each guild famous, but one guild chooses a different path from the rest. because they hold in their hands a terrible secret that can shake the world. With their vision campaigns, they are the eyes that observe the entire continent, with a dagger shaped like an eagle's head and a symbolic white cloak. All members of the guild will be trained through a mixing class, and they are a gang of thieves. Today, on a cool, moonlit night, the headquarters of this guild was burned with corpses of guild members scattered everywhere, and the mask-shaped flag representing them was also burned. Burned in a strange way. So the Thieves' Guild, one of the top 5 guilds, was completely destroyed in just one night. All that was left here were ashes and corpses. It seems that there is one person in the Thieves' Guild that is still alive and is currently standing from the cliff, silently watching the tragedy of his guild. He wore a smiley mask on his face, so it was impossible to see his expression clearly, only knowing where he stood and looked quietly for a long time. After a while, under the full moonlight, this person quietly turned around and was about to leave. The group of thieves is famous for their strange body movements that are difficult to grasp, so this person's speed is also extremely fast. In just a split second, his figure completely disappeared over the cliff, a beautiful backflip in the air and then stepping on a high cliff as a fulcrum, causing my body to plummet to the bottom of the abyss. With his incredibly fast speed, this thief shot like an arrow into the distance. It seemed he felt something, so his speed became faster and faster and he never looked back. A more horrifying thing happened right behind when someone's head appeared right next to the thief and said, "I found a surviving mouse." The thief's eyes hidden behind the mask opened wide, filled with surprise and shock. But at that moment, he quickly reacted, turned around and slashed the body of the guy who had just appeared next to him. It seemed like the other guy was also a bit surprised, but he couldn't react in time, so he was cut in half. After calming his nerves, the other guy opened his mouth to praise, "You're not bad between me and those bandits, right?" As he said that, his body immediately disappeared before the thief's eyes. The thief stood still and wondered in his heart because something was very strange and not normal. Everything tonight is so strange and vague that it makes me panic. Then, waiting until the thief regained consciousness, a long royal dragon blade pierced his body and the body of the guy who had just been severed appeared again. Haha, even though you are much better off than those bandits, you still have to suffer the same fate. From behind the mask, a mouthful of black blood spewed out and a painful song was heard. Then the thief panicked and questioned, "Who the hell are you and why do you have to do that? Why isn't it obvious? Why are you still asking?" Having said this, from this mysterious man's face, suddenly another dark brown mask appeared, identical to the mask the thief was wearing. Suddenly, it's impossible for others to tell who these two people are just by looking at their mother's face. My answer is simple because it is very interesting. A new day begins with warm sunshine and dense forests filled with mysterious creatures of the world of Korno. The wooden wheel constantly rolls around, occasionally emitting pleasant sounds along with the cool air and fresh floral scent, making people's souls feel strangely relaxed. A cart pulled by a giant cat leisurely strolls through the forest. The cat has adorable light purple fur and a horn the color of a gem in the middle of his forehead. The driver was a gentle man who suddenly spoke to the two boys in the back of the car. "We are almost there, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost to the Rocky Mountain." Sitting inside the car, the sound of chewing and delicious chicken thighs makes people hungry. The guy Lichiquo with level 999 answered while eating, "We're almost there, closer than I thought, right? Compared to the map, it's even closer. Then we just need to wait 5 more minutes." Opposite Lichiquo holding the map is our class girl. The thing that Lichiquo and class are riding now, I mean this wooden cart, not anything else. This is a common means of transportation in the Korono world, affectionately known as the cat car. The monster cats in the demon world are carefully trained and brought to the human world, and then they are retrained to pull carts. Don't look down on this monster cat, its level is 130. The person who came up with this type of service is a very ordinary monster trainer, and with the widespread success of this type of medium he has made a huge profit. A moment later, when she saw something, the captain rushed around, smiled excitedly and said, "Oh Dad, I'm here, it's really big." Lichiquo had just eaten and looked in her direction, also slightly surprised in his head. And the place where these two people had to go was a rocky mountain, a huge mountain towering into the sky like a pillar looking up at the sky through the clouds. The scene was extremely majestic and extremely divine. This is an extremely large single mountain that is over 1,205 meters above sea level. A simple comparison is that it is about 5 times higher than a 63-story building. There are many level 30 monsters appearing. Is here. The population here is quite large because this place is a special place that can let players level up quite quickly. That's what Lichiquo heard, but has never been here because he was at level 7. That he no longer remembers any of his experiences. But after a long introduction, what is the final reason for Lichiquo coming here? It's simply to level up the class, nothing more. During the previous conversation, Ms. Class was much more serious than Lichiquo thought. She sincerely asked him to pretend to help her because she was a newbie. That's why there is a situation like today when the two of them sat in a cat car and went to the Rocky Mountain together. But I have to drag her to what level? It's really annoying. or should we just go to a row and raise her to the highest level? Lai Kai Kuo had a headache while eating. Ask. Suddenly his eyes saw her white hand stroking her hair. Then the guy suddenly realized what he had forgotten. Yes, Captain, I have prepared a gift for you. I heard Mr. Class's voice happily and curiously ask, what is it that I suddenly have a gift for? Lai Kai Kuo did not answer immediately, but after finishing his chicken leg, he began to summon something in his heart. In the blink of an eye, waiting for that blinding light to disappear, appearing in front of the two people was an extremely beautiful glove with magical gems. This was nothing else but a transcendent glove with transcendent level. That's it, the guy looked at her and smiled. When I returned the scarf last time, I forgot to give you the gloves. Besides, I already have other gloves, so I'll give this to you as a gift. Captain Classby bewilderedly took the glove and looked at it for a long time with a red face. Her face at first had a shy expression, but gradually those sparkling eyes sparkled with tears. Then she just burst into tears, making Lai Kai Kuo not understand anything. Thank you so much. This is the first time I've received that gift. Who? What are you talking about? You're a famous idol, but don't you receive a lot of gifts from fans? So this is considered a gift from fans? Hearing that, Lai Kai Kuo was a bit taken aback, then shyly smiled. Oh yeah, I see. How can those fans be like me, he. Her hands tightly hugged the newly given gloves to her heart, wiping away her tears and thinking to herself. That's right, how can you be like normal fans? Then she wiped her tears and slowly said, thank you, briefs, I'll wear them every day. Come to think of it, may I ask what your character's name is? Oh, I still haven't said the name. Yes, I saw it when we formed a team, but I don't remember. Oh, so my character's name is. As soon as he said this, the car suddenly braked, leaving Lai Kai Kuo speechless. The giant cat pulling the cart didn't know what he saw, but he was so scared that he raised his legs and cried, making the cart unable to move anymore. The cat pulled the car along, causing the whole car to shake, causing chaos for the two people sitting inside. Seeing that, the driver panicked and took care of you. It's okay, but suddenly the cat got angry. Along with the fierce sound of a cat meowing inside, the two people lost their balance and fell down, falling on top of each other. Lai Kai Kuo's head hit the floor of the car so hard that he closed his eyes in a bit of pain, but he still didn't forget to worry and voice his concern. Are you okay, class captain? No, I think I'm okay. Just hearing her panicked answer, Li Kuo suddenly felt something strange on his body. Not only him but also the other girl felt something, so her face turned red and she cried out in panic. Oh my god, it seems like because she fell on her face just now, her hand unconsciously touched Lichiko somewhere difficult to say. Outside, the baby dragon soul was also silently witnessing this scene. On the baby dragon's pitiful face was an indescribable expression with question marks in his head. Just as the awkward atmosphere enveloped the cat pulling the cart, it once again angrily rubbed its fur and cried out menacingly, "Oh my god, calm down, why do you keep meowing so much? Why did you suddenly do that?" Just after asking, the driver discovered that a mysterious person was standing in front of the road, and perhaps that was the reason why the cat was scared and wary. It was a person in a cloak with a mask. One hand was holding a wound on his stomach where fresh blood was constantly flowing. That person stared at the car and weakly said, "I'm sorry, someone please help me." The appearance of the mysterious person made everyone in the cat pass bewildered. Li Kuo also didn't understand what was going on, but looking at the other person's bloody appearance, it probably wasn't something very good. In the end, we couldn't leave them alone, so that mysterious person got into the car to rest, and then he began to tell the stories that the group had met the night before. I've never met him, I don't know what level he is, I don't even know his profession, the only thing I can see is his character name. Besides, I have one thing for sure, he is not a normal player like us. It's like he can copy other players. Last night I clearly saw it with my own eyes. He copied this mask right in front of my face, and this is almost impossible as a normal player. And the name of his character that I learned is But T-Boy. But T-Boy, Hansarang, she's never heard of this name, whether in games or in life. The name But T-Boy in Aerot's hands made the little dragon think of a peach wearing a red cloak. In the cat cart, there was only Lai Kai Kuo who thought for a while and then asked the masked person back, "And hey, can I ask you a question?" "Oh okay, feel free to ask. I want to ask who you are." As soon as I asked, the guy didn't forget his habit of suddenly reaching into his nostrils and hooking them. This question was not answered by the masked man, but the girl Hansarang, and the baby dragon was taken aback and hastily lowered his voice to remind Lai Kai Kuo. "Brother, what's wrong?" "This is Hong from the Thieves Guild, one of the top 5 strongest guilds in the world." "Do you know this person?" "Of course, who wouldn't know?" "Did you forget, sir?" Big Brother who destroyed 3 million players was also there. Lai Kai Kuo listened to the explanation for a while, then sighed and shook his head. "Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, you guys are unlucky, so you were attacked by some bastard somewhere, and besides, why did I have to come out?" "Helping hand." The atmosphere in the car sank into silence, then the masked man raised his hand to take off his mask and slowly said, "Sorry, I rushed here to ask for help and still haven't introduced myself at all." Seeing this action, Lee Chiquo shook his head in annoyance. "Really, don't try anymore. I said there was no reason to help." His words suddenly stopped when he heard what he said. Introduction and the real face of the person wearing the mask. "Hello, I am Hong, the leader of the Thieves Guild." Suddenly, appearing in front of everyone behind that mask was an extremely beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair and rosy cheeks. Lee Chiquo immediately showed his cool face and gave a thumbs up. "The reason is not important, I really like helping others." "Damn, this bastard has changed 180 degrees, I can't believe this bastard." When Hong received the agreement, he felt a little happy before putting the mask back on his face. "Thank you very much. Thank you for agreeing. I definitely won't regret today's decision, because this has something to do with you." Miss Hong's words momentarily made Lee Chiquo bewildered and stunned. In the real world, night has come on Earth and this is the headquarters of the Corono world with people working hard. In the office, someone looked at the clock and happily shouted, "Hey, it's time to go home. Come on, everyone, prepare to pack up and let's go home." This office is the office of the Corono World System Support Team. "I'm really jealous, team leader, you can go home and the two of us have to stay here to work overtime." The team leader heard his employees complaining and suddenly spoke up, shouting, "Overtime? Who allows overtime? You two just go home so I can work overtime." This guy with the vegetable growing in his mustache is the team leader of the system support team called Seo Sungkwon. Hearing the captain say that, the other two girls and boys burst out laughing happily. "Oh my god, it's true, but yesterday you worked overtime and haven't made up with your wife yet." The captain heard that and got angry and scolded you. "These two guys stay here for me." "Ha, thank you group leader, see you tomorrow." "We're going back first group leader, I told you to stay, who let you run away like that?" Then, after a noisy and bustling moment, the office became quiet, with only team leader Seo Sungkwon remaining at his desk. Feeling the silence around him, the group leader suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and then burst out laughing strangely. Ha, you idiots are truly a bunch of idiots. It's true that it's boring, they just pretend to be stupid and wait, it's true that in the era of the dark, few people know how to balance work and life. Their mouths are admiring, his hands are pulling drawers open to reveal a modern virtual reality headset. They always only care for themselves, that's why their lives are ruined like that. They should live like that for the rest of their lives. Key. Slowly, he put the virtual reality glasses on his face and started pressing the start button. "Now that those annoying people are gone, let's make some money." Immediately, the notification sound of the world of Corono rang out, activating the virtual reality device that was scanning the character, identifying the player who had completed logging into the world of Corono. Secret information identification completed. Welcome players back. Welcome but T-Boy. It turns out that the man who is the captain of the Corono World Company System Support Team is the same but T-Boy who massacred the Thieves Guild last night. He once again entered the game standing in the air and looking at the world below his feet. On those lips was a dangerous and fierce smile. His hand immediately reached forward to summon his weapon. A lightning sword appeared like a bolt of lightning with intense energy. Looking at the precious sword in his hand, the dangerous smile on but T-Boy's face became even more fierce. This sword is called the Sword of Death. Its level is level 99, with an unparalleled rank used by the God of War. There is only one sword in the entire Corono world and has terrible attack power. Now it's time for our small change architectures to work overtime. Ha. The information board of the character but T-Boy with the title of Operator is currently level 999 and his stats are so terrible when combined with the level 99 sword in hand. As we said last time, level 999 is the master level. This is the highest level in the world of chess that even professional gem players cannot achieve. And there is the most advanced item that you can get when you are at the master level, which is a superior weapon. There was a time when data in SE was leaked and it became popular for many users. But currently this weapon is so rare that it is almost impossible to appear, or in other words, it is a weapon of paranoia. A pair of super classy gloves is the perfect gift for your class captain. At this moment, the round girl showed off her bean-shaped eyes, which fell firmly into the glove she was holding, then screamed in panic. These briefs. I was going to ask for the gloves that you gave me earlier. I looked at them carefully just now." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, to the point of stammering. "This is a weapon of a class beyond the stars." Lee Chiquo nodded happily. "Don't be shy, I have many superior weapons." The class once again gasped a lot. Then, waiting until her heart calmed down, she took a deep breath and equipped that weapon on her body. Notice of equipping superior class weapons and superior player gloves that will forever accompany you. In an instant, those gloves were glued tightly to Ms. Class's hands and then continuously emitted a beautiful, magical light that covered both of them. This light is so dazzling that it can be seen clearly even from afar. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the superior player's gloves. Up until this moment, Class still thought she was dreaming and enjoyed looking at the new weapon in her hand. The transcendent glove glowed for a moment and then suddenly made some incomprehensible sound. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared and became a normal glove that couldn't be more normal. Class girl stared at the normal glove on her hand and asked, "Oh, what is that? It seems like something new happened." As soon as she finished asking, a notification immediately appeared. The transcendent player's gloves were sealed, most of the item's functions were sealed due to insufficient level, and as your level increased the other functions will be enabled. What's the point of being like that? Even at a low level, using a superior weapon isn't that bad, right? So it's better to bring my unique weapon. Carrying disappointment, Class sighed and put her hand down, but accidentally her hand lightly touched the rock she was sitting on. The cracking sound of the rock breaking, then a terrible energy burst out, causing the surrounding ground to be blown away like heaven and earth turned upside down. An incredibly terrible explosion occurred right where Likaiquo and Ms. Class were sitting. To Max's Class couldn't believe this incident and her mind was also confused. What's wrong? I just touched it lightly. That's right, because of that light touch, it caused such a strong shock. Just now, the system said that most of the functions of the transcendent glove were sealed, but I didn't expect it to be so terrible after being sealed, and how strong is its true power? Yes. Those were the thoughts of the class captain, but the dragon Aero was very calmly gnawing on the chicken thigh and exclaimed that he was so weak. There's no such thing as superior class, haha, I expected too much. Lichiquo guy was concussed and his mouth was upside down and he bit a chicken leg but also agreed with the dragon's opinion. That's right, but it's more than that, boss. What are you going to do now? Just now, Big Brother Hong's request will be accepted, right? Likaiquo lay still thinking, then sat up and nodded. Perhaps that's what Hong said. This incident has something to do with me. Go back to a time when Lichiquo was still sitting on a cat cart pulled by a beautiful monster cat. When he heard Miss Hong say that this incident was related to him, Lichiquo's first reaction was disbelief. What the hell does that name have to do with me? I don't even know him. Hearing that, Hong, hiding behind a summer mask, asked what but T-Boy's purpose was. He told me it was just for fun. For some joy he delighted in slaughtering many guilds, especially the most damaging was Hong's bandit guild, but even a fool would know that it was lie. His only goal is money. He wants to make money by counterfeiting and selling items. According to the information we received from the Thieves Guild, you are also a Raimyo, right? The Raimyo is the person who converts in-game currency items into cash through transactions. Sometimes called Dark Gamer or Chicken Runner. Not long ago but T-Boy was marketing some of Uber Eats items, which caused the items in the market to appear as a drop. Decrease or fluctuation in value. It was considered an illegal act and it was clear that Pentyboy's actions were an abuse of power. After hearing a series of explanations, Likaiquo was bewildered and asked what she was talking about. I didn't understand anything. The girl Hong was asked to sit down in front of this person's brain and then sighed. Well, it's not important. It's okay to continue. After all, this is a game to win and but T-Boy is involved, so if you let him run wild, the economy will collapse and the Corono world will gradually collapse as well. Likaiquo listened attentively, nodded, then poked his nose with his hand, wondering what happened. Whatever the problem is, you can report it to the customer service center, but why should you tell me? If he does so, his account will be suspended and taxes will be a happy ending. Am I too smart? Ha ha. Miss Hong seriously shook her head in protest. Hey, you're more innocent than I thought. Brother, what do you mean? If I report it to the customer service center, do you think they will handle it right away or will I just get a reply full of useful information? If I could report it, I would have already reported it and I'm still waiting for your reminder. What are you doing? As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. Finally, I'll make it clear once in this game that you're probably the only one who can stop him, because you were the one who single-handedly destroyed the World Alliance last time. Likaiquo used quiet eyes to stare at her figure. In that blink of an eye, Hong was like a ghost and then disappeared at incredible speed, leaving only the carriage with 2 people in it. I'm counting on you, brave man. Before things get worse, find him and destroy him completely. Those echoing words of hers once again appeared in Lichiquo's mind, making him shake his head and sigh. It's so annoying, but what should I do? If I let him act like that, an item dealer like me will have trouble sooner or later. The class spoke up and wondered if there was any way. You can't simply go find him, so why don't you notify the Corona World Customer Care Center? There's only one way left. Lichiquo smiled confidently and said, that way is to go to the center to meet the most senior person in the game. After all, who is that person and how can he meet the most senior person? The dragon Arot didn't understand, but could guess something, while the girl class didn't know anything at all. That night in the real world at the building where Likaiquo lives next to the house of female idol Hansarang. He held the newest, most precious phone in his hand and dialed the number. With a strange and scary smile, Lai Chikwot raised his voice and said, "Chairman, please go to the restaurant from yesterday right now, otherwise your network will collapse again." On the other end of the line, Chairman Choi Dok-bi listened in bewilderment and then asked back, "Who is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, the person on the other end of the phone turned off the phone first. After turning off the phone, Lai Kai-kwo sat on the chair and laughed like a crazy person. "Ha ha ha, I'll end the call and come quickly. Hey, don't turn off the phone to be sure." Like Lichiko, he guessed that on the other side, the chairman was also puzzled and called back the number that had just called him, but received a subscription notification, making him angry, smashing the phone and scolding him. "What the hell is this? Ha ha, I can't get to the customer service center, so what if I just need to meet the president? I'm such a genius. Today I will eat 2 portions of rice rolls and kimchi soup," said Lai Kai-kwo as he ran to open the door to go out. Suddenly he saw something that stopped his actions. Lai Kai-kwo's eyes were round as if they wanted to bulge out when he saw someone's silhouette. His mouth opened in surprise, then hesitatingly called out his name. The class captain is a star. Standing in front of Lai Kai-kwo is none other than the female idol Han Sarang in an extremely seductive and beautiful schoolgirl outfit. "I'll go with you too. You can't go anywhere alone." "Oh, are you sure?" If someone sees it, Han Sarang immediately shrugged and said, "I don't care. It's already dark and no one can see clearly. And there's one thing you should remember. From now on, don't call me class captain in the real world, but call me Han Sarang." Listening to Lai Kai-kwo's serious voice and her real name, she suddenly blushed shyly and nodded. She and Lai Kai-kwo left, and on this side, the assistant sister received a text message from Han Sarang saying, "Sis, I'll go with my underwear on for a while." Oh, what the hell? The older sister who just took a shower is walking out without understanding anything. High in the sky is a big, beautiful moon with sparkling stars, today at the restaurant where Lichiko and the president had dinner last time. The angry chairman opened the door, walked inside and shouted, "Where is Lai Kai-kwo, you bastard? Why are you talking so brazenly?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw in front of him 2 people, a man and a woman, eating together. Lai Kai-kwo and Han Sarang at the same time turned their eyes to look at the chairman and were surprised when he shouted so loudly. Immediately saw the chairman's brother step forward and strangle him. "Hey, you bastard who doesn't know up or down here, how dare you ask someone older than you to come here to eat with you?" While strangling Lai Kai-kwo, he looked at her and asked, "Who is this? Your girlfriend, you bastard, is also beautiful inside her." Lai Kai-kwo was strangled and could not answer, while Han Sarang spoke up and asked, "Sir, do you really feel like that?" He, I'm so shy then I have nothing left to hide." Before she could finish speaking, Lai Kai-kwo stuck out his tongue and replied, "Are you crazy, girlfriend? That girlfriend is Han Sarang's top star. If you talk nonsense, be careful of being criticized by your fans." She threw that stone. Lai Kai-kwo's words made the girl pause and the old man got angry and asked, "What nonsense are you talking to adults like that, kid?" She didn't know whether she was angry because of Lichiko's denial or because of the noise between the two of them, so she used her fist to slam the table hard. "Let's get straight to the point and stop talking nonsense." Lai Kai-kwo panicked and quickly nodded, while the old businessman's eyes were bright as if he had caught something. "Oh ho ho ho, let's see if there's a good drama here." Very quickly, their table quieted down with hot sausage soup being served. As he ate, old Chairman Choi Dok-bi heard Lai Kai-kwo tell the story, then he panicked and asked, "What do you mean there is someone counterfeiting items in the game?" "What I mean is that you called me and said it clearly. Let me say it first. This virtual reality technology has very good security because it is not without reason that the state approves the legalization of transactions. Cash somewhere." Hearing him say that, Lai Kai-kwo glanced at his food while eating, was annoyed to hear that someone had plagiarized items in the game. The old man shook his head and couldn't be sure that Hong had made a mistake. "Maybe, there's only a 0.1% chance that it's plagiarism. You just made a mistake, old man. I told you there was no mistake, so let's bet, old man, bet, let's have a round of dumplings, kid." The 2 people were busy and started arguing again. Han Sarang quickly interrupted and said, "Hey, those 2 people, if blackmailing from the outside doesn't work, then how about someone internally do it?" Hearing these words, Mr. Choi Dok-bi's eyebrows immediately furrowed with sharp eyes. His lips were tightly pursed and silent without saying another word until a while later he slowly nodded. "If so, it is also possible that, although the operator account exists for internal employees to use, all functions such as copying and exchange are locked." Suddenly the old man put his spoon on the table and stood up. "I'm so busy, I'll go now and I'll come back to find out how. Wishing you both a good date." Hearing the words date, Han Sarang blushed and smiled and said goodbye. "Be careful," and Lai Kai-kwo secretly stopped going out while eating. "He was going to kill you." Stepping out of the restaurant, Choi Dok-bi stood silently for a long time with a thoughtful look, and then his face became more and more unsightly. like the old man's habit of having a cigar on his lips. The old man took a deep breath to calm himself down and then felt a little more comfortable. Hey, Chief. Yes, sir. No, sir. Please prepare about 5 accounts and don't tell anyone else. Under the beautiful moonlight, the chairman used a dangerous voice to give such orders. I don't know what happened next, but after Lichiko and his captain finished eating, they once again posted. Enter into the game. Finally return to the starting point. That's right. Why do you two keep eating? Really, Penty Boy? Who is Penty Boy? Who is Penty Boy? If I meet him, I will definitely beat him to a pulp for daring to bother me. Looking at Likaiko's angry appearance, the Hambra girl didn't know if she was being sincere or joking when praising him. Oh you really are a real man. However, what is Penty Boy's real purpose? Han Sorung's idle words made Likaiko pay attention and care. I thought about it and still felt like there was something strange. If it was about money, why did he attack Hong and the Harlarson gang too? Let's see, Hong has a lot of expensive items, right? That's strange. If a plagiarist can just copy any item and then resell it, that's fine. However, a strange point is that he attacks normal users. Hong's Thieves Guild is also a powerful guild. Likaiko's face, hearing this, had solemn eyes as if he realized something. Yet he still kept that solemn face and said 2 words he didn't know. Seeing that, the class sighed tiredly. I didn't expect anything from you stupid shorts. I'm not a quick-witted person. At that moment, from afar, a terrible explosion with sky-high dust and smoke rang out, startling Han Sarang and falling on her face. What's wrong? What's going on all of a sudden? They asked as they looked up and were stunned to see a column of smoke towering into the sky behind the distant mountains. Oh my god, what is that? Briefs, this must be someone's fight. What is that attack skill? It's terrible. Lichiko looked solemnly at the column of smoke and then felt a wall. Immediately, without saying a word, he rushed straight towards the block in front of the car. The class was surprised by his action and shouted loudly, calling this guy. Where are you going? On the other side or center of the smoke column is someone's terrible battle. A young man with a body full of seams and blue-white hair helplessly knelt on the ground. From the corner of his mouth, streams of blood could be seen continuously leaking out along with panting sounds indicating exhaustion. This person is none other than the monster Hanbek, but strangely this time he failed to fight someone and had his entire arm cut off. That arm was severed but could not regenerate and only flowed out streams of thick black blood. Standing in front of Hanbek now, surprisingly, it was but T-Boy and he laughed with satisfaction. It's nothing compared to the rumors. How are you, the unique boss Hanbek? Hanbek weakly questioned. Why did you do that, executive? The whole world will never forgive you for such behavior. But do you have what it takes? Because if anyone has entered this line, they won't be able to get out safely, you bastard. Hanbek's every word made but T-Boy's face darken. Immediately his giant hand got angry and squeezed Hanbek's neck. A stupid bastard like you can be that stubborn and stubborn too. Do you know that when a unique monster like you dies, there will be no reincarnation and all data will be destroyed forever? If you don't want to die, then answer my questions. Where is your master? But T-Boy asked as he squeezed Hanbek's throat so tightly that he couldn't breathe and his whole body trembled. The poor guy clenched his teeth and uttered something word by word. We can only say so much. Having reached this point, he still couldn't get any more information, making but T-Boy extremely angry and glaring at the young man in front of him with his evil eyes. You're so good, then go die, he said, raising his level 99 sword high in the air. Stop, just as but T-Boy was about to kill him, a shrill voice rang out to stop him and a person slowly walked closer. But T-Boy turned around to look at that person and then laughed dangerously. Look, who is this? I was going to look for you, but since you appeared, let's die here. Luna, the goddess of life. As soon as but T-Boy's voice fell from behind the cloud of smoke, Luna with long black hair also stepped out and appeared. But you just stand still there and I'll deal with you after I cut this guy's throat. Hearing that, Luna suddenly burst out laughing. It's funny that you logged into the operator's account and are so arrogant here. As soon as they met, she told her secret, but T-Boy immediately became angry and roared like a wild animal. What the hell? Of course, that stubborn and perverted Luna girl could not be scared by this but T-Boy, but she even stared at him and scolded him. You really are a piece of trash. Luna's words made the surrounding atmosphere seem to freeze. Only Hanbek was shaking because he was strangled. Be silent for a long time with his face hidden in the darkness with no clear expression. But T-Boy also burst into laughter. Then, he coldly let go of his hand and threw Hanbek to the ground. Okay, there's no need to waste time. After I kill Hanbek it will be your turn. If so, then I will deal with you first. But T-Boy said as he turned around to face the goddess of life. Stepping closer to her, he used his crazy eyes and scary voice to question, tell me quickly where your master has gone. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer right away. You can slowly tell me, Luna. Tell me slowly after I cut off all your limbs, and I will hang your body on a tree to admire. That's not all. I'll use fire to burn your wound and make it smell like grilled meat. Sometimes I'll use a healing technique so you can't die but just endure the torment. We'll talk all night, Luna, because I'm working overtime today. Each of his horrifyingly perverse words came out with a smile like a true monster while Luna still used her calm eyes to face the man in front of her. For some reason, right now she remembered the moment when she also faced a similar young man, but something was different. Thinking of this, Luna gently closed her eyes, revealing her beautiful thick curled eyelashes. It's still the same thing, but I feel completely opposite. Suddenly she said that, making but T-Boy not understand anything. What are you talking about? You're calm and quiet and suddenly say something. Before but T-Boy's sound could fully escape, in that split second, an extremely giant foot descended from the sky and stomped on but T-Boy, turning him into a puddle of blood mist. Fresh blood splashed and splashed all over the tender face of the goddess of life. A giant monster's leg stepped out from another dimension. She stood still without a single expression, then moved her lips to say there was something else. I don't have anything else besides those nauseating sentences, you bastard. Luna quietly said no and turned around to leave. From beginning to end, her face was still a cold, calm face and did not waver at all. Suddenly a voice rang out, causing her to stop. You must have forgotten everything. Someone's hand gently tapped the monster's giant legs. Now that I think about it, it's you. Are you the owner of this thing? Suddenly, but T-Boy stood there, completely unharmed, looking at the monster and said, You have a reason to be so arrogant because this thing has made me miserable too. Luna turned back and sighed and asked if you were still alive. She looked up at her monster through that layer of space and then looked down again. If you live so long, this time I will let you meet the king of hell. I will kill you because trash like you has no value to exist in this world. Each of Luna's insulting words that entered but T-Boy's ears pushed his anger to the peak and he cursed profanely. As soon as he finished speaking, anonymous flames followed by strange lines of data suddenly appeared around him in the smug smile of but T-Boy. Sensing that something was wrong, Luna was bewildered and then serious, but for the time being she did not act. Perhaps it was too late to act because everything happened so fast that by the time she regained consciousness, each line of data had completely covered the space. Space is both real and virtual, like lava flows under the deep layers of hell. At that moment, the two people set foot in another space, and this is the space that the game owner can use his right to create. This space is inherently only used for special purposes. Especially like Tet and Pardon games. What are you saying? Luna has value to survive in this world. You're crazy. Now look carefully at where you are. But let me remind you that you're a fucking gem, you bastard. The goddess of life turned her head to look back, but there was no emotion on her face. After the terrible explosion just now, Lichiko and Class saw that everything seemed to have returned to normal. In the nearby forest, two figures suddenly appeared and disappeared at high speed. None other than Ms. Duong and Lai Kai-Kuo were quickly running towards the place where the explosion took place just now. As he ran after Lai Kai-Kuo, Class shouted in panic, What the hell did but T-Boy just run past here? That's right, now I also suspect that this time there is someone inside the company who is as bad as you because this is not normal at all. Just a few hours ago, during a meal with old Chairman Hansarang, he forced his mouth to say his guess that it was very likely that people inside the company were doing shady things. At that time, the director said that was impossible. But his expression looks very serious. I think he guessed something, but couldn't tell us. But she also heard that but T-Boy single-handedly defeated the Hong Girls bandit gang. So it's clear that it was him who created a super account and used it to profit for himself. Han Sarang was chasing after Lai Kai-Kuo and listening to him, so her face became more and more tense and solemn, then suddenly opened her mouth. Hey, the underwear is all good, but can't you run faster? Hearing that, Lai Kai-Kuo sighed awkwardly because my agility level is too low. They quickly ran for a while longer and finally they reached a place where time and space were chaotic with streams of data creating a mysterious space. Oh my god, what is that? The two of them looked at the wall of fire in front of them at the same time, but they both didn't know what it was. Suddenly, right next to the tree, a voice rang out, causing the two of them to stop in surprise. It was a trace of but T-Boy's mobile space. Haven't seen you for a long time, brave man. So at this moment Hanbek was tired and leaned his back against a tree, then accidentally saw Lai Kai-Kuo running by and called out. Hanbek, what are you doing here? Where's one of your arms? The two of them stopped to ask, and Miss Han Sarang seemed angry because she recognized this guy as the kidnapper. You last time, I was attracted to that guy. Goodman and Luna just moved into his simulation world and they are fighting there. Lai Kai-Kuo heard that and was annoyed. What do you mean by personal area? Indeed, he is the game administrator, but who is Luna? This time, it was Hanbek's turn to be confused. He looked confused and asked, Hey, don't you know Luna? Luna has said a lot about you. She said that you've fallen for her. Like Iquo unexpectedly showed off her stupid face and the girl next to her looked like a volcano about to erupt. Well, if you don't know her, she has a very common hairstyle, long straight black hair and bangs. Listening to him describe Like Iquo, put her hand on her chin and try to imagine that hair. How? Oh, so you said cockroach. Do you and she know each other? Han Sarang showed her stubborn face and teased, so that's the style of underwear. I didn't expect it. What the hell did he say? Did not say. I'm not crazy to like that cockroach. I don't care about her at all. Like Iquo's voice was as calm as nothing and did not sound like a lie, so it was the kind that made Han Sarang blush. Her lips blinked and she shyly spoke. It doesn't matter, but whether you care about her or not, it has nothing to do with me. Lee Chiquo couldn't understand what this sunny and rainy girl was thinking, so he had to say yes. Aside from the fact that the baby dragon Arigo behind him was observing the two of them with eyes that could see through the world. Haha, it's true that they're together again, these humans. On this side, Hanbek is trying to rest, but perhaps his wound is too serious, so he continues to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Hey, are you okay? You look like you're about to die. Hanbek forced a smile and shook his head. I'm not feeling very well right now, hero. Can you help me heal a bit? Why, if it's me, and if you die then I'll get all the good stuff. That's right, we discovered him at the same time, so let's split it in half. Like Iquo and Han Sarang both hatched one. The greedy smile made Hanbek speechless. If you two don't save me then there will be a problem, because if I die, the mirror I gave you last time will also disappear. Hearing Hanbek remind Like Iquo, he suddenly remembered the mirror he received last time. He immediately moved forward and placed his hand on Hanbek's muscular shoulder. Don't worry, Hanbek, I will definitely cure you. Hanbek sighed, you're such a jerk, but what should we do to treat this? I didn't bring any medicine to restore my blood. Ha, it's okay, just leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale yellow light began to radiate from under Lichiko's feet and covered his whole body. The master skill activates special attributes. Each line of system notifications along with a bright fireball appears from inside Lichiko's body to the outside. The soul of ministry activates with the trace of the cross. Feeling the energy in his body, Like Iquo gently stretched out his dirty hand towards Hanbek and exclaimed, using the healing skill. Healing skill with the task of restoring health, a basic skill of the holy job. This skill is performed thanks to the job souls that Lichiko received from the god of destruction last time. It looked like a huge pain, so I thought this was a powerful skill, but when it was used, its effect left Hanbek speechless, because his health kept adding 1+. 1+1 is slow, so we don't know when the treatment will be completed. Oh my god, is it really healing? I don't feel any better. After a while, I'm torn again. Hearing that, Like Iquo was so embarrassed that she broke her head and pretended to be stupid. Haha, maybe because I'm a bit untrained. That's the episode. But his right arm is fine. Once the blood recovers, the scar will also disappear. For the parts of the body that have been destroyed, you have to return to the motel and log out to recover. Hanbek nodded and explained that according to player standards, that's true, but for monsters like me, after death and rebirth, the body will return to its original state. Reincarnation, that's right, the monsters in this game can reincarnate. Then let me give you a stick so you can walk without pain. Immediately, Lichiko pulled out his stick and prepared to attack, causing Hanbek to sigh and stop slowly. I'm a unique monster, so even if I die, I won't be reborn. Lichiko, who was originally planning on giving him a stick, heard these words and was forced to stop and startled. What the hell? The only monster in the game can't be reborn if you die. What the hell is that standard? Haha, I'm fine with it, how would I know? In the beginning, there were only a few unique monsters, including me, so few that the game wasn't difficult at all, and Aro next to you is also a unique monster. Like Iquo glanced at Arat and wondered if that was so. Yes, that's right, big brother. He wasn't wrong. Because I can't be reborn, I have to bow down and ask for my life. As soon as Arot finished speaking, Hanbek smiled and continued, there is another person who is also a unique monster, Luna, the goddess of life. This is quite shocking news for Like Iquo, as he has never understood the mysterious girl very well. What is she, a cockroach? That innocent appearance unexpectedly turns out to be one of the most unique and powerful monsters in the game. With this innocent appearance, I don't know how many people have been deceived and killed by this monster like Iquo last time. Outside they were chatting with each other, but inside the virtual space that T-Boy had just set up, everywhere was just bright red with blurred numbers. Each terrifying explosion with streams of power colliding with each other. Holding his sword in his hand, T-Boy with bright eyes rushed forward and shouted angrily. Die, you bitch, you've lived in this game long enough. In front of him was the goddess of life, Luna, with a faint smile on her lips. You're wasting your time in vain. Have you forgotten what I am? As soon as the girl finished speaking, she stuck it down and carried away the intense flow of energy like an exploding volcano. But T-Boy of course knew that she was not easy to destroy, so he did not stop for a moment and continued to swing his sword to attack. The sword is level 99 plus, but T-Boy himself is level 999, so the power he displays is so terrible that it's hard to imagine. Standing in the middle of the lava flow where that explosive power was still there, Luna was still intact and lost a bit of energy before opening her mouth to speak. It was all useless. Her wings unfolded beautifully, blowing away the streams of fire that were trying to approach. The goddess of life stared coldly at her opponent and declared loudly, "Everything is useless because I am the goddess of life. Have you forgotten, a human like you?" As soon as she said that, the man but T-Boy smiled and opened his mouth to continue her sentence. How could he kill the lineage of the gods? "Are you going to say that?" "I know everything you're going to say." Luna immediately frowned and fell silent. "But you're so naive, Luna. Why do you say that? I've been working hard in this game company for years, so I don't know what your skills are. Moreover, I also watched you fight with that idiot with a wooden stick. In our company, employees at the team leader level and above will be able to share the screen. That wooden stick guy also has amazing support, like he can't attack the goddess." As he spoke, he placed his hand on his face, revealing only his dangerous eyes. The goddess of life's most powerful hidden skill is life regeneration. Whether it was then or now, it's not like no attack will work on you, Luna. But just because you used the life regeneration skill to create yourself at the same time you died. Speaking of which, the figure of but T-Boy blinked and disappeared in front of him. Now when he appeared again, he approached the goddess of life with his red eyes and smile. Another attack hit, causing the explosive power to swallow Luna. But at that moment, she also activated the life regeneration skill in the mouth of the guy who had just spoken. This skill helps her regenerate exactly like her state before being attacked. To put it in a more understandable way, this is nothing more than a cheating skill that allows her to reincarnate infinitely even though she is still the most unique and powerful monster. Seeing the opponent still unharmed by his attack, T-Boy burst out laughing with joy. It was truly a fraudulent skill, but during the planning stage of creating this skill, it was discovered internally. "I object a lot. Your icon was also created using that skill, right? You found the piece of the left head that fell from the body of the two-headed dragon and regenerated it. That's why you call him your son, right?" Once again being attacked, Luna once again performed a skill and then appeared coldly exclaiming, "You really have a big mouth." As soon as she finished speaking, her staff swung out just like the time she attacked Lycaikwo, causing but T-Boy's body to be cut in half. She looked at her opponent's severed body and asked, "What are you going to do?" "The fact that you can't kill me doesn't change anything." That's right, in this situation, the two of them still can't do anything to each other because everyone can revive. Half of his body was severed and sent flying into the sky. But T-Boy widened his eyes and looked down at Luna. "You finally attacked me directly, Luna." Just when Luna didn't understand what this question meant, her staff suddenly slowly disappeared. No, it doesn't disappear, or rather, it transforms back to its old form in a form other than the scepter of the goddess of life. Luna was shocked and looked at her heart-shaped staff in bewilderment. At this moment, but T-Boy once again appeared in front of Luna with a triumphant voice. "What do you think I created this space for?" Luna didn't know what to do, but the answer came right away when her appearance was also changing. Just like the staff, Luna's hair and clothes were degenerated into her previous form. This is her appearance before she completed the mission to receive the hidden job goddess of life. Her face seemed panicked at this unexpected change as drops of sweat rolled down her rosy cheeks. T-Boy put his scary face close to his and exclaimed with pride, "Oh my god, look at your appearance, you know how to act cute. I thought you were some unlucky girl." But as soon as he finished speaking, his long sword brutally stabbed straight into Luna's body, making her look like a dried fish that had been grilled on a stick, with fresh blood splashing, causing but the boy became more and more excited. "If I kill you, Hanbek's owner will definitely appear, right? So goodbye, unique monster, goddess of life, Luna." I don't know how much time has passed in the real world in a luxurious and respectful pub. On the table are scattered bottles of precious wine with expensive prices that have been opened. The team leader of the support team named Seo Sungkwon was drinking a glass of cool wine, reminding anyone who didn't remember that this guy's identity in the game was that bastard but T-Boy. Putting the glass on the table, he happily took a sip and happily said, "It's true that after working overtime, it's best to drink alcohol, right?" Sitting next to Seo Sungkwon was a young man hugging a beautiful girl, smiling and continuing, "You've worked hard, boss. Is this the completion stage now?" Not at all. That Hanbek guy still hasn't confessed anything at the end and he's really an intelligent but insolent brat. Hearing that, the young man smiled and continued, but it was fortunate that he was able to kill Luna. Wouldn't Hanbek's owner have appeared sooner or later? Listening to these words, Seo Sungkwon enjoyed the service of the beautiful girl next to him, thoughtfully and then replied, "I couldn't kill her, that bitch Luna." "Why can't you kill her?" That's right, and for this reason, Seo Sung-kwan's joy today was not complete, causing him to keep thinking, why should I care because I have many ways to meet Hanbek's owner? The guy wearing dark glasses, who was smiling and talking, calmed down and asked worriedly, but senior, I have something quite curious, who is Hanbek's owner that you keep wanting to meet? The question made Seo Sung-kwan uncomfortable and asked, what's going on? You've come to this point and you're saying such nonsense. You don't know all of this and yet you're still doing it with me. Haha, isn't it your forte to follow your seniors without thinking about it since college until now? Seo Sung-kwan shook his head and sighed, oh my god, so proud. With a click, the wine glass was placed on the table. Simply put, he is one of the game's key monsters, a monster that is related to the main plot of the world of Korono. He is the lazy businessman Riot. Great merchant, is it possible that the main monster has the profession of a merchant? Is there anything wrong with that? If the main monster wants to be a merchant, then becoming a merchant is so free that it is a common standard in the world of Korono. But what about being lazy? It seems like I've heard it a lot somewhere before. I remember that there's something related to this word. I saw my younger brother keep wondering stupidly, Seo Sung. Quite angry and explain a series of things. You are icon who caused chaos before was greedy, right? This guy and this you don't know, it's the 7 sins of Christianity that are familiar material in game movies. Or that quack ton. 7 deadly sins that people easily commit in their lives. These 7 sins include arrogance, greed. Next comes jealousy, then anger. Next is lust until gluttony, represented by the monster UR icon, the second head of Aaron. Ultimately it is laziness. These 7 sins become the root of every sin on earth, so they are called the 7 sins. Oh my god, isn't that plagiarism? The world of Korono is really bad, my mother said. Is it as bad as your head? But now you know the general idea. I think the main plot monsters of the world of Korono all originate from the 7 deadly sins. The 2-headed Eris is the representative of Uriah's arrogance. Khan is greedy and Leah is lazy. And another quite special character, Luna, the goddess of life, representing lust. Hearing this, the glasses-wearing guy gasped in surprise and nodded. As expected, she is also a key monster, and it's also true that if such a rogue character is a normal player, the balance of the game will be broken. Big Gun listened and then shook his head solemnly. Don't make the mistake of thinking that he is a key monster but not an Pi 11. What do you mean normal players can become the main monster of the game? I heard my junior ask loudly. Once again, I finished drinking the glass of wine and placed the empty glass on the table. The level of freedom in the world of Korono is higher than you can imagine. The main monsters also have the ability to become great merchants. Of course, normal players also have the ability to become key monsters. In the world of Korno, right now Lichiko picked his nose and angrily scolded him that it was really complicated. So in the end, what is the conclusion? Is this cockroach, the goddess of life, a player, or an Pi 11? Each other about the issue that Seo Sung-kwan just mentioned earlier. Let me see, for me, I don't know, maybe but T-Boy is an administrator so he knows this mystery. Damn, another reason to deal with that trashy bastard. Yes, I still don't understand. The class captain listened for a while before speaking. After all, why would but T-Boy want to meet a big businessman? If his goal is to sell items to make money, he just needs to go to the auction floor. Yet he also attacked the entire group of thieves with countless actions whose specific motives I could not understand. Hanbek thoughtfully listened to class's questions and then answered them. If I follow my guess, I probably know he wants something. Going around all the time is just for the God's fragment, not to say it's for mythical level equipment. Fragment of God? I've heard this somewhere before. Big brother, have you forgotten? Not long ago, Hanbek said this when he kidnapped the class captain. God's fragments are also known as mythical level equipment. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and kicked the ground hard, startling everyone. Suddenly, the Hong girl with a mask on her face appeared like a ghost and spoke loudly. Coincidentally, everyone was also talking about mythical items. Let me join. Sorry for my sudden absence before because I was busy investigating many places. Can everyone temporarily act with me now? Because my teammates and I had already discovered but T-Boy's base. Hong suddenly appeared and brought unexpected news that made everyone both surprised and excited. After a while of thinking, they finally decided to follow Hong's actions with her. Go to a place deep in the jungle. Following her directions, everyone found a seemingly simple wooden house with a glass lock that could not be opened. Is this really but T-Boy's base? It looks more normal than I thought. Hong walked closer to the wooden door, touched it and nodded. That's right. I tried to confirm the owner of the base using my appraisal skills. In a split second, a system message display appeared in front of everyone. The owner of the wooden base was but T-Boy. Seeing that, Like Quo spoke up and asked but T-Boy is not here now, right? Yes, he is not here and there is no trace of any activity at all. Snow White couldn't see inside because if she wasn't the owner of the base, she couldn't enter the system. Suddenly her words fell silent because a loud explosion rang out. Before she could finish her sentence, a corner of the wooden building was smashed by Lichiko with a wooden stick, causing the word she wanted to say to be swallowed back. Hey, how did you do it? Hong panicked and asked, just hit it and it will break, isn't it so difficult? Faced with this innocent answer from Lichiko, she must also be speechless, right, know what to say. Okay, let's go in and take a look first. Until everyone stepped inside, Captain Class immediately opened her mouth as wide as a chicken egg to express her surprise. Oh my god, in front of them now was a pile of brilliant treasures with countless gold coins and precious items shimmering. Oh my gosh, are all of these items supposed to be cloned items? Hong calmly stood aside and shook his head. Among them, none of the items were cloned, and all of them were mythical-grade equipment. Looking at this wealth, their estimated value is probably around 5 billion. What 5 billion? Lichiko and Class shouted in unison in surprise. Because when But T-Boy attacked the guild, we also saw many things being robbed and maybe because of lack of reserve space, he put them here, Hong said, bending down to look. As expected, his purpose was the mythical equipment. But why is it because mythical items are so expensive that he steals them like that? If that's the case, it's better to kill monsters around a rose nest like me. I know about this because it's okay to make money like you said, but if you make money by fighting monsters, the company will keep an eye on you like your case. Hero, those are normal valuable equipment, but mythical equipment is different because there are people who buy it unlimitedly with huge amounts of money. Lichiko listened and then suddenly thought of something and blurted out, could that be the buyer? Is the owner of the Han Amplified Merchant Lear? I met Lichiko Hanbeck's questioning eyes, standing on the Golden Mountain and slowly nodding. That's right, I also suspected that earlier. If so, then But T-Boy is more trash than I thought, but it makes sense. Big Trader Lear is not a regular player, so there is no possibility that his transaction information will leak out. After all, it is sold to individuals, so it does not affect the market economy. As a result, the risk of being discovered by the company is also reduced, because if we take a screenshot of this scene and report it, the customer center will also change. For rare and precious items like this to be piled up in the personal owner's space, there is no such thing. There is no clearer evidence than this. Miss Hong's voice became relieved after discovering this evidence, then she slowly took off the mask on her face and smiled at everyone. Everyone has worked hard, so we have solved this case thanks to everyone. Don't let her finish talking. Lichiko was filthy and moldy with her nostrils, and she glared at him, cutting her off, just like that was it over? This isn't some sort of detective investigation. Just say report to the customer center and that's it. The beautiful Hong girl was bewildered when asked by him and reluctantly spoke up, what's wrong? What are you planning to do? The dirty nose piece was gently flicked by the guy, Mom said. Why is the main character afraid of being dirty? After finishing his nose, Lichiko held the wooden stick on his shoulder and smiled contentedly. After all, he had to teach Butty Boy a lesson before he was satisfied. The very next day, in the world game of chess, Lichiko wore the mask of the Hong girl and walked through the city. Surprisingly, in front of him was the angry face and dark expression of Butty Boy. The two of them somehow found themselves standing face to face in the middle of a crowded square. The class girl standing behind Lichiko timidly looked at the fierce man in front of her and wondered in her heart if that man was But T-Boy. Just like the brief said, he really appeared. Must appear in the mountains or deserted places, but appear right in the middle of the lane. But T-Boy gritted his teeth and looked at Lichiko and angrily questioned, what is that mask on his face? You disguised yourself like that, you clever wooden stick brat. Lichiko let out a laugh as he reached out to remove the mask from his face. Hey, I borrowed this mask from Hong because I'm inherently famous, so everyone will recognize me. At this time, on the rooftops around the square, Miss Hong led her association members to stand and observe the siege. A masked member walked closer and asked, Guild Master, is that guy But T-Boy? The Hong girl solemnly looked towards the square and nodded yes, he really appeared as planned. His shorts. What did he do that caused But T-Boy to appear in the middle of the lane like that? To talk about this plan, we have to go back in time to the time when they discovered the treasure in But T-Boy's house. The prince at that time suggested first that we just take it all. Get equipped already. Why do you take all these things? Hong wondered, saying it would be too troublesome, so just do it. Don't ask anything because I've already calculated it all. Besides, can you lend me your mask? Anyway, let's try yours and see how it feels. Lichiko used a gentleman's face to suggest, and the class girl behind her was about to attack. Let me give you a match here. Isn't that about to happen? The captain immediately rushed forward and threw a flying kick that made Lichiko want to break her back and spit out blood. So they stole all the treasures in the wooden house and quickly left, leaving the house empty. Today when But T-Boy logged into the world of Kurono, the first place he appeared was his own wooden house. When he saw the tragic state of the house, he was so startled that he wanted to tear his eyelids and scream, "Damn it, how could the walls of the base be like that?" So Likaikuo punched a giant hole in the wall of the base the other day so you could go in. Absurd personal base that absolutely cannot be broken by outsiders. How could this happen? Immediately, But T-Boy quickly ran towards the house. No, oh my god, my mythical item is mine. Brought little hope with the wealth still lying in the house, but the harsh truth slapped But T-Boy hard. There were no items left, all that was left was an empty room. Perhaps in But T-Boy's entire life he had never felt panic like at this moment. Money was so close to his heart, let alone such a huge pile of treasure. Just when his anger reached its peak and he didn't know what to do, Penty Boy suddenly discovered something. Then in the middle of the empty room lay a lonely piece of white paper. But T-Boy quickly approached and picked up the piece of paper and read the content on it. If you want to get your equipment back, go to the central square of the village ahead at 7 o'clock in real time. This stupid disabled guy is a wanderer. The person who left the note with a message is none other than Likai. The stupid thing made But T-Boy so angry that he was shaking all over. Wooden stick, damn guy. You son of a bitch, why did you do that? Why do you dare to take my money? Seeing that guy approaching aggressively, Lichikuo raised his hand to stop him and said to calm down. It's best that you don't come close to me. After speaking, he turned and signaled to the class captain, "Captain, please take one out for me." This girl coldly read the words in her pocket, then took out a short sword, a mythical level weapon, and gave it to Likaikuo. Likaikuo held the short sword and approached the Pi 11 character next to him and threatened, "If you take one more step, I will sell it to the Pi 11 stall." This action of his scared But T-Boy into a panic and cursed, "Are you crazy? The item in your hand is worth 200 million in cash, but if you sell it to a stall here, it won't be worth 300 million. Where's the gold, you idiot?" The more he talked, the more he thought about it, the more he saw But T-Boy, the angrier he became, to the point where his teeth were clenched together so tightly that they broke. "What is your purpose, you little brat?" Hearing that, Likaikuo stuck out her tongue, a strange smile appeared on her perverted face. "There's no purpose here. If I have to say it, then I want this, ha ha." This scary appearance of Likaikuo made the class girl on the side helplessly say in her heart, "Shorts, you look like a thug. Okay, let's point this out. This idiot is cool, but what if we meet him?" Lichiko raised his finger and smiled provocatively. "Your limp appearance is very funny, you disabled guy." Having just said this, the name But T-Boy standing in front of him with a gloomy face as black as ink suddenly disappeared. In the split second he disappeared, he appeared right behind Lichiko and he still hadn't had time to react. Without hesitation, the ferocious lightning skill was performed by But T-Boy by summoning terrifying beams of thunder from the sky to strike hard at the square where Likaikuo was standing. The terrible explosion caused the surrounding people to panic and run away. "Oh my god, what is going on? I'm dead and alive. I'm going crazy." Class girl was worried and shouted out her friend's name. "Are your briefs okay?" As soon as he finished asking, he looked closely at where Likaikuo was standing just now and was shocked to discover that the other two people had disappeared for some time. They did not disappear or exit the game, but rather entered another, quite familiar dimension. As soon as they entered here, the fight between the two people immediately broke out, causing the space to shake and become filled with smoke and dust. Lichiko's wooden stick and But T-Boy's level 99 sword collided to become enemies. Penty Boy became more and more angry and shouted, "You bastard dare to be rude to the game administrator, I will definitely see your meat made into radish kimchi," and then chewed and swallowed. As soon as he finished scolding, he swung a sharp slash straight through Lichiko's chest, causing fresh blood to splatter. The terrifying power pushed the guy back, dragging hot sparks with him. He propped his wooden stick against the ground to slow down and stop. But no matter how hard he tried, he was still pushed far back. The wooden mask Lichiko wore on his face was also cut in half. In that moment, the wooden mask fell helplessly to the ground. At this moment, Lichikuo placed both hands on the wooden stick, then looked up, stared at the scary guy in front of him, and coldly asked, "You're more trash than I thought. How dare you call your company's game players animals?" He just said that his regeneration skill was also activated, causing the deep wound on his chest to gradually close itself. In front, But T-Boy once again rushed forward, opened his eyes wide and scolded, "What's wrong with calling him an animal? This dog, animals like you, roll your eyes and run away, forgetting reality." "Who? We've gotten so absorbed in this data that we've lost our minds. There was no reason to treat you players like human beings in the first place, you bastards." The sword and staff once again clashed, creating blinding sparks due to friction. The power that the two weapons display will make others unable to see clearly and will only be helplessly blown away. Standing right in the center of the destructive energy flow, Lichiko still has time to laugh. "So admins like you only talk about life's teachings, right? I'm fed up with your stupid actions, or are you suffering from middle-age depression, admin? I don't know if Like Quo's words touched any of but T-Boy's pain or not, but I only know that he became even more angry like a wild animal and roared, "This damn player." As soon as he shouted no, but T-Boy was like a ray of light shooting into the sky, making it impossible for Like Quo to catch his figure. He could only quickly raise his face to the sky in case of a sudden attack. But T-Boy did not attack from the sky, but he did not know when he circled right behind and delivered a terrible slash to Like Quo's back. Lich Quo's mouth spat out a mouthful of blood while his mind panicked and wondered why he couldn't see him behind him at all. That's right, but T-Boy's speed became as fast as a lightning flash back and forth in the air and then cut deep lines into Lai 2Hoa's body while he could only stand there helplessly and endure the battle. Non-stop moving while cutting and slashing his opponent, but T-Boy shouted angrily, "Isn't it painful? That player, don't you dare be rude to me. You players are all the same, no matter how much I work for this game. What you respond to the publisher is only criticism and ridicule." Me too at that time, but T-Boy's agitated thoughts slowed down as he remembered the past. This time was about 7 years ago at the World Chess Headquarters building. Rono. The sound of typing on a keyboard continuously resonates with a hard-working employee. At that time, one of the game publishers had not lost their innocence, but T-Boy just remembered the past and what greeted him was a wooden stick hitting him in the face, causing his movements to stop. That's enough, you bastard admin. Now, where do I get the time to talk about love stories before that step? I have no intention of listening to what a criminal like you has to say, so stop reminiscing about the past, you idiot. As soon as the wooden stick hit him in the face, a terrible explosion occurred due to the force of the stick swallowing but T-Boy's body. Even though the administrator has set it up in virtual space, the dust is still quite real and so dense that it is impossible to see clearly. His body was rotten to pieces, but he activated a hidden skill with a recovery factor, so he gradually regenerated and converged again. The rebirth was so quick that another slash shot straight at Lich Quo's body. The guy was momentarily caught off guard and didn't think that this bastard had the ability to recover and regenerate, so he was hit by this sword. Well, because he was using an executive account, he definitely had all the skills. Just thinking about this, but T-Boy coldly blurted out a request to activate the hidden skill. Strength Index. Summon the soul of a titan. Immediately, the blue energy flow revealed itself with a strange, incomprehensible power. Like Quo was completely bewildered, only wondering in his mind if the hidden skill was the same as the recovery factor from before. I don't know if it's the same or not, I just know that the energy flow appeared and then went into but T-Boy's body. At that moment, the Titan soul with a huge, terrifying appearance was summoned. The skill of hiding the Titan soul will help players receive the power of a Titan and increase their fighting power. The soul of the Titan that appeared was quickly absorbed by but T-Boy into his body. Perhaps because the energy was so intense, he was in so much pain that he clenched his teeth and screamed. The terrible singing echoed in the sky, making but T-Boy completely look like an awakening monster. The Titan soul connected to him also followed suit and shouted with the same expression. The power to absorb more and more energy in the body becomes larger and more chaotic. Each stream of energy swirled around, causing Lich Quo to hastily retreat. Oh my god, what is this special effect? Even if it's a recovery factor, it's not at this level. Wait until but T-Boy completely absorbs the Titan soul. The soul's power will also be activated. During the time the skill is used, the damage and attack range will increase by a terrifying number of up to 1000%. But T-Boy slowly turned around with cold eyes covered in blue light and looked towards Like Quo. The sword he held in his hand gently swung out and cut a sharp line through the air. The explosive energy instantly blew towards Lichiko's body in the distance. With just one very gentle blow, it creates a terrifying stream of damage that can destroy heaven and earth, proving that after using the Titan soul, but T-Boy's power has truly reached a new level. Of course Lich Quo was beaten to ashes, but his healing factor also immediately activated. The guy's body regenerated again with cells moving and schizophrenic with each other. Look at this terrible trace. We can also partly guess the great power that but T-Boy just attacked just now. Like Quo stood still and smiled with a bleeding mouth. That skill belongs to a cheater, give it to me. Seeing the smile and hearing these words, but T-Boy was a bit surprised and confused as to what he was asking. And as soon as he finished asking, a tentacle with a sharp tip like a scorpion's tail stabbed straight into but T-Boy's stomach. Like Quo is not the type of smart guy, but he uses the hidden devouring skill that can make him absorb the target's level and stats by burning them in place. Haha, I can take away your stats and also learn that skill too, you bastard. On this side, as soon as that tentacle was inserted into but T-Boy's body, he reacted extremely quickly and disappeared like a breeze in front of Like Quo. But T-Boy has activated the hidden skill that enhances his agility stat, so his speed, which was already as fast as the wind, has now truly become an invisible ghost. This is also another skill with an extremely easy to understand name, acceleration. The familiar scene appeared again when the name but T-Boy turned into lightning bolts that quickly flew in midair and then swung a terrible slashing blade on Likaiko's white body. Damn, he's hit by this move again, and this time he's even faster than before because the hidden acceleration skill will make the player run at the speed of light to any location. Not a normal speed, but a speed of light that few creatures or things in the world can overcome. The outcome of the match in the game is based on stats and calculations, and all players must comply with that. As for me, all my stats are 99,999. His voice rang out, and at the same time his fist punched straight into Likaiko's stomach at an unbelievable speed, causing him to vomit blood. That's just the starting move while the destructive energy is still behind. Flew away Lichiko, the name but T-Boy walked step by step closer and had an amused smile on his face. Do you know that with this much difference in stats, no matter how well you control it, you won't be able to beat me? Oh right, I forgot you have control like shit too. You're just an idiot who has reached max level and doesn't know how to use it. In front of him, he knelt on the ground with one knee and his hand resting on a wooden stick. Likaiko's whole body was covered in dust with many wounds that had not yet recovered. The guy's teeth clenched in anger, he let out a breath and stood up. I can hear it from anyone, but now I have to hear it from you, which makes me so angry. You're just a criminal and a bastard administrator using an executive account. Haha, what's wrong with this guy who plays like a pig? If you don't like it, then you should become a game moderator. Are you jealous of me, Kaka? Why are you so stubborn about playing the game this? In order for me to become the #1 character, all I have to do is change the game's data a little bit. As soon as he finished speaking, what greeted him was the stone-hard head of Likaiko. Pop in the face. Likaiko came from afar like an arrow and used his head to attack, and it seemed this move was effective. A simple move, but the destructive power cannot be underestimated, making but T-Boy fly far away towards the wall, smashing it hard and then exploding loudly. In pain, he raised his hand to touch his bleeding nose and questioned inexplicably, "What is this?" His agility index is very low, so how can he be so fast? But T-Boy stared at the strange young man lying on the ground with unbelievable eyes. Likaiko lay still with his face on the floor and replied, "What else? Why are you so surprised? That's called control, idiot." Likaiko's contemptuous smile made but T-Boy extremely irritated and quickly stood up to attack. Damn this stupid guy. The acceleration skill he used once again turned into rays of light flying back and forth in the air. Why don't you try to stop me? I don't know what skill you're using, but it won't be able to keep up with my current speed. In this situation, Lichiko calmly and slowly stood up on his feet. The guy smiled confidently and tried to follow the opponent who had turned into a ray of light. That's not a skill, you idiot. I'm just using the game system. After speaking, the guy held the wooden bat in a position like a baseball batsman. Lichiko turned back and forth just to be on the lookout for but T-Boy to attack from any side. Seeing this action of Likaiko but T-Boy moving at the speed of light is quite surprising and confusing. Just as he was about to approach, Lichiko turned with a smile and his voice rang out, activating the recovery control skill. The wooden stick swung out at a speed that could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. The power it created was so strong that it pushed Lichiko back. But strangely, as soon as Lichiko hit the ground, he once again jumped up and rushed forward. Looking at the figure of the young man approaching him, but T-Boy's face began to show sudden panic. Of course he had to panic because what greeted him was the beloved wooden stick that he always despised. But T-Boy's face seemed to be concave inward and his mind was still unable to regain consciousness from Likaiko's terrifying speed. Haha, I'm so lucky to have hit it. In an instant, T-Boy was hit hard on the floor, creating shockwaves that made this virtual space shake. How do you feel? It's great, isn't it, admin? We've turned off the recovery control option in the game settings. How do you feel after being attacked by a destructive planet and then recovering? After a while of effort, Lichiko finally made but T-Boy struggle and was beaten to a pulp, but he can still put a smile on your face. You bastard, I'm just saying that your control is so tight. Why are you so hot-tempered? You were just lucky to hit me. It won't happen again. Likaiko pretended to think and then nodded in agreement. Well, that's right, because it's slower than speed, right? But stop joking around. Let's end this quickly. Likaiko's confident smile didn't make any sense, so but T-Boy burst out laughing and stood up. This pig-brained player just accidentally hit it, but it looks like you misunderstood and then you're so confident that you're complaining too much. Do you think there's any way for a regular player like you to beat a game moderator like me? Of course there is, but look here. After speaking, Lichiko's hand gently moved forward. In an instant that hand was covered with light purple energy. He performed the action while looking at his opponent with provocative and somewhat pitiful eyes. Goodbye Booty Boy. Even though it was only for a short time, the battle was still fun. There's something quite strange. When I saw the smile of Likaiko named but T-Boy, I felt like something was wrong. At the same time, in the world of the game Korno, Miss Class raised her hand and held it, looking at the sky and wondering. I'm just wondering what that guy in underwear is going to do. even though he's that strong, I don't think he can beat a game moderator. Hong stood to the side and listened to her question, then spoke up and exclaimed, I haven't heard any news about him either. It seems like even his girlfriend doesn't know. Hearing the words girlfriend, class immediately nodded happily. That's right, he just told me that he would anger but T-Boy to pull him into his space area. Well, there's actually one thing that makes me quite uncomfortable. Hong sighed and continued. The reason why that underwear guy left a note stating today's time and location. I feel like that reason is related to the method by which he was able to win against but T-Boy. I don't know if Hong's guess is correct or not, but in that virtual space Lichiko's purple glowing hand was extended for a while. The brilliant purple light became more and more intense and it seemed like something was being formed. But T-Boy stood silently on one side, staring at that young man and wondering, what's with that confident face? Don't tell me he really has a way to beat me. Let but T-Boy wait a long time and Lichiko below took action again. In the blink of an eye, the purple light was extremely bright and a small formation formed right under Lichiko's feet. It turned out that he had used the summoning skill. Summoning skill is the basic skill of a summoner that can summon a person or an object. Seeing this formation, an administrator with extensive knowledge of the game named but T-Boy immediately recognized what it was. His mouth was speechless and he muttered summoning. Is this a summoning skill? Then, as if he was relieved and as if he had let go of the burden in his heart, he suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter grew louder and louder until he had to put his hands on his head to calm down. Ha ha, summoning, ha ha ha, I thought you were going to use some amazing skill that blew my mind, but was it a summoning or what? You think a beginner summoner will do well, ha ha, even if you use summoning skills. If your charisma and intelligence are low then it's useless, you idiot. But I know that both of your numbers are normal. With your level of summoning, you can only summon a bunch of people. His laughter echoed in the space with a very satisfied tone until in that purple light a figure was summoned by Lichiko. Well, in the end, he's just an idiot. But T-Boy laughed and cursed madly, but before he could say the words, he was swallowed whole as he bewilderedly saw what had just been summoned in front of him. Pig-brained, but T-Boy was like a frozen statue and in front of him was someone with pure white trousers. This person's distinguishing features are his cigar and shaggy beard. In addition, dark glasses are very trendy and do not match my age. The successful summoning notification system has summoned World President Korono, Old Man Choidobe. What is vague is really vague. At this moment there are no words that can describe the shock of but T-Boy when he saw his president. His brain had completely shut down and he stood there with his mouth open. Looking at his reaction, Lichiko was amused and laughed out loud. What a great reaction, I actually tried to call you. It turns out it's really worth it. Why was the chairman summoned by Lichiko? It had to do with the night before. That was the day the big gunman and his juniors were in a bar. Hey, why don't you go to the second tank? Yes, I have to log into the game and do the final calculations. Oh my god, you take your passion for your job seriously. Senior, Big Gun smokes and angrily tells you, this idiot, stop doing stupid things and go home from tomorrow. We will be very busy. The junior nodded in agreement and left with the beautiful girl next to him. Never mind the senior, now we should both continue drinking, right? At this moment, several strangers in elegant suits and dark glasses appeared in front of the two of them. Why don't you show up with this group of rude people, including the president and fashionista? Seeing the chairman, the big gunman's junior stiffened, the smile on his lips stiffened, then startled and shouted the word chairman in fear. A moment later, in a deserted area near the entertainment district, the junior was beaten so badly that his pig's head could not be seen clearly. Yes, it's all true. I heard that he went abroad after making a lot of money. I was just following my senior's instructions, so please forgive me this time, along with my head. Swollen even though he knelt down, clasped his hands, repeatedly bowed and prayed. The scar-faced bodyguard turned to report to the chairman, just as the guy said, "What should we do, chairman?" The chairman replied in a shady voice with only 3 words, "Let him go." But for some reason, as soon as the 3 words "let him go" were uttered, the beaten junior was scared, trembling, screaming and begging, "Chairman, chairman, please forgive me." Chairman Koi Darkby ignored his pitiful screams and walked closer to Lichiko at the beginning of the alley. Thank you, thanks to you, we were able to catch this guy before the problem happened. It's even bigger, Lichiko. Lichiko stiffly smiled and nodded while in his heart he was so scared that he wanted to die. Mom, that's really scary. Are they from a game company or gangsters? Actually, I was planning to make fun of you if you made me waste my time this time. Boy, haha. Lichiko listened without knowing how to answer. Oh, I'm just kidding, Big Gun Captain. Isn't that the guy named but T-Boy? If we find him, he'll be dead immediately. We plan to gather legitimate businesses to sue him at all costs and of course fire him. Lichiko was silent for a while then suddenly asked in a low voice, "Chairman, do you have any schedule tomorrow night at 7 o'clock? There is no schedule for tomorrow. Hearing that, Lichiquo was delighted and showed a white smile. Then you should participate in his education as well. That is the reason why the chairman was summoned here today. I saw him clearly, the arrogant and aggressive but T-boy, trembling as if he had seen a ghost and apparently still unable to accept this horrifying truth. After a moment of terror, he quickly shouted the words log out, hoping to exit the game. However, how can it be so easy when the system notifies you that you cannot escape while in the match? Listening to this announcement, Pen T-boy is so scared that he wants to tear his eyelids and curse. Fuck. For a split second, he thought of something but stopped being afraid and smiled. That's right. Immediately unlock the operating area for us. The request given by the big gun causes the surrounding virtual space to begin to dissolve and become chaotic. Seeing this scene, Lichiquo spoke up to remind the chairman that that guy was planning to run away, and the chairman seemed calm and not afraid. I just saw the old man making a request to his system to open the chairman area. As soon as the voice ended, the surrounding chaotic space, which was originally the red color of lava, was completely and thoroughly invaded by the green color representing the chairman's space. Going away seemed to be the last straw on But T-boy's shoulders, making him desperate. Every drop of panicked sweat kept rolling down my cheeks uncontrollably. Even his hands that were clutching the ultimate weapon could not control themselves and trembled instinctively. But when the fear reached its extreme and there was nothing left to lose, the courage in each person's heart suddenly more exaggerated. Maybe that's why But T-boy was able to suppress the fear in his heart, stare at the chairman and scream, fuck, F******, but it's okay, anyway, after this trip, he will throw me away. Get me out of the company, old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared like a ray of light right in front of him and then rushed towards the chairman to attack. Who cares if you're the president or some other piece of crap? Go fuck yourself, you old bastard. His sharp sword with its maximum level was swung out, but for some reason it was as if there was an invisible wall in front of the chairman, making it impossible for him to attack, and the sword's power also disappeared. But T-boy's recent move used all his strength, but it was all in vain as he couldn't even touch the president's shirt. So But T-boy stood still in midair as if petrified with wide eyes looking at this unbelievable scene. Not to mention But T-boy, even Lichiquo was quite surprised because from the beginning, this But T-boy's attacks were very powerful and not as useless as they are now. The chairman still didn't say a word, puffing the cigar from his lips. The old man raised his hand and took off his glasses to reveal his murderous and serious eyes, and said, "Even rabid dogs hesitate before tagging their owners, but you damn son of a bitch aren't even close to being a crazy dog. If anyone is wondering about the president's true level, this is his identity, with his level being infinity and the remaining stats are all infinity, damn it. What kind of power is infinite power?" It's hard to imagine, but in reality, the old man is gently swinging a punch. His punch was as slow as an old man doing calisthenics, and the words rang out, "You are officially fired, you bastard." The old man's aura was so terrifying that But T-boy could not raise the slightest resistance. He could only stand there, closing his eyes tightly and preparing to receive the pain. But it seems this pain is coming a bit slowly. It's a bit slow, but the damage doesn't need to be described. Just one gentle punch and look what the old man did. With just a gentle crowd, he gave But T-boy a punch and returned to the village to warm up. I can't believe that punch even penetrated the healing index of 99,999. He's such a scary old man, and yet Lichiquo often teases that old man. Anyway, everything has come to an end like this. Even the god-level objects that But T-boy had stolen were returned to their respectable owners, until that moment when everyone realized that it turned out that other guilds were also affected, not only group of thieves alone. Oh, and then Lichiquo heard the interesting story that But T-boy was fired and sent away that very day, and before he was fired, he was beaten to a pulp. In real life, he was also beaten like a dog by the chairman and kicked out of the company. Right in the days behind, that damn But T-boy tried to sue the chairman for assault, but doing so only made his life harder and more miserable. Began the accusation session from But T-boy, the angry old president, episode 2, and the legal team also overturned all of his silly accusations. But T-boy was supposed to spend his entire life making up for all the losses suffered by the Corona World Company, but there were also rumors that he had been permanently banned by the industry. This is a happy ending, isn't it? In the game world, most ordinary people have no idea that such a terrible crime was solved so quickly. After that day, Lichiquo's business life became busy again. As soon as But T-boy was dragged out of the game world by the old president, Lichiquo also left the virtual space and came to the side of class. Seeing him appear safely, gang leader Hong somehow guessed the outcome of the battle, so she happily took off the mask on her face. The class also smiled sweetly to welcome their friend. Everything is back on track. I don't know how much time passed. The words logging out of the world of Corno appeared in front of Lichiquo with a series of confusing numbers. Now when his consciousness is awake, he returns to his real world. Taking off his virtual reality glasses, Lichiquo sat up in bed and sighed. If there was something that Lai Kai-Kuo regretted, it was that he was not able to ask but T-Boy that question in the end. That question is a question about Luna. In the end, is she a player or an EN-Pi 11? Hanbeck judged that it was possible that but T-Boy would know something as a game operator. At that time, Lai Kai-Kuo wanted to quickly find the name but T-Boy to gently ask about Luna's true identity, but it seemed he had no chance to ask anymore. But it's so annoying. Is that cockroach an artificial character or a real player? Wait, there's something wrong here. Lai Kai-Kuo was alert and then foolishly realized that in front of him was sitting a girl with long black hair. His face turned pale and his brain temporarily stopped working when he saw a strange woman in his house. When the other girl saw him awake, she also turned her face with beautiful red lips and a sweet voice. Oh my god, it's been a long time, gentleman loser. On the dining table was a bowl of hot noodles that was constantly steaming and smelling delicious. Luna girl held a bowl of noodles in her hand and smiled happily. Oh my god, it will be delicious. Please eat. On the opposite side of Lai Kai-Kuo there is also a similar bowl of noodles. So in this strange and awkward atmosphere, the two of them ate noodles together. Lai Kai-Kuo couldn't bear to eat, but kept looking at her and wondering what exactly was this situation. The hero's mind was extremely chaotic and many questions popped into his head, but first he had to clarify something he had been wondering about for a long time. I'm probably not an artificial character in the game, but she is a living person and actually a player. Only that can explain why she is present in the real world. Perhaps because Lai Kai-Kuo's gaze was too attentive. While eating noodles, Luna noticed it and looked up at him and asked what was wrong. Staring at someone and being caught, Lichiko was startled and blushed. Seeing this shy expression of him, Luna smiled slightly with plump lips. Why are you looking at me like that? The guy was immediately confused and hesitantly replied, it's nothing. Ha ha, are you looking at me like that because I asked so much? Luna asked, smiling extremely beautifully like a true goddess. Lai Kai-Kuo got upset and complained that you're crazy. Stop talking nonsense and focus on eating the noodles. Yes, I'll eat right away. Then she bent down again to eat the noodles while Lichiko was still lost. The guy's cheeks were so shy that they were pink all the time and his eyes were bewildered like a robot. The sound of sucking noodles rang out, causing Lichiko's thoughts to spread. Damn, why am I sitting here eating with her? He suddenly remembered the first time the two of them met and her disgusting behavior in the game. Why do I have to sit here with someone like you? Oh my god, at that time she used to despise Lichiko just because her clothes weren't worth the money. That hateful and cruel appearance made Lichiko angry for a very long time. So at this moment, when he thought of Lai Kai-Kuo's eyebrows, he also frowned, put the noodles down in the bowl and said coldly, damn, I almost got caught up in your joke. Hey, what is your real identity? How did you know I lived here? How did you unlock my house password? Lichiko's sharp look mixed with her cold questioning voice made Luna stop while she was eating. Suddenly she stood up, stretched comfortably and smiled. Since I have eaten noodles, I have to repay you, right? In addition to the things you just wondered about, you probably still want to know a lot of things. If you want to ask anything, just ask and I will answer all of those questions. Lai Kai-Kuo looked at her thoughtfully and didn't understand what she was planning, but he nodded. Okay, so first a gentle question. The question is your hair color originally like that? When we first met in the game, I saw that your hair was light pink. When she heard the question, Luna was momentarily surprised and then her face became even more red. Using a cheerful voice she replied, it used to be that color, but I'm glad you noticed my hair. Last time, when we met again, Lai Kai-Kuo asked her if she dyed her hair or changed her hair color. At that time, Luna replied just as happily as now, oh so happy that he realized this. Yes, that's right, this is my real hair color. It used to be that color, what the hell are you talking about? Lichiko doesn't remember anything about this hair thing, no, it's okay. Do you like that light pink color? If so, let me dye it again. Lai Kai-Kuo quickly shook her head and moved on to the next question. Next question, you are the only monster in the game, right? In everyone's eyes, you were killed by but T-Boy, but your character has been deleted? After hearing the question, Luene nodded and then shook her head and said, it is true that I died, but my character was not deleted because I died in a human state. Hearing the new word, Lichiko is interested in the human state, is that so? I don't know, but if the operator directly attacks him in his virtual space, the god's power will disappear. But thanks to being killed in my human state, my character wasn't erased. But if I hadn't been beaten back to human form but still kept my goddess form and was killed by him, perhaps my character would have been changed. Removed like other unique monsters. So now you will continue to slaughter because if you want to transform into the goddess of life, you have to kill 1,000 people. Listening to Lai Kai-Kuo ask, Luna was momentarily surprised and then bloomed. Bitter smile. Do you think you only need to kill 1,000 people to become the true goddess of life? Now it's Lichiko's turn. Isn't that the case? It's not because that's just one of the conditions to become a goddess of life. I had to complete more difficult conditions before that to be able to transform into a goddess of life, right? Oh, and I have the trait of being able to freely transform between human mode and goddess mode. Or a human will wear a short dress with characteristic pink hair. When it comes to the role of the goddess of life, she will have long black hair and a staff with bird wings. Now, if you have anything else you want to ask, why don't you just ask it once? Laikaiko silently thought and then sighed. Thank you for being so kind to answer all my questions, but actually you still haven't answered my first question. I asked again, what is your identity? Lichiko's voice became sharp and scary. I can understand where you appear in the game, but in reality, if you do this, it's really crossing the line, girl. Don't give me a double answer because if you don't answer properly this time, I'll report you to the police. Luna's eyes stared at the young man in front of her with a shimmering light. A moment later, she slowly closed her eyes and gave an answer that seemed unrelated and confusing. Because your world is full of saboteurs. Saying this, she put her hands on the table and stood up straight. Today I'm here to tell you an important proposal. Luna stood up straight, placed her hand on her right chest, and used a serious and respectful voice to say her proposal to the brave warrior in front of her. Please be my man. Lichiko's brain immediately stopped working with thousands of question marks shaking in his heart. Look at this stupid face and you'll know how much his heart is filled with life and wind. Amidst the shimmering lights of the luxurious city that lit up the whole room through the window, the two of them stood there quietly, looking at each other. This stiff, awkward, and confusing atmosphere seemed to last forever until the doorbell rang, startling the two of them. Ding 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 ding. Hearing the doorbell ring, Luna used a coy and sad tone to ask who was it? It's so late and who's here? Laikaiko didn't pay attention to her, but used a light tone. My eyes looked out the door. Then I started sweating and thought, oh my god, you came at just the right time. Outside the door, a white hand with long, beautiful fingers kept pressing the button of the bell. Are you home? It's me. It's Hansarang. It's so late, who else would be here besides Hansarang in the apartment next door? Laikaiko looked at her through the smart screen and felt like her life was at a standstill, wondering why she had come to this point. Briefs, I have something to tell him, please open the door. Laikaiko stood still at the door, looking at Hansarang through the smart screen, then panicked and looked back at Luna in her house. Damn it, is it okay if I have to open the door now? That's right, in the middle of the night, a girl is in a house with a man. Not only that, she's also dressed so revealing and hot. Oh my gosh, this will easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings, but in the end the door was opened by Laikaiko. The Hansarang girl walked in angrily and grumbled, if you're at home, you should open the door quickly. You made me stand outside like a crazy person. Oh, please forgive me. This was the first time Hansarang stepped into Laikaiko's apartment, so she excitedly looked around like she was visiting a zoo. Oh ha, so this is the house of the Shorts. Your house is cleaner than I thought, but the structure is almost the same as my apartment. Her eyes glanced around the house and suddenly stopped in front of the table in the middle of the room. Hey, what are you doing at night? Hansarang discovered a bowl of steaming hot noodles in the distance. Oh my Shorts, do you like spicy noodles? Laikaiko panicked and nodded and answered yes, that's right. I'm having dinner at night. But what are you doing here so late, Captain? Hearing him ask Hansarang, I suddenly remembered the reason I came here. I almost forgot because of that game tomorrow. What time will you log into the game? I don't know, I had to take a nap, wake up, have breakfast, then log in right away. Tomorrow is the weekend so I'm not too busy. Hansarang is happy and smiling well, hee I won't be busy tomorrow either. Please level up for me. What does leveling up and leveling up mean? Hey goldfish brain, have you forgotten? You promised to level me up to fight monsters. Oh that's right, because of but T-Boy's incident I forgot, haha sorry. Outside they were happily chatting with each other while behind a wall Luna was silently standing there with a bowl of noodles in hand. Then I'll see you tomorrow morning. If you don't wake up early, you'll know it's my hand. Hansarang threatened and opened the door to walk out. Yes, Captain, I'll definitely be there on time. As she was about to leave, Hansarang turned her head to look at Laikaiko and said, yes, Shorts. Let me borrow your phone so I can save my number. What are you so surprised about? I can't always find you and ring the bell like this. Laikaiko unconsciously took out the phone, but he wondered, is it okay? You're a famous person, so is it okay to give her number like that? Before he could finish the question, she quickly grabbed the phone. And then messaged the chimp on the screen. It's not strange, I saved it as Hansarang. I will also save your number, so press the call button. Hansarang river numbers threw the phone back and returned it to Laikaiko. She walked out the door, then remembered something and said inside, well, if you see the message and don't reply, you're dead to me, remember? I know. Captain. Finally, after a long and difficult time, she was willing to leave and ideally stood at the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, what just happened? Outside the door, Han Sarang was not in a hurry to leave but leaned against the door of Lee Kai-Kwo's house in deep thought. Her facial expression was hidden behind her bangs as if she was thinking, and could it be that with this look she had discovered something in Lichiko's house just now? Suddenly she let out a tired sigh and raised her head with her face flushed with excitement. I asked for my number, then I asked for my number, then I asked for my number. Her heart was pounding like a deer jumping in panic in it about my sudden action just now. I asked for my number so naturally just now.
But was I too hasty when I asked him to give me the phone?
But never mind, go home and text him he. Returning to the room in Lichiko's house, the guy lay helplessly on the table and sighed. Oh, I'm so tired. Why are there so many things going on last night? Luene smiled and asked suspiciously, but why are you looking at me and sighing so we're not doing anything strange? It's not strange, but you being here like this is the strangest thing in the world. I don't need your answer anymore. I'm tired too, so go home now. Hearing Lichiko's angry voice, her eyes curled like a crescent moon and told me to go to sleep. Oh, I'm going crazy. Lee Kai-Kwo was desperate. Haha, I'm just kidding, but if you answer my previous suggestion, I'll leave right away. If you don't bring this up again, it's okay, because repeating it will make Lee Kai-Kwo even more upset and uncomfortable. What the heck is asking me to be your man? I asked who are you and why do you keep talking nonsense? Stop laughing like a crazy person. Looks like I probably didn't make my meaning clear just now, but to put it in an easy to understand way, my suggestion is that you join our group in the game. Inside the world of Korno, somewhere that few people know about, there is a lavish palace with a towering dome. Hanbek is kneeling respectfully like a prayer. My great master. Your humble Hanbek asked for your advice. His voice rang out and from his appearance, it seemed like the wound had temporarily stabilized, except that one arm was completely severed. Hanbek would like to see the great liar of the Korno world. In front of Hanbek is a giant step, a giant chair and a giant sitting on it. Hide in the dark. The mysterious person with a body as massive as a small mountain is none other than the great businessman Lazy Riot, the most unique and supreme monster of the 7 deadly sins. Listening to Hanbek Lear's words of worship, he stared at his subordinates with wide eyes and coldly asked, "How is your left hand, Mirror King Hanbek?" Lear's voice and eyes suddenly revealed a terrible murderous intent when he saw one of Hanbek's arms severed. I apologize because my lack of ability caused my master's body to be damaged. Once again, Hanbek bowed before his great master and expressed his apologies. Lear's eyes were still wide open in surprise, and he seemed quite angry when he saw Hanbek injured. A giant hand carrying long streams of life force appeared. In that moment, magical life force covered Hanbek's body. Then immediately, before he could react, a brand new arm had grown connected to the guy's body by a seam. Hanbek looked at his new arm and smiled. Oh my god, I have a new wound. The new wound he mentioned is the seam that sews these two parts of his body. Of course, Hanbek's body has had many similar seams before. After finishing treating his subordinates, the mysterious liar's voice echoed like a loudspeaker carrying the strange magic power throughout the hall. Tell me, Mirror King Hanbek, who injured you like that? Could it be because of the brave warrior you mentioned? No, brave master, that's the one who saved my life. If the owner met him, the owner would probably be satisfied, because he is the current strongest descendant of our 7 heroes. The scene suddenly changes to a beautiful clear blue beach with rolling waves and a vast sky. The sparkling golden sunlight shines down on the hot sand, making everyone's mood relaxed. This is the paradise on Earth, the famous Silver Beach. The area where monsters can be hunted is level 30 or higher, and there are many liquid monsters such as blue worms. This is also a dungeon that new players love to go to hunt monsters. But in this place that only seemed peaceful, a giant tentacle stretched out from under the calm sea surface to the sand surface. The main monster of this area is not a monster that new players can face, it is none other than the giant octopus Rajen with level 85. A monster with skin so thick that even a knife blade could hardly penetrate it. Its free movement between sea and land makes the monster unrestricted by any terrain. In addition to not being able to keep its balance, it has a very cruel personality and has an extremely high level of rarity. This is the monster that will leave beginner players haunted for a long time. But right now it seems like the little monster is being crushed and beaten by the wooden stick in Lichiko's hand. If it's a draw then attack, but don't let it die with your familiar moves. Immediately the monster's health bar was drained, leaving only a dot of blood and a bit of its last breath. The octopus monster Gragan vomited fresh blood and then helplessly fell onto the sand, causing tremors. Seeing this scene, Lichiko smiled and turned his head back to signal class captain that it was time. Class girl, who had been waiting from the beginning, immediately jumped up at a fast speed. She was like an arrow shooting into the sky so high and so clear right above the head of the octopus monster. a beautiful arc like a performance in the air. At that moment, Class immediately used his dragon kick technique and gave a strong kick to the giant eye of the octopus monster. The monster was kicked hard into the ground, then it screamed in pain and lost consciousness. Likaiquo stood behind, watching, smiling and praising her as, wow, with one short kick, her experience points increased a lot. Class girl stood still for a moment then turned around to look at him and said in a disappointed voice, why hasn't there been any increase yet? Big brother, it's probably because of the level gap between you and the class captain. The level gap is too big, no matter how hard you pull, you won't gain experience points. Well, that's true, but I think the class captain's strength is much stronger than before. The captain smiled and raised her gloved hand to explain, probably because of this weapon, the gloves of a transcendent person, I had most of my powers sealed, but as the class's rank increased, higher, the more energy in the gloves is released. Ah, that's right, you have that weapon. Without it, you can hunt without anyone's help. Miss Class listened and asked in return, but suddenly she realized a harsh truth, that if she hunted alone now, she couldn't be with her in underwear. Just thinking about that made Class feel sad to death, so she shyly smiled and said loudly, ha ha ha, what are you talking about in shorts? Anyway, it's better to have someone pull it. Oh yeah, of course you idiot. Down here, they stood and talked to each other on the corpse of the giant monster. There was also a person in the sky who was quietly observing them. This person who appears is none other than the goddess of life Luna. She stood here and suddenly remembered her conversation the night before with Lichiko. At that time, she asked him to join her group in the game so she could repay him in every way and accept all his requests. But unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, Lichiko immediately refused with 2 words of dislike. Am I crazy to hang out in the same group as you? I don't like being stabbed in the back like I did when I first met you. Moreover, I'm in the same group as the class leader. If I were to group with you, I would be punched to death in reality. Below the beach, the class captain grabbed Lichiko by the neck and dragged him away. Let's go to the next hunting area. Above the sky Luna watched from start to finish then slowly said, look at them, they're so jealous, I really want to ruin this. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and left, but now I'll show him. No matter what, he has to kill that girl himself and become his own man. All because of the end of the Korono world. Below the beach, the dragon baby Arod appeared in front of Likaiquo and stopped him. It won't work, even if he goes somewhere else, it's the same. Boss, the gap in rank is so big that no matter what you do, it's useless. It's so frustrating. Lichiko unconsciously replied, is that so? Naturally, he was talking alone, so he attracted the attention of Miss Class. So what's going on? There's no other way. Why not? I'm not sure that's not the case. Miss Class was silent for a moment, thinking, then asked, every once in a while I see you talking in your underwear. Is there someone next to you? Who is it? Don't you see this fake dragon? He said as he placed his finger on the cute baby dragon's soft, plump cheek. Where is the class girl shaking the dragon's head? You forgot, Big Brother, other people can't see you. There is a way to make others see. If Big Brother gives me some magic power then I can perform the transformation into an entity. But my intelligence and wisdom are very low so I have very little magic power. Lichiko sighed. That's enough Big Brother. Oh ho ho, then transform into your actual form. In the blink of an eye Lichiko passed a little bit of his magic power to Arad's soul, causing a terrifying column of light to appear between the two of them. Aran's soul also begins to glow and a system notification appears, indicating that Aran's soul is being realized. This girl on the side was so blinding that she had to cover her face with her hands and stared in surprise, not daring to look away. What is that light being concentrated into a star point? In front of the two of them, a light source is constantly converging into a dim, circular sphere that is difficult to grasp. Wait until the light dissipates and appear in front of the class is an incredibly cute baby dragon and the process of realizing Arad's soul has been completed. Aru happily howled when he felt his somewhat realistic body. On this side, Ms. Long clearly saw the creature in front of her suddenly clutching her chest and spitting out a bunch of bright red nose blood. The class immediately got excited and shouted, "Kak, oh my god, it's so cute, Shorts, can I touch it? Can I touch it? It's so cute." She was so excited that she screamed so loudly that Lichiko had to cover her face and cover her ears, while the dragon Aro coldly let out a cool scream. Ah, how can humans dare to touch my body? Aren't you afraid of death? Stupid humans, asked the little dragon while showing off their powerful and earth-shattering aura to scare her. Front, just touch him naturally, he won't lose any skin or flesh. Contrary to what Arot thought, she wasn't afraid at all and hugged Aoi and petted him. Suddenly, the voice of a familiar person rang out beside him, greeting Likaiquo. Likaiquo looked towards that person and wondered why you were doing here, Hanbek. The person walking closer was none other than Hanbek with his familiar bird-headed beast. Hanbek's face looked miserable with a smile and explanation. The situation is a bit difficult. I'm rushing to fly here to find the heroes. But how did you know I was here and look for that? When Hanbek heard it, he pulled out a mirror. That's my anti-war ability, one of my strongest abilities. I use this 7th mirror and the arrow will tell me the location of the person I met once. Lai Kai-Kuo came closer to observe and then burst into laughter. Oh ha ha, is that a 3-die positioning device? Anyway, this is not the time to talk about these things, now it's coming to this place. Hanbek hurriedly wanted to explain something, but Lai Kai-Kuo didn't care and kept asking about his new prosthetic hand. 5 times, 7 times Hanbek wanted to continue talking but are all interrupted. Until finally the ground suddenly shook so terribly that the 2 people could not stand. Lichiko was startled and asked if this was an earthquake. On this side, Ms. Class and the baby dragon, who were slowly hugging each other, were also affected. Only Hanbek wanted to explain from the beginning until now, but couldn't, so now he had to end up helpless. Okay, then why talk anymore? That person has already arrived. Has arrived, my eternal master and owner of the great throne. Hanbek's deep voice echoed through the blue sky as a welcome to each angel flying in the sky. Surrounded a huge, giant throne. This is none other than Lazy Riot, the great monster of the Corona world. The shocking and terrifying appearance made everyone below gasp in surprise. Oh my god, what is that? It's the legion of angels and stars. As for Lichiko, he raised his face to the sky and stared at that giant throne and said to himself, Lear, I thought it was a human-shaped monster like Hanbek, but he was much bigger than I thought. The giant throne almost blocked the sun, making the beach dark. Return. Hanbek jumped on his pet's back and flew close to his great master to bow. Master, are you here? I'm sorry, because I can't explain everything in detail to the hero. Hearing that, Riot lazily opened his mouth, causing the sound to echo throughout the sky. Okay, no need to say any more, I will tell him directly. Hearing this, Hanbek's eyes widened in shock. He seemed quite surprised, but in the end he remained silent and said yes. In that blink of an eye, the giant throne seemed to lose its gravity and fall straight to the ground. Because it's so heavy, so big, it's like a meteorite sticking down on this earth from above. The ground shook, bringing with it huge winds that wanted to blow away both Lai Kai-Kuo and Class Girl. As soon as he landed on the ground, he looked at Lai Kai-Kuo, small as an ant, and said hello, very happy to meet the brave boy. I've heard Hanbek talk a lot about you, you're the hero of the present era, right? Facing the mysterious giant Lichiko, he seemed to have lost his soul and stood bewildered like a statue. Is this person the linchpin of the 7 deadly sins? At the same time, in a certain jungle where ancient architectural structures forgotten over the years are located, the sound of high heels hitting the stone surface shattered the sacred quiet space here. The goddess of life walks step by step to look at the ancient ruins, not knowing how many years she has spent here. Her eyes looked back and forth as if looking for something. Suddenly that vision stopped when he saw and discovered something. After I found him, he was here. In front of her was a skeleton in armor sitting on a high platform like a king. This body is that of the person who was considered the strongest when he was alive. He was Bai, the first hero of the game world. This hero died hundreds of years ago. Who once roamed this game? A legendary hero, but died in anger, Luna said while sighing, not knowing whether it was sympathy or teasing. Suddenly, a strange beam of light emitted from the skull's forehead. It's a symbol that looks like a 4-point star. Staring at this symbol for a while, Luna looked down and smiled. Indeed, I had already predicted this part. Her hand held the staff and raised it. In anyone's mind, the plot of this game is truly childish and cliché, but actually I guess that could also be an attractive feature of the world of Corono. Immediately the scepter emitted a golden ray of light. In that blink of an eye, strange energy poured out from inside Luna's body like an eternal fire. Return to the other beach where Lichiko encountered the army as well as himself. Riot is lazy, one of the 7 deadly sins, and is the one who raises the strongest angels in the game. At the same time, in the Corono world, he was also known as a great businessman, with a great throne made of 100% pure gold several meters long. A majestic charisma. This is Riot's laziness, but wait, there's something wrong here. Damn it, why is the throne so big but the person is like a tiny person? Until they saw the true appearance of Lazy Riot Lichiko and the class, they were speechless. Dragon Aerot was not too surprised but smiled and said hello. Long time no see, young man, but you still look full of leadership ability. Above that throne, the Lazy Riot with the appearance of a tiny child slowly flew up to Lichiko. He kept hovering in front of him, putting his hands in his pockets and staring at Lai Kai-Kuo with piercing eyes. I am the lazy hero Riot that Hans often talks about, is it you? Yes, that's probably it, Lichiko replied, but in his heart he wondered, why am I arguing with a child? Suddenly, Riot laughed lazily and said in a disdainful tone, lately, human standards have dropped a lot, isn't this brat a hero? Of course, being scolded, Lichiquo was naturally upset and wanted to raise his voice to question him, but what greeted him was a strong kick. The other boy didn't let Lichiquo finish his words and kicked him hard in the face. Lichiquo was not able to take precautions, so he was hit and spit out blood. The class girl next to her was completely worried by the sudden event. That's not all, the lazy boy Riot also looked at Lichiquo with sharp eyes, and then spun around in the air and threw another kick. Lichiquo's reaction seemed a bit slow compared to the boys, so he just stood there and took the beating. This time, the kick seemed stronger and hit Lichiquo straight into the cliff, causing a huge shock. On this side, Hanbek panicked and shouted, Sir, why are you attacking the hero? He's the one we need help from. As soon as Hans finished speaking, Lazy Riot immediately coldly interrupted him with a scary look. Shut up, if you were going to talk then I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Have you forgotten, Hanbek, we exist in complete contrast to humans, so there is no need to build friendships and relationships with humans. You did some very stupid things, you know that? Hanbek was bewildered by these words and then stood still, while on the other side, at the pile of rubble, Lichiquo stood up and nodded in agreement. You're right. What does a toddler know? Can't players and monsters be friends, ha ha. You're also a good fighter, kid. Just now you attacked me first for no reason. The boy is the strongest monster in the game, with his untamable arrogant eyes glaring at Lichiquo. Don't mistake that person, wasn't it you who attacked first? Lichiquo was asked stupidly, wondering what nonsense he was talking about. When did I attack first? Hearing that, the boy gently lifted his cute little feet and doll shoes up high. Then he lightly stepped on the ground, causing the ground to shake and explode. Arat, one of the 7 deadly sins, you killed him and everything got messed up, so you're still pretending to be stupid here. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy threw a giant rock straight at Lichiquo. Lichiquo picked up his stick and retorted. Until now, do you still think of dragging Arat into this matter? Immediately he swung the stick out like a baseball bat and hit the rock to pieces. Not only was the stick not at its full destructive power, it also created a ray of destructive light that attacked the boy. However, the boy dodged that move and then used an unbelievable speed to approach Lichiquo and said loudly, Arat is the strongest monster in the world of Korono. As he spoke, he did not forget and kicked Lichiquo straight in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Arot becoming a monster was supposed to be the final act in the main plot, but after you killed Arot, all the sequences were messed up, you idiot. Lichiquo received the wound and suffered some damage and his health began to decrease. Even the strongest players couldn't do it, even Icon was destroyed by you. 5 years, number 10 years passed before that existence was broken, he said loudly. That child kept hitting Lichiquo's body, causing him to just endure the battle. Standing next to observe the battle, the class overheard Riot's lazy words, so she panicked and rescued him. When fighting Icon, he was the one who attacked first, and at that time the main briefs were is the one who saved me. Her voice made Lazy Riot even more angry and widened his scary eyes at her. Shut up. Hearing that voice, class was so startled that she stood still in bewilderment. You're interrupting the conversation, bitch. I never allowed you to open your mouth. The terrifying aura and terrifying murderous aura from the small body of the adorable boy in front of her made Ms. Class stiffen her whole body and then collapse onto the warm sand. Drops of panicked sweat continued to pour out like a stream while her body trembled uncontrollably. What was going on in the game? Could the pressure be this great? Even when facing Icon last time, it wasn't as terrible as it was the terrible pressure she had to face when facing that boy. Not the pressure of level, but of the pressure of living separate lives is too great to press directly into the soul. The main character in the story that lazy boy Riot was talking about just now is the baby dragon Arat. This time, a drop smallly met the eyes of the other boy who was looking this way. The two of them just silently looked at each other. Eyes met eyes, then eyebrows furrowed in thought. Finally, Riot lazily closed his eyes and sighed. From the beginning Icon was created when Aaron was destroyed, and in the end, all the reasons were because of you. And problems that have been pent up over the years will burst out immediately. At that time, the strongest man in the world, Korno, was the first hero of .by. Soon he will be resurrected and once again appear before the world. Riot's voice lazily echoes in the space, and at the same time somewhere the dry skeleton of the hero .by is growing. Lit up with strange symbols. From the deep eye sockets of that skull, a terrifying ray of light burst out. Gradually the entire body of the dry skeleton sitting on the high platform was covered by that magical light. This process seemed to last quite a long time, then suddenly Luna, standing next to her, smiled and spoke up. Yes, I know it's not time to wake up yet. That's why I came here to share my power with you. Her magical staff unleashed the energy hidden within it. The staff's energy resonates with the addition of the hero .by's mold. It was like the fire was filled with gasoline, so it burned more intensely. The golden energy surrounding .by's dry body was added, causing miraculous changes to occur. The hand that was left with only white sauce gradually grew more flesh, and then even the armor was perfectly repaired. In that split second, Hero.Bai's dry skeletal body seemed to come to life and stand up with his brand new iron armor on, leaving only a skull that had not yet recovered. On the other side of the beach, listening to Riot lazily talk, Lichiko wondered who Dobby was and what would happen if he were resurrected. If he's a hero, he'll be on the side of humans, so if he's resurrected, there's no problem with humanity. The innocent question immediately made the lazy Riot angry and breathing heavily. You're dumber than I thought, you should pay attention while talking. Reminds people that he is not human and that he was reincarnated as one of the 7 deadly sins just like us. The meaning of his life this time is to destroy humans because they betrayed him. At the ancient ruins of Bai came to life again, then a magical formation appeared underground, causing the ground to move as if something was about to rise. A moment later, at the place where the ground moved, a bony arm broke through the ground and grew. Don't let everyone wait too long for a hideous skeleton to come to life. They are nothing more than zombies, without flesh, and it's unknown how long they have been resting deep underground. Not just one, but hundreds, thousands of warriors across the street forming a mighty army that constantly emitted horrifying screams like sounds from hell. Observing this scene from beginning to end, the goddess of life Luna smiled and then began to speak her voice, the strongest person, the first Hero.Bai. As she spoke, a terrifying burst of energy broke out at this ancient relic. He was someone who believed and loved humans more than anyone else, and he died hating humans more than anyone else. Dust and smoke covered everywhere, then from there a pair of bright eyes opened to see the world. The plot is too childish and he will become one of the 7 deadly sins. She just finished speaking when the dust and smoke cleared. In front of everyone was a giant cactus monster. In front of the giant dragon is an army of skeletons, and their leader is a young man in beautiful armor and a red cloak. On his forehead was a symbol identical to that of the original skeleton. None other than he is the first hero and one of the 7 sins representing the wrath that has just been reborn from the dead. The continent has existed since ancient times with countless mysteries that go beyond human imagination. This continent is called the Korno continent and there is no war or conflict. It is a happy land with only peace and prosperity. But one day, the demon king of the demon world came to spread misery on earth. The brutal, bloodthirsty army of the demon world under the leadership of the demon king continuously massacres humanity, but ordinary humanity cannot resist them. The places where the demon king's army passed were dyed red by the smoke and fire of war and littered with miserable corpses. Without blinking an eye, the happy continent of Korono had turned into a terrible hell. Of course, nightmares often come with bright rays of hope, and the ancients also have a saying that heroes emerge from chaos. At that time, in that moment of despair, a glimmer of hope lit up the night with the appearance of a respected hero. Later, people still called him the first brave Dobby. Riot was lazy and diligently retelling the old story while Lichiko stood to the side and kept repeating the word ignore in his mouth. What am I doing? This human, I keep pressing the ignore button. Why am I playing this game and never reading these introductions? In short, this is the resurrection of the blackened warrior. You told it so well that I was willing to fight and listen to you, but that's all you want to tell me. Hey kid, whoever you are, you're nothing compared to me. The strongest and first warrior, so what, am I supposed to be afraid of him? Lazy boy Riot used an annoyed face to listen to Lichiko Melaleuca for a while and then got frustrated and scolded him. Raising him is even more stupid than I thought. You are you and don't know the fear of humans. You will be attacked by that terrible warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, in an extremely solemn tone, the boy coldly turned around and left, making Lichiko wonder. You kid, where are you going? You came to play a game with me. I don't need it anymore, I'm lost. I was curious about the standards of today's heroes, but it turns out today's heroes can only do so much. Tell me, I once lived in life and death with the brave Bai. He was the only human being that I recognized over the past several hundred years. A guy with a wooden stick like you is far from being able to defeat Bai. Lichiko listened silently, then smiled and shrugged, thanking me for making me expect from you. But it turns out the great lazy Riot is just a kid who punches people first and then tries to run away. Lichiko said as he swung his wooden stick, preparing to attack. But he was stopped by Hanbek. Hey, wait for me and the brave man. If you want to die, leave me now. Brave heroes, don't be impatient after talking, then why bother moving your hands and feet? Lichiko got upset and shouted, I don't like it, what do you mean? That kid kicked me just now and it still hurt a lot. Hanbek smiled shyly and the pain was gone. Brave man, please calm down and listen to me first. You used to sell items to make money, right? Lichiko didn't understand why he suddenly mentioned this but nodded, yes. But how do you know? Haha, because I heard it from my master. The person who bought the 15 billion items that the brave soldier sold was the lazy Mr. Riot, who at that time was a great businessman of the great world of Korno. The scene once again shifts to the giant skeleton dragon and it seems to be the demon king that once invaded the human world. Now it is revived along with the army of dry skeletons of the hero. By and the goddess of life Luna, representing lust, has also come before the hero. By. So that's it. After listening to Luna talk for a while, hero. By spoke his first words in this resurrection. So I've been dead for that long? That's right, and he was supposed to respawn not long after, but the main gameplay was messed up. Well, I have already divided the missing energy for you, so don't worry. Hero. By listened silently and then walked past Luna with a stern face, thanking her. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay her. Luene looked at the back of Hero. By and asked with concern where he was going. You're asking the obvious question, girl. You're the embodiment of lust in Luna's 7 deadly sins, right? Behind the giant husband's back he immediately flapped his dry wings, creating a gust of wind. Hero. By steps forward step by step, and behind him is a powerful army of thousands of skeletons. The dragon skeleton shrugged and flew high into the sky. From that vast sky, it looked at the earth below its feet and screamed. The horrifying scream echoed throughout the vast space like a siren signaling a horrifying destruction. That was at the same time the sound of the military trumpet urging the skeleton army to rush forward. They have absolutely no reason but only the instinct to kill and kill. I will personally destroy the world that I have protected for so long. As soon as he finished saying those words, it was like a declaration that the hero. By immersed himself in the dazzling light and then used the flash skill to disappear. Leaving Luna alone, she stood silently thinking. In the end, how is her heart feeling right now when she keeps sighing and smiling again? Oh my god, he really listens. As she looked up at the blue sky, Luna wondered into the air, but was it the right thing to do? I thought this was just a question to ask myself, but I didn't expect a voice to answer. Why do you feel regretful? Did you act on your own during Icon? Now is different from Icon's time. I feel like that child is like scum in the main story. Now don't worry about that anymore, just sit back and watch. The person who answered Luna was none other than the mysterious faceless guy. He still floats outside the universe observing this planet like a supreme god. All she had to do was happily watch this world about to be purged. Temporarily leaving the skeleton army here, let's return to the beach where Lichiquo is chatting with Lazy Riot. Now he was extremely surprised to learn that Lazy Riot was the one who bought the weapons he sold. What did this kid buy all the 15 billion items I sold? Hans didn't answer, but Riot lazily nodded. Exactly 15,303,389,000 gold coins. I bought them all at once. And within a month, we unlocked the item and sold it for 51.7 billion. In the end, we made a profit of about 37 billion. An extremely shocking number, as expected of the great businessman of the Icon world. Lichiquo looked at it bewilderedly and then uttered the word brother. Immediately he ran closer and grabbed Lazy Riot's small hand tightly and said, "Brother, please teach this brother some of your business secrets." Lazy Riot shook his head angrily. You really don't have a single ounce of self-respect. Suddenly the ground around them shook violently with a rumbling sound as if something terrible was approaching. Lazy Riot immediately turned serious and looked into the distance. The tremors grew louder and louder with a strange feeling covering the space. At this point, Riot's pretty little mouth slowly and lazily spoke. The end of the world has come, and as he finished speaking, appearing in the sky right in front of them was a giant dragon skeleton with a nameless flame flowing through its body. Lichiquo bewilderedly looked up at that huge dragon. This moment is war and bloodshed. Everything suddenly broke out like that. The army from the Long region appeared from nowhere and formed into corps to attack the villages. The people were completely caught off guard, so countless lives were quickly lost. There was fresh blood everywhere along with chaotic screams. A mourning covered everyone's minds. Oh my god, what are these monsters? Are we being attacked again? The same thing happened when the Icon monster attacked the village. I don't know what the monsters hit. All players were extremely panicked, but this time there was a difference. The system notification appeared at the right time giving them some information. Not only one person received the notification, but almost all players in the world of Sharono received it at the same time. The message line is as bright red as the color of blood, with the content that the life of the world of Corona with the main task is to protect the world from the brave. By is the embodiment of the sin of wrath, and the reward for completing the mission is a special reward. The main mission is the life of the Corona world. The main mission. The guy read the bright red notice in bewilderment and excitement, but at this moment the blade of a skeleton monster pierced his body. Then another person fell to the ground. Damn everyone, focus, this is not the time to sit around and do more tasks. At this rate, everything will disappear. Dead, now everywhere in the village are these monsters and we are surrounded. Each scary monster with its dry skull and 2 dark eye sockets stares at the player as if looking at delicious prey. Many ordinary players with low levels were defeated and could not resist this powerful army of monsters. The most important thing is that they caught a little valuable information in the announcement just now. They heard the title of the brave. By as the embodiment of the sin of anger, not a brave man but a not on the side of humanity. This is an extremely strange story, but why does that brave warrior want to destroy the life of the Korono world? Of course, the questions do not have a single answer, but welcome everyone. Those skeletons are coming. Danger was near, and suddenly a beautiful staff carrying dazzling power appeared in front of him. The fire wind skill used by the purple-haired girl summoned her evil fire. At that moment, a giant fire tornado was summoned and engulfed the skeleton army, temporarily stopping their attack and causing them to once again turn into dust. The surrounding people quickly realized that the person who had just acted was the strongest female magician of the Arakadara royal family. She stepped forward and tapped her staff hard on the ground as a signal. I am Arakadara, the strongest mage of the royal family and the guild master of the sanctuary. I received orders from the royal family, and from now on this place will be protected by our sanctuary. At first, everyone seemed quite surprised because it was very rare to see the royal army of magicians. But very quickly their surprise was replaced by excitement. Oh my god, it's the magician Arakadara. All the magicians of the royal family have gone to war, thank you. Thank God we are saved. The self-response of human armies is now extremely quick and accurate. This is the best choice compared to the Yuukan period, and at that time humanity was very slow in taking countermeasures. Deputy. Suddenly, the magician Arakadara sensed something was about to happen, so she was immediately startled and looked up at the sky. In that sky was flying a giant dragon skeleton, and the aura it radiated was much more terrifying than the skeleton army. Of course, the dragon did not give humanity time to react, so a fireball of energy gathered from its mouth long ago. Although humanity reacted quickly to defend, there was only one reason why they lost. That's because they haven't prepared well. After all, a very short period of time has passed since the monster Urikan attacked. Moreover, going is the main task that players will have to deal with only a few years later. With the current level and density of items, they have no chance of winning in the first place. Temporarily leaving the dead village, the scene moved to the brave mountain that few people set foot on, located in a corner of the continent. The ray of light with the familiar flash skill that the brave Dotbai used earlier once again appeared here. The light dissipated and the brave Dotbai arrived at the brave mountain that he had not set foot on for a long time. One of the eyes of the brave Dotbai became bloodshot with strange pupils, and a drop of blood rolled down his cheek. He walked up to the 3 tombstones with 3 different items on this mountain and slowly sighed. Long time no see, my friends. On a tombstone sits a guitar made of wood with green hairs. This instrument brings old memories back to Dotbai's mind in the form of a beautiful girl. Please Dotbai, please help us sing for this world. In another tombstone is a beautiful feather-shaped badge. Dotbai, I will always pray for you and pray that God will always bless you. The owner of that feather badge is another beautiful girl with a sincere devotion to God. The final product is a rather ordinary-looking ash-grey witch's hat. The owner of the hat is a mysterious guy who can't see his face clearly and speaks jokingly, indifferent to the world. It's not a big reason, it's just that I'm happy to be with you. Old memories are dusty in my mind, but strangely clear as if everything had just happened yesterday. These are friends and comrades who have stood side by side together. The brave Dotbai was tired and closed his eyes, letting the red tears keep rolling down. But those friends and comrades at one point degenerated and became scary to the point of obsession. Thinking of this, from under the warrior's feet, a circle of pale yellow energy surged along with his cold voice echoing in the space. Arise, you who have died. Dotbai used resurrection magic to make the surrounding stone and tombstones begin to shake just like the time the skeleton army was summoned before. Immediately from under the 3 tombstones, 3 dry skeletons in different outfits emerged and stood up. I will no longer allow you to walk the glorious path that everyone has walked with me. This is a magician who possesses level 999. A monk also with rank 999. Finally, a level 999 wandering poet. And Dotbai is the greatest and strongest warrior in the world with this game. Let's go, let's decorate the last moments of this never-ending story, and we are the Guild of Heroes. I don't know if all players felt anything or not, but when these 3 sets of hollies were summoned by the hero, the notification line appeared again. The main quest's lock was strengthened. The current difficulty level is disaster level. On that beach, Lichiko stood still, poked his nose for a while, then smiled. How could that guy have to be beaten anyway? The bone dragon flew this way, right? I haven't done this in a long time. Let me strike a cross-continental strike. Lazy Riot sighed with a headache and then kindly reminded, is it possible that if a normal player gets caught up in your attack, they will all lose their lives? Likaiko listened silently, holding a wooden stick in his hand. Those guys coming from the opposite side and that undead army, physical attacks without divine attributes won't have any effect on them. Even your planet-crushing attack is useless because when you pretend to restore your enemies, Dotbai's army will come back to life. No matter how strong you are, you cannot fight alone. Likaiko suddenly burst out laughing in an incomprehensible way. That would be very interesting. I can be alone with this trivial matter. That war is a funny thing, haha. A bright, beautiful smile carrying an undeniable confidence, Lichiko caressed his beloved wooden stick and then ordered the system's counterattack control mode to be turned off. Having just completed these operations, Lichiko swung his wooden stick in the air and aimed it at the ground below. Immediately the energy from the wooden stick exploded and hit straight into the earth. So thanks to the counterforce of the attack just now, he was like an arrow shooting high into the sky at an unbelievable speed. In him, he is no different from a superhero in a TV series and is also very cool. Oh my god, where did his underwear go? He flew up into the sky thanks to that counterattack. What the hell was he doing? Down on the beach, Riot lazily watched Lichiko's disappearing figure and thought silently for a long time. That's quite good, my boy. I only like your willingness to risk more blood than your brain, Riot thought lazily. Last time the monster Icon massacred the village, and this time the poor village was once again engulfed in blood and fire. This is the starting point of every journey where new players begin their exploration, and this is also the place that symbolizes the life of the world of Corono. In the middle of the village, a tall golden statue of Lichiko stood there intact, while surrounding the statue were scattered corpses of villagers along with terrifying flames. All were destroyed by the giant dragon skeleton. That peaceful place was wiped out in the blink of an eye. This place has completely turned into a dead city. Turns into a picture that is both beautiful, sad, and scary. Many players were destroyed, so they were forced to leave the world of Corono and return to their own reality. The sound of scolding continuously rang out in the store where the virtual reality machines were located. What the heck is this? The world of Corono is really crazy. What the hell is wrong with him these days? He's in the game, but still can't play the game. The village is the safest area, damn it. Why is the safe area constantly attacked by monsters like that? Listening to the cursing around the part-time worker who was about to quit his job, he shuddered and sighed, wondering, is it you again, Corono world? Hey guys, please calm down. It seems like the game is overloaded like last time, so everyone just needs to log in again.
Are you kidding me?
There's a dragon flying in that village. If it dies, it will revive and then go to the village and die again. Everyone got angry and screamed, making the employee not know what to do. How? In this chaos, someone angrily suggested, yes, the world of chess is really a mess, or should we switch to playing another game? But this game is more interesting instead of hunting aimlessly every day. Suddenly being attacked like this is really annoying, but now we play more enthusiastically. The beautiful girl with the hair short is none other than the Hong girl in the virtual reality game. The guy sitting next to her listened to her and was immediately attracted by her beautiful appearance and agreed to follow. Yes, that's true, right? Do you also play the world of chess? Do you want to play with me? My level is very high. Beautiful Hong smiled and refused. No need. Oh my god, the Corono world has announced this. So she quickly clicked on the notification line to read the correct information, but her eye seemed a bit surprised when she saw that content. What is this? This is the company's announcement, right? Oh my god, that's true. Look at the announcement on the homepage of Corono world. Oh my god, these bastards are crazy. An urgent announcement made everyone's already confused hearts become even more shocked and bewildered, because if the content on the announcement was true, then this game service is about to shut down forever. At the same time, at the World Game Company Chrono, the employee wearing dark glasses shouted angrily, "President, this is really beyond words. At the current level of the player and the power of the items, it is impossible to complete the main quest. All players in the world will be massacred by the brave.by. The game managers need to intervene in this matter immediately. Like last time, the president had to come into the game and handle things. The president calmly took a mouthful of food, brought it close to his mouth and said, "Are you crazy? Our company's motto is not to interfere in players' affairs, but T-Boy's matter is an exception." The employee was startled and then worriedly asked, "Oh my god, are you serious? Why did they even post the notice there?" A red message line with shocking content. "Hello players, we are the world of Shareono. Our management board does not have this intention, but the main mission of the world of Shareono reluctantly began. It's very surprising, but this is something that will happen sooner or later, so everyone should accept it. The future fate of the Corono world will be determined by the results of the main mission. If the main mission fails, the victory of the brave.by will open a dark period that will kill all lives. The future destruction or rebirth of the Corono world is in your hands." After reading the announcement, all that remained in each player's mind were just two crazy words. Each zombie stood there, looking up to the sky and laughing after destroying all the people in the village. The sound of laughter made the listeners' hair shiver, but suddenly they discovered something and were momentarily surprised. From the far sky, a ray of light like a meteor fell straight into the center of the village, creating a huge explosion. Through that smoke and dust, Lichiko and his wooden stick walked step by step and said loudly, "Oh, these stupid people. It's fast to fly up, but it's hard to find a place to land." He sat there quietly thinking, then was attracted by the creepy laughter around him. Waiting until Lee Chiquo saw everything clearly, he was surrounded by a series of zombies. Lee Chiquo was not afraid but smiled happily. Fortunately, in the current situation, we have successfully adjusted our direction. As if sensing Lee Chiquo's arrogance, the angry zombies rushed forward, holding swords in their hands. What greeted them was a wooden stick that smashed them to pieces. "You guys are too talkative, you bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword pierced his body from behind, and this idiot was always careless in every battle and ended up being attacked like that. Just one, but immediately several more zombies pierced their swords through the guy's body. When they attacked their prey, they laughed loudly with joy. Lee Chiquo heard that laughter that was so deafening that he quickly opened his mouth to stop it and asked, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" The guy with Lee Chiquo was pierced like a dried fish, but his blood was still overflowing and hadn't decreased at all. The wooden stick hit the skull like a temple bell. Another zombie whose head was knocked painfully. Lee Chiquo kept using wooden sticks to knock knocks on their heads. Wherever I called, the cracking sound rang out. In the end, all the surrounding zombies groaned helplessly and fell to the ground in pieces, truly a bunch of vile monsters. Yeah, but I bet everything on the defense recovery stat, so my speed was reduced so I couldn't avoid their attacks. Ah yes, Lee Chiquo smiled and said while a skeleton once again charged forward to attack. He stood there, ignoring the monster's slashes, then summoned his skill board. Seeing that Lee Chiquo did not avoid the skeleton, he was happy and cheerful, but continuously swung his sword to attack, creating cuts and slashes. At one point, he counted until he was so tired that he felt weak, while Lee Chiquo remained unharmed and watched the skill display. The guy's eyes were showing an interesting skill that Lee Chiquo had forgotten for a long time, which is the skill of being full. Just by eating an opponent, you can accumulate more experience points. So he happily laughed with his pure white teeth. The laughter became louder and louder, more crazy and more perverted, causing the baby to laugh along with it. Neither Lee Chiquo nor these skeletons were normal, while the fallen skeleton stood up again. Waiting for them all to fully recover, Lee Chiquo opened his mouth wide to reveal a disgusting tentacle. Haha, it's time to eat. Stupid monsters don't understand what this tentacle means, so they just stand there, stupidly watching. Immediately the tentacle stretched longer and longer in a circle in the air, then without hesitation rushed towards a nearby target. The tentacle quickly stuck straight into a bone in the middle of a skeleton's chest. The skill is immediately activated to absorb nutrients from this skeleton. In just a few moments, the skeleton crackled and then turned into dust and disappeared. A system notification appeared when the skeleton was drained. Eating an opponent helped increase its rank and gain more experience points. Haha, this skill is really cool, so these monsters are just walking experience point stores. Lee Chiquo's stats chart immediately fluctuates because once you reach the highest level, the level you receive will be converted into experience points. Experience points increase twice as much as the amount of monsters he eats, so his stats also change rapidly. Lee Chiquo feels the change in his body and feels even more satisfied. Oh haha, my strength has increased, now I can wear protective gear, right? Why did I let such a great skill go to waste? It feels like I've been at a loss all this time. Looking at his scary, cheerful appearance, the skeletons around me suddenly felt something. It's not good, and it makes them panic. From now on I won't be picky about eating anymore, and I will eat a lot. Oh my god, this scary smile makes me shiver after a long time. Broadcast monsters are people who have died, but are now revived to become living beings who cannot live or die. Their actions sometimes become more stagnant and slower than normal humans, but their attack and defense power is very surprising. The only thing that helps them survive after losing consciousness is instinct. So as soon as they sensed the danger from Lee Chiquo, no one said a word, but almost all the undead monsters turned and left. The strongest immortal army knows no fear of death. At this moment, they can only rely on instinct and begin to run away. Because instinct is constantly on alert when fear overwhelms the spirit. They are facing the nightmare of their lives. A monstrous tentacle emerged from Lee Chiquo's mouth like a long snake, chasing after the fleeing army of skeletons. The arrow hit the ass and a skeleton was hit. Continuous streams of energy flowed from the skeleton's body back to Lee Chiquo's body when his satiety skill activated. The description seems like a long time, but in the blink of an eye, a skeleton was completely destroyed and could not be revived. Just like that, Lee Chiquo continued to choose his second prey. The guy was almost crazy and kept eating and eating like crazy. This is no longer an army of immortal skeletons but has become delicious dishes that only know how to move. One after another, more and more skeletons were destroyed and turned into ashes. It's very rare to have such a filling and delicious meal of Chinese sausage, but how can you not eat it? Lee Chiquo's surroundings quickly became empty without a single skeleton remaining. You must know that the number of skeleton soldiers attacking the village was very large. There are nearly 2,000 of them forming an army. 2,000 skeletons simultaneously attacked and fled in all directions. An army with forces that could destroy an entire country turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. And after all, that remains the strongest undead monster in the army. That is the skeleton dragon of the demon world that once brought grief to the world. At the time Aaron disappeared, he was the one who sat on the throne with the dragon clan. But unfortunately for the bone dragon, it could not avoid Lai Kai Kuo's monstrous tentacles. The panicked bone dragon sensed the danger and let out a terrified scream. The only response was a cold sound, and then the dragon's head was crushed, causing its whole body to collapse. You've gained more experience by eating your opponents, then all that experience is put into your stats, killing and eating your fill. Lichiko has master-level stats. Standing on one side, the baby dragon Aerot now appeared excitedly and shouted, "As expected, Big Brother is so great. His stats are all scored, ha ha, but T-Boy in the past is nothing compared to Big Brother now." Lai Kai Kuo was satisfied and nodded. It was only natural. Why would he compare me to that trash? At that moment, footsteps were heard from behind. Lai Kai Kuo immediately turned his head and looked back with his hungry eyes. "Oh, is there still something to eat? Come here quickly." "Who is this? I should have eaten it all by now, right?" From within the cloud of smoke, that person gradually approached, revealing the familiar appearance of the goddess of life, Luna. Lai Kai Kuo was momentarily surprised, then sighed in frustration. "What is it? That cockroach? You've been appearing so often lately." Luene wordlessly stepped closer and then suddenly removed her goddess mode. In an instant, she returned to her normal human appearance. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly quit your goddess mode?" Standing thoughtfully before Lichiko's question, Luna's plump lips blinked, "Because now I don't want to be watched anymore." "Why do you say that so you don't understand anything?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lichiko's eyes opened wide in horror, because what greeted him was a sweet kiss from that girl coming from afar. Lai Kai Kuo's eyes widened in shock at this incident, and he felt like he was petrified and unable to act. Under the sunset light with the firelight around, a reluctant kiss happened while the dragon baby Aerod quietly stood to the side and watched. "No, it's not about watching, it's about being petrified. Look at this poor face. What is this? Is this the power of a chicken?" Lichiko's mind was extremely panicked, unable to organize the stream of miscellaneous thoughts in his head. "What is it, Brave.by or something? Obviously I came here to arrest that guy. Why did things turn out like this? What exactly is this situation?" After a while, Luna slowly let go of her hand to let Lichiko breathe. Until this moment, after enjoying his life, he panicked and hurried back, blushing. That face was filled with disbelief, like a daughter from a good family was robbed of her first kiss. "Crazy, crazy, crazy, what the hell? Suddenly, why are you like this?" Lai Kai Kuo's voice became faltering and blurted out, "This is my god, this is the first kiss." The guy's adorable reaction made Luna laugh. Then she leaned back and picked up the staff she had dropped on the ground. "It was just an accident. Why did you react so strongly?" "I just accidentally slipped." Lai Kai Kuo was angry and shouted, "Don't be so ridiculous. You said it was an accident. You even put your arms around my neck when you kiss me." Oh my god, how could he observe even that small thing in just that short time? When she retorted a sentence, Lichiko blushed and was startled. "But this rude guy, don't you just eat a full meal and have your agility stat reach the maximum level?" "Well, not just every agility stat, but all stats are like that. With that index, you could clearly have easily avoided my kiss just now." She laughed, and Lai Kai Kuo was so embarrassed that her face was embarrassed. No, it's me." Lichiko didn't know how to explain his reaction just now, and she was walking closer to him. "Briefs, do you know? That was also my first kiss," with a gentle look, with a white hand gently stroking my hair and pushing it behind my ears, revealing a beautiful, goddess-like face. "This distance is too close, and this beauty can't help but blush." Lai Kai Kuo was scared and backed away. "What do you want? I told you to answer why you suddenly kiss me." He backed away and she said, "Yes, I said it, but I slipped." "Never mind. Furthermore, I have something I need to give you." "What is an item?" "Actually, it was because I gave it to you that I came here." Saying no, Luna gave Lichiko a round pearl emitting pale yellow light. If you look at the system identifier, this gem is someone's unknown gem and its rank is an unknown mythological rank. After placing the pearl in Lichiko's hand, Luna continued, "I own this item and I will give you this item. I cannot let both of them be monitored. That's why I cancelled my goddess mode just now." Lai Kai Kuo looked at her coldly, and after a moment of thinking, he tiredly scratched his head. "Okay, I don't know what this is, but it seems like you don't mean to trick me. First of all, for your sake I'll take it. But why did you kiss me? Tell me," Lai Kai Kuo kept asking, making her amused and burst out laughing. "You seem like such a stubborn person. I told you I just slipped, ha ha. In short, this is a very important item, so please preserve it carefully and it will definitely be useful to you in the near future." Suddenly, right at this moment, behind Lai Kai Kuo, the familiar sweet voice of Miss Class rang out. "What should I do if you go alone like that? Do you know that I ran forever to catch up with you?" Then when Class ran closer, she was bewildered to see the woman next to Lai Kai Kuo. The other two were talking to each other and punching each other quite close, seemingly intimate. Even though he couldn't hear what they said clearly, class quickly stopped. What's the situation? What's the situation? Is there going to be a jealous fight? The class just stood there silently, observing the two people in front of them. She realized that the distance between the two of them was quite blurred and that there was something not quite right here, triggering women's intuition. Class put on a thoughtful face and stared at the two people. Oh, sorry, class captain. I was so excited earlier that I couldn't help but fly away. While Laikaiquo was shyly explaining, class ran to his side, pulled his cloak, and asked in a high-pitched, petulant voice, underwear are, who is this, so please introduce me to. Please introduce her to me, underwear. As she spoke in a coy voice, the class immediately showed her cute and innocent face. Class's appearance made the goddess of life's face look unhappy while Lichiquo spoke up to explain. She didn't remember her. Why had the two of them met before? With me? Standing opposite, Luna let out an annoyed breath. In an instant, she activated her goddess of life mode again with magical light. Her hair color began to change from light pink to jet black. Waiting until Luna finished transforming, the class panicked and stared at the girl in front of them. She is that person. Haha, now do you realize that you don't know your identity? That's right, this appearance and this tone and words are indeed her. The first time class met this girl was next to the monster UR icon. She coldly ordered the monster UR icon to kill class because she was an unknown person. Fate, a woman who possesses a beautiful appearance like a goddess, but every word and action she speaks is full of blood and fish. This lady is a rude lady. You will fight with the brave Dotby, right? Luna stopped paying attention to class and turned to talk to Lichico. It won't be easy because he is already strong and with the luck I gave him, he has already reached the highest level of level 999. So perhaps he has arrived at that place by now. That is the central area of the demon world, the Demon King's Citadel. Just as Luna predicted, at the Demon King's Citadel in the demon world, the footsteps of the visitors rang out. The brave Dotby led the three skeletons of his three dead comrades into the citadel. Still the same handsome face with those two colored eyes and tears of blood. Stepping straight into the center of the hall, a voice rang out in Dotby's ears. Hey, look who's here. Isn't this the brave Dotby who defeated our Demon King? This lovely-looking cloak ghost is the great Demon King's close assistant and its name is Dead Sun. God. Dotby coldly looked at the Son of Death and exclaimed that you are still alive. Your vitality is so persistent. Ha ha, thank you Dotby for praising me for having an immortal body, but most importantly, what is the matter with you in this dirty place? Step by step, approaching the center of the stands, Dotby answered, of course, because he had something to ask. Right in the center of the magic circle, a strange great sword has been stuck there for an unknown amount of time. The brave Dotby silently looked at the sword with his heart mixed with suddenly rising emotions. Flow. I came here to find my belongings, the great sword of the brave. The rank of this great sword is the legendary rank and is the strongest sword that only the brave can control. The Son of Death smiled and asked, will it be okay? That sword has been sealed by the Demon King with his luck. Surely this brave warrior also knows what touching it means, right? Brave Dotby remained silent before this question. After a while, his lips flickered and uttered the correct word. I know this better than anyone here. As he spoke, without waiting, the warrior's hand picked up the handle of the sword. Immediately upon touching it, a stream of strange, chaotic power poured out from the sword like a poisonous smoke. The system notification also appeared in the eyes of the hero Dotby, indicating that the conditions to start switching to a hidden job have been met. If you look closely, you can see the gem in the middle of the sword along with the split line that is starting to change color. Very quickly they changed from light orange to a mysterious green color symbolizing the change of profession. The child of death stood still, watching and had no intention of stopping. He was even excitedly waiting for this moment. This is a sacred and very meaningful moment when the great warrior of humanity changed his career to become a demon king. The Son of Death smiled happily. Here a new demon king has appeared on Earth. Hero Dotby successfully changed his career to demon king and all his ability stats were increased tenfold. The hidden skills have also completed the learning conditions and condition 1 is to switch to the hidden demon king profession. The hidden skill called the Demon King's Authority can use the Demon King's Authority to dominate the entire demon race. Now when the violent energy completely disappears, he pulls out the sword holding the Demon King's hand. Dotby turns and says to the Son of Death, this is the first command of the new Demon King. Now immediately go summon all the Demon King's legions to destroy the human world for me. The Son of Death listened to the orders and at the end of the meeting, his expression could not be clearly seen. I can only see a pair of sharp teeth like the teeth of a beast showing a devilish smile. I agree, I will do it right away, my Demon King. As soon as he finished speaking, the Son of Death shot straight up to the ceiling and penetrated through it. Perhaps its nature is that of a ghost, so ordinary physical objects cannot stop it. Looking from the outside, the top of the Demon King's tower was still calm and smooth without any changes. But in the blink of an eye, when the Son of Death entered the tower, its soul power gradually covered the top of the tower. The Son of Death once again appeared with a scary face and a wide smile. From the top of the tower it was magnified to become huge and hover in the sky. Inside the citadel, when he felt that the son of the city was ready, the Demon King Bai, with a gentle green eye, gave an order, and the entire army launched an attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant Death Child opened its mouth wide, forming a strange gate. Space movement has been opened. The Son of Death used his mouth to create a gate, then from his mouth the hole in space began to tear apart, connecting to the location of the human world. Through it one can see the bright red sky of a Corona world. Speaking of this, we must clearly state the difference between the human world and the demon world. These locations inherently cannot intersect with each other, and only very few people, including the brave Bai, know how to move in space. Therefore, to be able to communicate between two places, it is necessary to open the space gate. In the burning village, her tears turned to stone when she saw something extremely shocking. Li Kai-Kuo quickly noticed her strangeness, so he also looked in the direction she was looking and panicked. They were panicked because they didn't know when an extremely giant mouth had appeared in the sky connecting to a certain dark area. Of course, one of the few people who could open the dimension, including the close friend of the Demon King, the Son of Death. It can open space gates from its mouth. That ability was quickly recognized and it became the great Demon King's close assistant. Is also a hidden skill of the game. Its name is a space door that can make players easily create a portal to another space. Just like that, two spaces separated by countless light years were connected. The Demon King's army's attack officially began. Countless numbers of terrifying monsters that have never appeared before humanity have passed through the space tunnel and landed on Earth. So many, they came in droves like a dark cloud blocking the light of the sky. Still standing at the original beach, Riot lazily observed everything and sighed sadly. The child raised his face to the sky and felt every dark breath from the demon world. Brave Bai, is this your anger towards the human world? Lichiko's wooden stick was held tightly in his hand. A familiar scary smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he aimed towards the Demon King's army in the sky and performed an attack with the wooden stick. The sky-scraping beam of destruction penetrated the entire atmosphere and flew into space like a burning torch. Sure enough, after eating well and strengthening a lot, Lichiko's strength stats were significantly increased. So the guy is quite satisfied with his achievements. Chimpanzee congratulates the winner of this war is. Before he could finish his sentence, Lichiko was forced to be silent again because perhaps he had rejoiced too soon. Alas, just after destroying a wave of monsters, more and more Demon King armies appeared from that giant mouth. They were unharmed by the previous attack and their numbers have not decreased at all. Seeing this, Luna kindly explained that demons have a very outstanding characteristic. Their characteristic is strong physical strength far surpassing that of humans. An endless magical power from his horn. That alone is enough to make the Demon King's army extremely strong, but they also receive the fortune of the Demon King Bai, so they also have an immortal body. Demons combined with immortals make them the strongest race today. You can't use gluttony to fight this army. Now, what are you going to do, Mr. Crude? How are you going to defeat the brave Bai who has become a Demon King? Li Kai-Kuo listened attentively to her explanation. In the end, he didn't answer but instead breathed softly. A split second later, a magic circle appeared right under Lichiko's feet, causing his cloak to flutter in the wind. A somewhat familiar fireball was pulled out from his body. Then activate the inherent character, activate the soul of the ministry. This is my blessing skill, Lichiko said while using magic to change the properties of the wooden stick in his hand. If you want to capture demons with their immortality, the saint's energy flow is the poison. With the blessing skill, a basic skill of the holy job, the user's weapon will change to saint attribute. For a certain period of time, Lichiko's face, under the influence of the ministry's energy, also became divine and holy. Okay, let's fly like a saint. Damn it, why does it look so painful? But it's just as effective against demons as it is. So Lichiko twisted and twisted, using her energy to attack the monster army again. I don't know if it will be effective this time or not, but looking at the prestige of this attack, it's not the average one. Only Luna stood dumbfounded next to her. At this moment, she just wished her eyes were blind just now so she wouldn't be able to see such a disgusting scene of Li Kai-Kuo. Damn her eyes.